you did not express at any point a dissatisfaction with Aristotle on either theoretical or political grounds. Yeah?
I expressed one dissatisfaction. I think the relationships of law to regime, but I thought that there are other...
Yeah, but that was not... that's true, I made note of that point. But that I didn't regard as a criticism, and I don't encourage, I don't wish to encourage dissatisfaction, but accept that it is inevitable, even if Aristotle is 100% right, that there are difficulties which would present themselves most simply in the form of objections. Yeah? He says something, doesn't give a reason. Why? It's an objection. This point which you made, I took notice of, but Aristotle has disposed of this objection already. We have not discussed it in class, I believe, but some of you may remember. Do you remember a case where Aristotle spoke of something which is a legal question and not a political question? Meaning by that, it is a question which is neutral to the difference of regimes. Yes, Mr. Hurst?
No, when he referred to the Spartan kingship.
Exactly. Can you?
He was going to discuss monarchy by discussing the extremes. The Spartan kingship, which was kind of hereditary generalship, and the absolute monarchy. And he said that we could dismiss the Spartan kingship primarily because whether or not a man is hereditary commander of an army is a legal question, and not one that is fundamental to the regime. You can have a hereditary commander, in other words, in a polis.
In a democracy, oligarchy, and so. Yeah, that is the best example, indeed. Thank you. So Aristotle knows that there are things which are politically neutral. And it was also implied when he discussed the question of whether debts ought to be paid after a revolution. You remember that? And a revolution has taken place, and should the post-revolutionary government under an obligation to pay the debts incurred by the, let us assume, tyrannical pre-revolutionary government? Yeah? Aristotle didn't answer that question, but he said it is a legal question. But what he meant by it is also there is a certain neutrality, because if the debts were incurred in the interest of the polis as a whole, say for building hospitals, then it is only fair that the city, the post-revolutionary government, pays for it, because that is a lasting improvement which was made possible by that abominable tyrant. But here he was accidentally beneficial. But if he did it in order to pay his bodyguard, his secret police, I will call it, then no. Because then the foreign creditors simply were themselves crooks by having a crook. Yeah? So in other words, here also, that is politically neutral. There are certain things which are politically neutral, and Aristotle is of course not blind to it, but his point is that the important and interesting things are the politically non-neutral things. That is a question of a merely technical, or in particular of a merely economic character, would as such not be politically exciting, let me think. And the great issues are always political, and even on the basis of Marxism, for example, the class struggle is of course a political phenomenon, and the revolution is a political phenomenon. The things about which people can get excited about all kinds of things, even about famine, for example. And surely that can happen under any regime. But the question is how they will take the famine depends very much on how they conceive of the responsibility of the government. Trotsky gives this good example. There were hunger strikes in Russia, in the big cities especially, in 1917 and 1617 and so on. But the actual deprivations were much smaller than those which took place in 18, 19, and 20 after the Bolshevist victory. Now, let us take the facts as stated by Trotsky and not question them. Why did the famine of 1919 not lead to a revolution, whereas the famine of 1917 prepared the revolution? Because of a different attitude of the populace towards the government, towards the Tsarist government on the one hand, and this combination of Bolsheviks and social revolutionaries after the revolution. So the authoritative end, it is that where people in principle, potentially, but necessarily disagree. The political is essentially controversial. It doesn't have to be actually controversial at a given time, but it has this in itself. The derogatory meaning of political. You say, when someone says Adamovsky is political or Daly is political, that's politicking. But what does it mean? It's controversial. It has also to do with the question of persons, but persons who are interested in becoming rulers. The derogatory meaning of politics is connected with an essentially controversial character of political things. That, of course, is also the reason why the political is more exciting. Where all men all agree all the time that it's absolutely unexciting. It would be a good thing if someone would sit down one day and take up, say, from present American usage, the variety of meanings of politics and political, and simply first get a complete list and then try to understand the inner unity and how they, both the positive and the negative judgment on politics are really based on ultimately the same phenomenon, and to see whether this is in any way different from what Aristotle knew about the subject. I believe the basics of phenomenon is the same in spite of the tremendous differences in all externals. There were 2 points, Mr. Gray, where I disapprove of your expressions. You said, when you spoke of the various things, for example, man can be at the same time a soldier and a farmer and a juryman and whatnot. But, you said, a man cannot be at the same time rich and poor. And that's incompatible. And in this connection, you use the expression logically distinct. Logically distinct is, of course, also the juryman from the soldier, even if it is the same person. Clear. The word logic is terribly misused in our time. Sometimes people say, this leads to the logical conclusion, but they simply mean to the conclusion. And what do you mean to say? Or do they mean to say to the necessary conclusion, following from the premise? But that, I believe, would be clearer to say so, necessary than logical. And the other expression which I didn't like was, you said, the true aristocracy, in contradistinction to the so-called aristocracy, is an ideal type. What did you mean by that?
A type that which there's no existing form.
Yeah, but the word ideal type is now used as a technical term within social science. And since it never existed before, we have to comply with usage, you know. Now, what is an ideal type? You must know. You are a specialist in social science.
The ideal type is really taken from Parsons' translation of Max Weber, I think.
So it is taken from Max Weber, yeah. And
it means, well, I suppose in a way it means a kind of taxonomic type. That is, it's a way of classifying things, whether they're examples of these things or not, in such a way that you're able to understand the differences in their sort of fundamental nature or fundamental character. For example, the ideal type of capitalist society or the ideal type of feudal society. It's a kind of abstraction from what you think you know about particular social phenomena.
And this need never have existed in this form. Yeah, but all right, let us go back. It means, the ideal type is a construct. It's a construct of the scientist in order to facilitate study. Now this, of course, goes back to a construct which does not claim to mirror, to imitate, to reproduce what is. And this is naturally not an invention of Max Weber, but has its model in natural science. For example, in optics, the perfectly black body in theoretical optics doesn't exist. It doesn't, but it is, by using it, you can analyze optical phenomena. Now, if one radical, and this thing goes back in a way to Galileo's famous first experiments and the analysis connected with it. Now, if one states it radically, one can say this, one would have to say this. This kind of ideas are things which are impossible in the nature of things. They cannot be. But they are marvelously helpful for understanding what is. You see, from Aristotle's point of view, that was a height of absurdity, that the impossible should be the best key to reality. But it works somehow, at least in the natural sciences, and that is the problem which is a great problem, with which is not we perhaps, but some George should deal. George, I mean in accordance with saying George. Let George read it. But that is really the point. So ideal type is a wholly inappropriate term in any pre-modern things. Now, but the word ideal, as I say, doesn't exist in Plato or in Aristotle. I believe it was coined, the adjective ideal was coined in the 17th century, if I remember well, in connection with certain speculations about paintings and so ideal beauty and so. So it is never used there. But the word which Barker and the others translate by ideal means according to wish or prayer. And there is, of course, implied in that it is not necessarily actual. Otherwise, it would not be as such the object of wish or prayer. This is true, but wish or prayer does not mean, however, the wish or prayer of anyone in his cups, but it means the wish or prayer of a sensible man. Wish or prayer is sensible man. It is essential to the best regime, from Plato's and Aristotle's point of view, that it is not necessarily actual. And that is meant by what I'm saying. But it could be. Plato and Aristotle go out of their way, for example, Plato in the Republic, to say you must show the possibility. If it is not, if the possibility is not proven by the fact that your blueprint is free from contradictions, that is the least, that is only a negative condition. You must show it from the nature of things, the nature of man, the nature of civil society, that it is possible. So these were the only 2 points I have to add to your paper. Now let us turn to a discussion of the text. Books 1 to 3 dealt with the highest matters. Books 4 to 6 are the most technical books of the work. And at the end of the politics, books 7 and 8 deal again with the highest matters. But Aristotle gives the reason why it is necessary to go into the humdrum affairs of politics and not to leave it as these broad and exciting questions he has dealt with hitherto. And he does this first at the beginning, where let us begin to read, let's read the beginning of book 4.
There is a rule which applies to all the practical arts and sciences.
Practical is an addition. In all the arts and the sciences. Practical is implied by Aristotle, but we must distinguish between, we must leave it at what he says, yes?
When they have come to cover the whole of the subject and are no longer engaged in investigating it bit by bit. Each of them separately has to consider the different methods appropriate to the different categories of its subject. For instance, the art of physical training.
Yeah, go on, I'll tell you.
Has to consider, first, which type of training is appropriate to which type of physique. Second, which is the ideal type of training. That is, the training best for a physique with the best endowment and the best equipment. For the ideal type of training must be possibly suitable for such a physique. And third, which is the type of training that can be generally applied to the majority of physiques. For that too is one of the problems to be solved by the art of physical training. Nor is this all. There may be men who want to have physical training but do not want to attain the standard of skill and condition which is needed for competitions. And here the trainer and the gymnastic master have still another duty, to impart the degree of capacity which is all that such want.
Now let us stop here perhaps. And then what he says about the physician, we have that, yeah.
What is true of the art of physical training is obvious true of medicine, or of shipbuilding, tailoring, and all the other arts.
Yeah, now let us stop here. Aristotle begins again, you remember, in the third book, where he had a large number of references to all the sciences and arts. Although we had been warned in book 2 that there is a radical difference between the political things on the one hand and the arts and sciences on the other. Here Aristotle returns to the arts and sciences and assumes a simple parallelism, and which must be true to some extent, otherwise he wouldn't do it. And Aristotle takes his model of political science from the other arts and sciences. But it is very characteristic which arts and sciences he takes. He does not take mathematics or anything of this kind. He takes, as Barker brings out in his translation, by the word practical or productive, but as Aristotle doesn't say explicitly, he wants us to find that out. The practical arts or sciences. Now, he says at the beginning, he says of those which are comprehensive, which are complete and deal with the whole genus and not merely with a part. What he means is, for example, this. There could be a man who makes only women's shoes, yeah? Or perhaps he makes only shoes for limping men. It is possible. And that is not a complete art, because the true shoemaker, the perfect shoemaker who knows the art of shoemaking, would deal with all kinds of shoes. What Aristotle implies is it is possible to some extent to possess an art partly and partially, but there is something artificial about it. It's incomplete. Now, what then do we find in these arts? For example, he takes the example of the gymnastic trainer. You could as well take the shoemaker. Which shoe is useful for which man, for which kind of man? And which is the best shoe? But what does this mean, the best shoe? Can there be the best shoe? Aristotle explains. To him who is by nature best equipped, as to say, who has the best size of his feet, which can have no defects of any kind, and in addition is sufficiently wealthy to pay for the best shoes. This would be the best shoe. And then, which is most suitable to most? The shoe is really a bad example because of the great diversity, I admit that. But I only want to prevent us to limit ourselves too narrowly to the example explicitly chosen by Aristotle. And then someone may, however, for some whim, although he could afford the best gymnastic training, let me say, to have a very special training in a limited way, for some reason or other, the gymnastic trainer must be able to supervise and direct him in that too. So this is the complete master of an art has this variety of activities. The same must be applied to the political science. Political science must have this corresponding variety. Namely, what is the consequence regarding political science? But I ask you to keep this in mind. The model for political science is not a theoretical science, mathematics, physics or so, but the practical arts, crucially important. Not because political science is a practical science, and therefore it has its model to some extent in the other practical science. It cannot have its models in purely theoretical science, where these distinctions either don't apply or are even meaningless. Yes? Hence it is obvious, yeah?
It follows that the study of politics, which belongs to the practical arts and sciences, must be equally comprehensive. First, it has to consider which is the best constitution, and what qualities a constitution must have to come closest to the ideal when there are no external factors to hinder its doing so. Secondly, politics has to consider which sort of constitution suits which sort of civic body. The attainment of the best constitution is likely to be impossible for the general run of states, and the good lawgiver and the true statesman must therefore have their eyes open, not only to what is the absolute best, but also to what is the best in relation to actual conditions. Thirdly, politics has also to consider the sort of constitution which depends upon an assumption.
The Greek word for assumption is hypothesis. And that, in other words, there is something which you may or may not accept. Yeah? Whereas the other things you have to accept, let me say, given conditions. But here we have a special assumption. What is that?
It says the assumption of a lower standard of civic attainment than the absolute.
Yeah, let us read Aristotle instead of Popper. Yeah.
In other words, the student of politics must also be able to study a given constitution, just as it stands, and simply with a view to explaining how it may have arisen, and how it may be made to enjoy the longest possible life. The sort of case which we have in mind is one where a state is neither the ideally best constitution, nor the best constitution possible under the actual conditions, but is only a constitution of an inferior type. Fourthly, and in addition to all these functions, politics has also to provide a knowledge of the type of constitution which is best suited to states in general.
Now let us stop here. So, do you see, politics, to repeat, is the political science follows the model of all the practical arts. It is concerned with the best polity. It is concerned what is best for most, i.e. for those who are not capable, who are prevented from getting the best simply. It is concerned with what is best in the circumstances. And it is concerned with what people happen to desire, we can say. They just have a certain regime. They could have a better one, but for some reasons, perhaps for reasons of inertia, they want to preserve it. And you must also tell them how to do that. You see, this is the general plan of political science as Aristotle understands it. In the discussions, you find frequently the distinction between the idealist Plato and the realist Aristotle. These are modern words which conceal the issue as much as they reveal it, but there is an element of truth in it. But if you would state it more precisely, one would have to say this. Aristotle regards as the most important question, what is the best regime, just as Plato does. But Aristotle is somewhat more concerned with Plato, with the non-best regimes and how to keep them, how to preserve them, how to improve on them. Aristotle's realism, in other words, has nothing whatever to do with a value-free political science. Aristotle is perfectly willing to give people advice who have a very inferior regime as to how they can preserve it. That he thinks, and even as a teacher of political science, must be in a position to do so. But he does it with his eyes open. In other words, he gives these people the advice of how they can preserve an imperfect regime as an imperfect regime. I once compared the difference between present-day social science and its basic idea, and Aristotle is as follows. The value-free study of political institutions would, from Aristotle's point of view, appear like a museum of shoes made by apprentices. Yeah? All kinds of imperfect products of the political art are assembled for inspection. And just as such a museum is a wholly crazy idea, which doesn't, tomorrow morning we may read in the newspaper that some millionaire established such a museum. And that would not refute that what I said. But in itself it is a crazy idea. So that would be the Aristotelian view of a purely theoretical study of the variety of institutions without any regard to better or worse. And I hope I have made clear that Aristotle's so-called realism and his openness to all political phenomena is not only compatible with evaluation, but is based on the evaluation. Because it presupposes, Aristotle would say, if you want to give a realistic account of a given regime, and can't say, and you cannot say what and to what extent, what and in what way it is good or bad, you don't understand anything of it. Think of someone who knows everything about socialized medicine, except in what respects it is good and except in what respect it is bad, he knows nothing. So you have the value judgments which are enlightening, which are the only sources of light in human matters. Now, let us see. Then Aristotle makes clear that this concern with a variety of political phenomena and the variety of defective political phenomena is his specialty, in the way that, in this sense, that he is the one who introduced this as a theme. He does this as a secret. Will you go on, Mr. Ryan?
Fourthly, and in addition to all these functions, politics has also to provide a knowledge of the type of constitution which is best suited to states in general. Most of the writers who treated politics, good as they may be in other respects, fail when they come to deal with matters of practical utility. We have not only to study the ideally best constitution, we have also to study the type of constitution which is practicable.
Why Barker adds ideally best to the perfectly sufficient, the best, I don't know. Because I simply don't know. No light is thrown, no light whatever is thrown on what Aristotle means by best if you add ideally best. You confuse it only. Yes? But Barker is a very good translator otherwise, so don't think that I think that's not meant as a criticism of Barker, but as a criticism of present-day habits. Yes? Yes.
And we have also to study the type of constitution which is practicable, and with it, and equally, the type which is easiest to work and most suitable to states generally. As things are, writers fall into two different classes. Some confine their investigations to the extreme of perfection, which requires a large equipment. The rest, addressing themselves rather to an attainable form, still banish from view the general range of existing constitutions and simply extol the Spartan or some other one constitution. The sort of constitutional system which ought to be proposed is one which men can be easily induced and will be readily able to graft onto the system they already have. It is as difficult a matter to reform an old constitution as it is to construct a new one. As hard to unlearn a lesson as it was to learn it initially. The true statesman, therefore, must not confine himself to the matters we have just mentioned. He must also be able, as we said previously, to help any existing constitution.
Let us stop here. So Aristotle gives his thought now a slightly different turn. The previous political thinkers were concerned much more with regimes to be established than with the operation of regimes. Aristotle does not say that the question of establishment, of founding, is unimportant. It is for him also the most important question, as we shall see later. But on the other hand, we must not neglect that other problem of how to preserve and to improve an established regime. You see, I think we can draw an interesting conclusion from that on present-day political science. The question of foundations has, so to speak, disappeared in spite of Ghana and other places, where we see foundations. But generally speaking, political science is concerned with the working and changes of established regimes. The question of foundations is, however, a very important question, as some of our slightly older teachers still knew. Do you see to whom I refer by this allusion? How was the question of foundation? When was it still discussed, and how? Do you know, well, which is the latest thinker whom you know who discussed it very manifestly? Of whom you know by your own knowledge? Not yet.
Last. Harold Lasky.
You think so? Where?
Of course, with his discussion of pluralism and
Yeah, but is this not rather how to develop the existing democracy into something better? No, I didn't think of that thing.
Underwater.
Pardon? Did you do that? You mean in this country? Is it? No, I'm sorry. You are very right to laugh because my expression was much too elliptical to be sensible. No, but I didn't hear what you said.
But it was not his wife working on the Federalist.
Yeah, that is the interesting thing. Because this country, which is as a political being of very recent origin, but the foundation is remembered, founding fathers. You cannot speak of the founding fathers of England or France or Germany or Italy. That is true. America that is an amazing thing. The foundation of a political society and of a large and very powerful political society is very near in time to us in this country, but not elsewhere. Still, now let us go one step further. The Federalist Papers were concerned with foundations in a very practical way. But I was thinking of such people like Locke, for example. All these men who talked about the state of nature and the social contracts, the transition into civil society, that was a question of foundation. They did not discuss it in terms of the foundation, namely, for example, of the qualities required of the founder. They were more concerned with the question how to distinguish between a just foundation, by contract, and an unjust foundation, say by force. But still, the question of the foundation was very much alive. But the general tendency in the 19th and 20th century has been to replace the question of the foundation and of the origins by the thought of the continuous tradition, and even in the analysis of affairs in this country, you may know that there are people who say that the American Revolution was not a revolution. I suppose you have heard that, yeah? Which in former ages would have been regarded as manifest nonsense, yeah? Because certain British institutions and important British institutions were preserved in the change, but it was surely a break with the past. You cannot abolish hereditary nobility without effecting a revolution, to say nothing of the king. To come back to Aristotle's point, the question of preservation and improvement of existing regimes is also very important. That is the new point of Aristotle, you can say. So the foundation and the establishment is important, everyone saw. And that was reflected in the popular notions. The founder was a heroic being, a mythical being. And no statesman, however great, not even Pericles, could become the object of such dedication and devotion as Theseus, the founder of Athens, and so on. But on the other hand, is it simply true that people have completely neglected the question of the improvement of established regimes prior to Aristotle? I mean, I'm not speaking now of practitioners who, of course, were always concerned also with that, but theoreticians. Do you know of any discussion of improvement as distinct from foundation? Prior to Aristotle?
Xenophon's own tyranny?
Yeah. And also his ways and means. These are ways and means. It deals with an improvement of the Athenian democracy. Yeah? Explicit theoretical discussion. Sure. But still, Xenophon did it in application to particular cases. He did not do it in the universality in which Aristotle does this. Now let us go on where we left off, because that is the key passage regarding, on the other hand, we have this already. In the sequel, Aristotle goes...
I mean, he can't do so unless he knows how many different kinds of constitution there are.
Yeah, is this not evident that if you want to have a comprehensive knowledge of both founding and improving and preserving of regimes, you must know all the kinds of regimes. Otherwise your knowledge would not be universal. Yes?
As things are, we find people believing that there is only one sort of democracy or oligarchy. This is an error. To avoid that error, we must keep in mind the different varieties of each constitution. We must be aware of their number and of the number of different ways in which they are constituted. Making the same effort of discrimination, the student of politics should also learn to distinguish the laws which are absolutely best from those which are appropriate to each constitution.
No, Aristotle enlarges now, or specifies now what he has said before. These 3 pages are the 3 statements of Aristotle of what political science is about. We have seen that the best regime, which regime suits whom, and what to do in order to preserve a given regime even if it is not the best for the people concerned. And now Aristotle adds another point, which is by no means irrelevant. Yes?
We use the phrase appropriate to each constitution.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, you have read it. The other point being laws. The student of political science cannot limit himself to the study of the regimes, he must also study the laws. Laws in the widest sense. Customs, usages are included, that is not distinguished here. Yes?
Laws, as distinct from the frame of the Constitution, are the rules by which the magistrates should exercise their powers and should watch and check transgressors. It follows that this conception of the relation between laws and constitution, that we must always bear in mind the varieties of each constitution and the number of these varieties, also in order to be able to enact the laws appropriate to each. It is assumed that there is not a single form of democracy or a single form of oligarchy, but a number of varieties of either. The same laws cannot possibly be equally beneficial to all oligarchies or to all democracies.
You know, you omitted something. No. There is one point which is especially important.
A constitution may be defined as...
Before. One must make the laws with a view to the regimes, and in fact all make their laws with a view to the regime. So that is not merely an advice given by Aristotle, but that is the general fact. Nowhere do people lay down laws except with a view to the regimes. Disregarding as uninteresting that there are politically neutral laws. We know that, we have disposed of that. But they make never the regimes with a view to the laws. The regime is a fundamental fact, not the law. For a regime is, yes? What does it say?
For constitution, but laws are made to suit constitutions, and not constitutions made to suit laws.
Yeah. Go on.
The reason is this. A constitution may be defined as an organization of offices in the state, by which the method of their distribution is fixed. The sovereign authority is determined, and the nature of the end to be pursued by the association and all its members is prescribed.
Yeah, you see how important. I mean, to begin with, it could seem as simply a legal understanding of constitution when he says in which way the ruling offices are to be distributed. For example, the executive should be one man. The legislative body should consist of two parts, and the judiciary should have this and this character. But it also says, and that is the difference between Aristotle and the present-day notion of constitution, the regime also says who is or what is the authoritative, meaning the authoritative element. Now, where do you find that in the American Constitution? The other you find throughout, what he said first. But where do you find the statement in the American Constitution, the statement, what is the authoritative element?
What about the first sentence of the freedom?
Absolutely. That seems trivial, but that's decisive. And that is no longer necessarily to be stated in any document, but that exists anywhere. And also when Aristotle speaks of the ruling offices, how they are to be distributed, you must not forget that according to Aristotle, what corresponds to the present-day right to vote, namely the seat in the popular assembly, is of course an office. And what an office? A lifelong office. Yeah? A lifelong office. And now we come to the third. What is the end of each association? Means of each political association, whatever the political association question may be. What about that? Where is it? That also occurs in preambles, doesn't it? Yes, but Aristotle has also in mind something which is not necessarily expressed in any preamble, because either people are not very eloquent, or they may not be perfectly frank. You may have seen some of these European constitutions which came up after the First World War, where all kinds of promises were made, which were practically meaningless. You know, this kind of thing that was politically meaningless. So the end would appear in the actual life of the community. Or more precisely, if you understand what the authoritative element is, you have already understood the end. But how can you say you have understood the end when you know the authoritative element is the people? How can you understand the end from that? What does Aristotle say? He is constantly concerned with this simple question. Why does the indication of the authoritative element, or as we say, the sovereign, tell us the most important thing about the end pursued by the society as a whole?
Well, any society is formed to pursue the good of some good. And if you know the authoritative person or group in the society, then it's their good which the society is formed to pursue.
Yes, very good. But can you link it up with the immediate discussion here, as you have heard it?
Well, whoever
But the question was, how does the people in the preamble of the Constitution tell us anything about the end?
Well, it's for the good of all the people, not just...
That's not Aristotle's way. Aristotle would say people is an ambiguous term. There are many sorts of peoples. Yeah? The demos can be of this kind, of that kind, of that kind. And therefore we have to go into the details. We have to spell out what kind of people, in what form articulate, the people is articulated. Then we know, for example, whether there is a preponderance of the urban population of the rural, or vice versa, and all this kind of thing. Once we understand that, we have understood the end. And for this reason, the so-called Constitution, to use this very inadequate translation, the Constitution is a way of life. A constitution is not, in a modern sense, is not a way of life. It is a legal document. Or perhaps it is other arrangements, the basic arrangements regarding the government. How can this be a way of life if the government does not merely mean the present administration? Yeah? That is not very characteristic. But the kinds of administrations which predominate throughout as long as the regime lasts, yeah? And if we know that they are after all elected, yeah? They are not, therefore it goes down to the people. And we must look at the people and its articulation and which part is higher in rank than the other. Now, present-day social science, political science is, of course, in its way aware of it. I mean, for example, it's a reflection on stratifications of society. Yeah? The notion of opinion leaders. They all refer to the non-democratic elements which are essential to the working of a modern democracy. And they give you the details, and out of that you can gradually reach an understanding, first, how sovereignty is articulated, since it surely doesn't rest in one man or one body of men in a country like the United States. And then you can also see what their objective is. Or since there is a great variety of objectives, which kind of objectives has the right of way in a pinch? Yeah? Because, you know, in very leisurely times where there are no real issues, anything can, the outcome of a boxing match can create much more excitement than any political problem. So the end, the fact that every authoritative part, whichever it may be, has necessarily an overall objective, an end, links up the two definitions of regime as an order of ruling offices, and regime is a way of life. It is both at the same time. Yes?
Aristotle's terms with the Declaration of Independence be more of the Constitution of the United States than the so-called Constitution?
No, it would be, I think it would be much too general for that. It would only, the Declaration of Independence would only be, how shall I say, a possible preamble to a constitution. But you know, you must not forget the Declaration of Independence does not even settle the issue of monarchy versus republic. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I think it's, yes.
Pardon?
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah, so it's much too general.
Yet establishes ends which a government...
Yeah, sure, but still, but what these things mean, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, what they mean operatively depends very much what kind of people are authoritative in society. I refer to this fact, and I don't hesitate to repeat that. In such a society as ours, things are infinitely more complex than Aristotle understood them. The theoretical expression of that is a distinction between state and society. People may be socially prominent, yeah, and by which I mean not only social register, but also, for example, as physicists or so, yeah, non-politically prominent, and the politically prominent may be entirely different people, yeah. Aristotle, by the way, is not wholly unaware of this possibility of bifurcation, but he would say the normal case is that the socially prominent are the politically prominent. Yeah? That only the distinction between public and private, as we have it in modern times, permits the radical distinction between the politically prominent and the socially prominent. I discussed this, no, I didn't do it in this class. One could show this, the theoretical argument is extremely simple, and I will state it in a few words. For Aristotle, the end of man, in the light of which all these, even the technicalities of things, is virtue, human excellence. And human excellence is identical or almost identical with happiness, yeah? According to Aristotle. So, that means it is a function of civil society to make its members, those of its members who are capable of it, virtuous and therewith happy. The modern liberal state is based on the premise that happiness is not identical with virtue, or more precisely, that happiness is absolutely subjective. Yeah? My happiness consists in what makes me happy. That may differ from individual to individual, and even within the same individual, from one day to another. Yeah? Happiness is out of the question. Therefore, you cannot say that the function of civil society consists in making men virtuous or happy. But you can't leave it at simple, thoughtless acceptance of whichever regime might have been established. You must find principles. How can you do that? The answer, while happiness is absolutely subjective, the conditions of happiness are objective. Meaning this, however you might understand happiness, you must live to be happy. Furthermore, you must have the possibility of circulation, yeah? I.e. liberty. And you must have some say, precisely because your notion of happiness differs from mine or from any other. No one can impose it upon you. That is liberty, the right to define happiness as you want it. And of course you must have the right to pursue happiness. Yeah? That is an objective condition. However you understand the happiness, you want happiness as you understand it, you must have the right to pursue it. It's the formula of the Declaration of Independence. So you build a society dedicated to the guarantee of life, liberty, happiness of each. The actual happiness must be found by each himself. It's no longer a public affair. That means two things at the same time. Since what we crave is not the pursuit of happiness, but the enjoyment, the possession of happiness, the true fulfillment is beyond politics. Now, these individuals pursuing either in isolation or in associations, their happiness as they understand it, is called society with a capital S, in contradistinction to the state. The state guarantees only the conditions of it. So from this point of view, society is higher than the state, because enjoyment of happiness is higher than the pursuit of happiness. But on the other hand, happiness is hopelessly subjective, and the conditions of happiness, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, are objective. They are universally valid, however you understand happiness. the state or the government does retain a higher dignity, because somehow what is universally valid is more respected than what is conceivably a mere idiosyncrasy of an individual or of many individuals. That is, and Aristotle doesn't know that situation at all. That's the difference. Now, from this distinction between state and society, it necessarily follows that the social hierarchy does not have to be the political hierarchy. An external sign is that the job of the politician or statesman may be despised. Once you have this distinction. And people may take their bearings much more by Anne Sothern than by Mamie Eisenhower. Or take any other example you like. Yeah? In other words, the White House is not necessarily what the court was, still is, in a way, in England, There's two stratifications converge. Yeah? The seat, the authority even regarding manners, the authority regarding manners, and the authority regarding political actions coincide. That was the older. Today they have become, in a modern democracy, completely separated. And one must point that out because that is one of the blocks between us and Aristotle which make it difficult for us to understand it. But on the other hand, Aristotle brings out the importance of the political element with such a power that it is practically indispensable for us to study Aristotle, that we do not fall into that pitfall, which is so common, that we say, well, the political organization, that is just one of the end parts of the people in which society expresses itself. It is much more than that. And Aristotle is very helpful, I think, in bringing that out. Some other reasons too, but this is one which is fairly visible. Yes. So it makes it, yes.
Before you go on to that, you just made a point about Aristotle's classifications of various types of meanings.
Yes.
He wants more precision in the way we're going to study this subject. It seems to me that in doing this, he's really going beyond common sense, is he not? He's going beyond what people sort of standing around the courthouse would talk about, right?
Yeah.
In this sense, he seems to me to be doing something which is very much akin to the modern social scientist. That is, he's creating a technical language.
But he doesn't do that. I mean, you must say when he says the first, there is nothing technical about first, second, third, and fourth.
Well, there is something in that it goes beyond common sense. It is a more precise way.
Yeah.
It's really a matter of degrees, is it not?
No, I would say the Aristotelian exactness and the prevalent notion of exactness are different in kind. Therefore, I make this remark that Aristotle understands by exactness the greatest attention to the important detail. And exactness has in itself nothing to do with universally valid laws, nor with numerical rules. That may come in, may be important in given situations, but it's not necessary. Acribia exactness means to look closely at the thing as it is, in its fullness. You see, one could say that modern social science, generally, I mean, there are always exceptions, but the general tendency is a kind of formalism, which is incompatible with genuine exactness, as Aristotle means, namely attentiveness to the specific. But I will answer your question as well as I can, as completely as I can. Aristotle's procedure is, of course, of some complexity, but it is not a complexity which is not susceptible of being unraveled. he wants to have this overall survey of regimes, because we have to know that, otherwise we don't know whether we do not arbitrarily limit ourselves to a part of what is politically important. And therefore he needs a principle guaranteeing exhaustiveness. And that is numeric, or quasi-numeric. One, a few, many. And good and bad, you remember. So you get the six regions. And Aristotle makes it clear immediately. That's a merely numerical distinction. The few and the many is accidental. It is a necessary accident, if you will, but it doesn't give you the substance of it. When you hear the few and are a babe in the woods, I mean, I've never looked at political things. God knows what you could think of the few. Perhaps there are also few very low officials, maybe there are perhaps only 5 or 10 in a whole country. There are also few. Yeah? And fewness as fewness, it doesn't mean anything. The few are the rich. The many are the poor. Oh, then some substance comes in. Yeah? You remember? And then he goes even beyond that. And what he does in Book 4 is to some extent what I said on a former occasion. He starts from what everyone admits, who has any inkling of politics in a city, but I think not only in a city, and that is that there are two groups to which you cannot possibly belong at the same time. And they have a certain antagonism which may be latent for a long time, but which is nevertheless an antagonism. And that are the rich and the poor. I think you see traces of it even today, if you look around. So that we can take as a example. The rich and the poor, and if the rich rule, that's oligarchy, and if the poor rules, democracy. Simple. And then he tries to show that both are unsatisfactory for certain reasons, and therefore he tries to find a mean, and that is what we call the polity. I mentioned that in a higher mean, aristocracy. We come to that later. Good. But let us return to the surface in Athens. Yeah? A struggle between the demagogues who want to milk the rich, and the rich who say that is simple robbery. Whether that robbery is done by a decision in the assembly or by highwaymen makes no difference. Only an external. You know this kind of thing, you sometimes hear of that even today. So that's really massive things. How does Aristotle, I mean, this is common sense, yeah? Political common sense. How do we reach a higher level? Yeah? Aristotle reaches a higher level by listening a bit more, a bit longer to what common sense is. Now what does he hear? People do not merely talk of we want to milk the rich. That's it, never say. The rich say, someone in his cups might say, but that is not how people talk. They use much nicer phrases. We deserve it. We are the fighting force of the country. And the rich would of course say, but we pay the taxes, or the equivalent of that in ancient times. But then there is something else. Where is the difference between the oligarchs and democrats becomes relatively unimportant. There is a war, and the war must be won, because it may very well be a war where the loss means enslavement of the whole city. There are such situations. So they all have to stand together or hang together. Then, it's the general. Of course, the general can win. A competent general, a courageous man, resourceful, and what the other qualities are. Yeah? Similar qualities, praiseworthy qualities, are needed also in other fields, for example, judges. Everyone can be accused of a murder, rich or poor. And he would like to be confronted if he is innocent. He would like to have an honest and impartial judge. Yeah? And there is a general interest. It's not no sophistication to speak of is required in order to see that it is generally preferable to have honest and impartial judges rather than corrupt and partial judges. Another set of qualities. And so on and so on. So you get a certain notion which can be summarized old-fashionedly but still intelligently as follows. The polis needs virtue. And especially the man who has ruling offices should be virtuous men. Now, that I think is something which is said and believed all the time. You say decent man, you say responsible man, I don't care, but you mean that same thing. Everyone admits that. At least no one can publicly say the opposite without ruining himself politically. That's enough. And because it's a clear indication that the denial is incompatible with political life. Then, however, we see occasionally this. We have, say, a presidential candidate or a senatorial candidate, doesn't make any difference, who is very good. I mean, he will choose the right, will have a wise policy, generally speaking. You can trust him. Yeah? He will be wise. And then there are some people, I wouldn't trust him. Not because he would make an unwise policy, but because his only reason is that this policy pays politically for him. Do you see my point? That's a somewhat subtle distinction whether someone is merely a shrewd calculator who sees that a certain external decency is indispensable, and someone where you really trust him and say he wouldn't be a crook, even if a crookedness would pay. That may not be quite as popular as the first point, but you cannot say that it's a very far-fetched thing. Quite a few people understand that as a man who's really honest. So once you become aware of that distinction between the practically sufficient appearance of honesty, yeah, and genuine honesty, if you try to articulate that, you will come to this view. There is a virtue which is mercenary, because it pays. And then there is also such a thing as genuine virtue. That's not a philosophical invention. I mean, when you say in ordinary terms, it's always intelligible, he says, he will do the right thing because it is right. I mean, that may be a very insufficient expression on analysis, but it is something intelligent. He regards right as more important than any other consideration. People understand that. Now, Aristotle says, yeah, this distinction between genuine virtue and mercenary virtue is the decisive distinction. If virtue is so important, we must look at virtue with particular care, and then we must attach accordingly the greatest importance to genuine virtue. From this it follows necessarily, without any logical slip, that the only politically good regime would be one in which the genuinely virtuous man rule. I think the argument of Plato and Aristotle regarding this point is unbeatable as long as we talk politically, to say nothing of other considerations. But then other considerations come in very powerful considerations which we have alluded to last time. The importance of number, the importance of wealth, and the incredible fact that the greatest political wisdom, the greatest statesmanship, can go together with a very low grade of private morality. It's distressing that sometimes the most virtuous and respectable men are not the politically wisest men in society, and vice versa. I don't know whether you know the book by Duff Cooper on Talleyrand. That is very instructive from this point of view. Talleyrand led a very dissolute life. Yeah, I mean, women and also money. A rather terrible thing. But, if the facts as presented by Doug Cooper, who is not a complete novice in political matters, as you know, shows that Talleyrand was the most far-sighted statesman which France possessed from the French Revolution beginning until, say, 1840, roughly. And he adhered always to this policy, did his best in order to get it through. His advice was usually disregarded. The disregard was always punished politically. So he really was vindicated in his policy. That happens. That creates a complication. What will you do in such a case? Yeah? That's one of the difficulties. There are many others. And therefore, the aristocracy, which at the first go is the most sensible suggestion, proves to be not so sensible because it doesn't make sufficient allowance for the complicated character of human affairs. Then you have to go on. But you see, there is not a single point in this whole argument which is not immediately intelligible to anyone, say, older than 20 years, who has taken any interest at any time in political matters. No science, ordinary political experience. That is what Aristotle does. That in order, for example, you say democracy. Switzerland is a democracy, United States are a democracy. They have different constitutions and you can compare that and so on. But you can also travel in the United States and travel in Switzerland and just look at things, how things are done. There is a rather different spirit. Switzerland is perhaps the most Victorian country you know what the word Victorian means, in existence. As the United States are no longer a Victorian country. Both are democracies, but they are somehow different democracies. And since the difference does not concern merely a pure technicality, how they choose their dog catchers here or there, but something of importance for the whole spirit of the society, it is an essential difference. And therefore let us try to establish by observation, perhaps even by counting, if that can be useful in a certain field, what the difference is. That's what Aristotle does. And Aristotle would say if the electorate is 90% rural, and if the electorate on the other hand is 40% rural, gives the democracy a different shape. I believe the students of American history, to which I do not belong, could give you empirical evidence from this country that this is true. This is true. And you are perfectly right. Aristotle, as well as any other man theoretically dealing with politics, must transcend the horizon of the citizen and even of the first-rate statesman. That is true. But the question is how he transcends it. I have been reading in former years Churchill, for example, and of whom I happen to be a great admirer. And Churchill is an eminently reflected man, as you know, and thoughtful man. And a political scientist can learn from him for his concrete work immensely many things. In all fields, really. But when he comes to questions of principle, the highest question, he states them with a great force, as he always does these things, but so that I believe every one of us, when reading them, would immediately see, that is in a very general way plausible, but we would see so many objections. This cannot be the principle, ultimately. Churchill didn't take that step. He couldn't take a step as a statesman, I would say, because then things would become so complex and he would have to do something which he at a certain time in his life refused to do. Now, I will try to state what I mean. I repeat only what I said in the first meeting, but it will now be a bit clearer, I hope. Here is the citizen or statesman. I don't make a distinction. And here are the things at which he looks, the political thing. What Aristotle does is to look beyond that wall, but in the same direction. Same direction. He leaves this untouched. He doesn't say your distinction between democracy and oligarchy is folklore. He says it is not sufficiently precise. So we have to make it more precise. And he proves it to them by appealing to things which they know from their political experience. The position of the social scientist in the modern sense, and I repeat again, not every present-day political scientist is a social scientist in the modern sense, because fortunately there is a kind of inertia which has also its good things, that a certain tradition is preserved, although no longer 100% believed in. I mean, I could mention names out of the profession to illustrate it, but that would be most improper. And therefore, so the social scientist in the modern sense stands here, and he looks at that from the outside. Therefore, he cannot accept the concepts which the citizen and statesman uses, and which Aristotle merely refines. He has to coin new concepts in order to understand it. And all the famous terminology of social science, by which some people succeed in stating the most elementary things which every child knows in a language which only initiates or inmates of those institutions. Initiates reminded me of inmates, I apologize. That's it. In other words, the question of the terminology is not an accidental thing with which we may take issue on so-called aesthetic grounds. That would be really irrelevant. The main point is that the starting point is different. They, as it were, try to talk about political matters as if they did not know much more about them than they do. I mean, it's the most radical form, which you find not in present-day social scientists, but that you have to study the philosophic tradition behind it. It really means the whole enterprise is based on a universal doubt, as Descartes at the beginning of this whole thing said. We doubt all our primary awareness of the world. Universal doubt, jump out of that whole and begin absolutely at the beginning. Now the beginning, as now understood, is of course sense data. If you are very strict, you can't speak of a human being, but you have to understand what does it mean. You have certain sense data, and they are interpreted as a human being, or maybe as a table, maybe as a dog, and you would have to understand the legitimacy of this interpretation, really truly to give an account of why you can speak of human beings. But to say it more simply, political science may be, or social science may be methodically sophisticated in an incredible way. Its basis is always common sense, and it makes an arbitrary distinction between the kind of common sense it rejects and the kind of common sense it preserves. The simple example is this. No one was ever told in any social science course, excuse this universal statement based on no empirical evidence, but and no one was ever told in any social scientific course how to tell a human being from a being which is not human. Never. And yet all social science investigations presuppose, of course, that everyone knows how to do it. I mean, think of it. You are supposed to find out what is thought about, say, the election. Well, you would naturally ask human beings, not stones. And you know how to distinguish them. How did they learn to distinguish them? Not in any classroom. In a very mysterious way, admittedly mysterious way. But if that mysterious way of distinguishing between human beings and non-human beings didn't exist, human life would be impossible. Anything we do would be impossible. And however difficult it may be to give a rational or philosophical account of that, if we do not trust it, we are absolutely lost. You do not agree with me?
Well, I just thought that in some courses in sociology this was discussed.
Oh, I'm sorry. And in which form, may I ask?
In terms of society, human society being able to have certain ends.
Being?
In terms of human society being able to have certain ends, whereas animal society not.
Aha, here's the and in other words, bees in a beehive have no end. Yeah?
Not collectively, except, well, they do perhaps in terms of preserving life, other ants or others, but not in terms of how they communicate with
But
others.
is this observation truly the basis of our in fact distinguishing in everyday life between human beings and non-human beings? That was an attempt to make clear what the essential difference between man and non-man is. But I must also tell you that whoever the teacher was who made that, the predominant view in the social sciences is that there is no essential difference between men and brutes, only a difference of degrees. And I made allowance for this kind of thing. I say there is fortunately a considerable amount of old-fashioned simple common sense surviving. That's clear. Otherwise, that's clear. Therefore, much useful work is done in the social science. I'm only concerned with a fundamental, methodologically conscious approach to social matters, which is now most vocal. Yes.
May I go back to the beginning and ask a question in relation to modern social science and Aristotle? Earlier you said that, according to Aristotle, it's impossible to give a realistic account of existing regimes without knowing what is good and bad.
Yeah.
And your analogy was socialized medicine.
For example, yeah.
Well, I can see clearly how you could show the effects and the consequences of socialized medicine without saying whether a particular political system should adopt socialized medicine. I think the same thing would apply to the regime.
Yeah, but what are the effects? I mean, would you not eventually, at the end of your long inquiry, give a listing? At least you have it in your mind. These are the advantages. These are the disadvantages of socialized medicine. If you would not be able to distinguish between the two, one could say you have collected a large number of material regarding socialized medicine, but strictly speaking, you know nothing about it. I mean, you look at it, any social problem has this character. What speaks in favor of it? What speaks against it? What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages? To come back to what Aristotle means, it is impossible to give a realistic description of a regime without having some notion, maybe dim and hazy, of its good and its bad quality. It's impossible. Not going into the subtle question, which I don't want to take up, that when you, of course, never mention every individual feature. Yeah? That's infinite, innumerable, impossible. You select, and what you select is already guided by considerations of advantages and disadvantages. I'm not speaking of that. But you cannot do it. For example, if you give a description of a particularly ugly man, yeah, and avoiding carefully every term which conveys praise or blame, the reader who understands this social science statement will of course recognize that this is a description of a very ugly man, and he will be amused by the circumlocutory language which you use. You cannot, if you have a subject matter which by its nature calls for being judged, by which I do not mean moral condemnation necessarily, but it can be very cool and much judged in terms of good or bad. You don't give a realistic description. The extreme case, try to give a description of a concentration camp or of a Soviet labor camp in perfectly neutral terms. What is impossible? All methodological refinement cannot dispose of the simple fact that human phenomena have this quality of being judgeable. It amounts in effect that you speak about things, about spades, without calling them spades. And that's unrealistic. And what is an entirely different question is someone, for example, I could easily see a man take a Soviet labor camp and say, of course, there are all kinds of bestialities going on there, as they have to, but they are justified by a broader consideration. That is not value-free. That is only a somewhat broader value consideration. This is a deplorable thing. We have to do it for a very good thing. Without these remarks, the whole thing is, how shall I say, the most stupid, red tape-ish bureaucrat couldn't do good. To speak about human things means to speak of better and worse. That there are, in given cases, you can just say there are so many people in this room. It's a purely arithmetic statement, yeah? There is no so-called value judgment involved in that. But when you say, on the other hand, for example, if you say, this man is 6 feet high, another one is 4 feet high, an adult. You can say purely numerical, but you can't help saying that's a tall man and that's a particularly short man, and that has important human implication, as you probably know. Yeah. So that's with other things too. I think whenever, in very limited areas, for very limited purposes, one can avoid that. And I would surely not advise to make value judgments by hook and by crook, because in many cases a prudent man would abstain from value judgment because of the complexity of the situation. But the complexity of the situation consists not in the difficulty of making value judgments, but in the difficulty of reconciling antagonistic value judgments on the same subject. To take the simple case of a war, in some cases it is really difficult to say from a political, not merely legal point of view, who is just in beginning the war and who is not. Yeah. But they're not because value judgments are impossible, they are very much possible. But the situation is so complex that an overall value judgment is impossible here. You can only say, there is a very beautiful example of that in David Hume, who is uncontestable authority for the people of your persuasion. And though he, of course, believed in value judgments, as you know, and in his description of the Wars of the Roses, that is a magnificent statement about a situation in which an impartial judge would be absolutely unable to settle the question. Is the case for the House of York? I mean, I do not know to what extent the facts of Hume are correct, that I am not able to judge. But I'm speaking only of his statement. Such a case is at least thinkable. The case for the House of York was this. The case for the House of Lancaster was that. Impossible to decide. But based on both sides, on value judgment, this was right, this was wrong, and this was to the common good, and so on and so on. That, I think, is one. Yes?
Just to ask another question. Since you had to answer so long, on first, the long-arm inmate looking out, I think I will ask one more about common sense, because it seems to me that Aristotle really distinguished Aristotle is trying to describe, and the science of politics, which this thing involves, is based upon common sense, and particular use of common sense. It seems to me that modern social scientists, and I'm using, as you're using it, that is a small hardcore of people radically outlawed.
But the only ones who talk explicitly about the methodological problem. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
We'll take, most of these people are probably philosophers, for the most part, who really make this explicit. But it seems to me that the modern science and modern social science is an extension of common sense in a way. And that it seems to me that what you're doing is you're saying that there's a kind of quantum leap between common sense as Aristotle is using it and science. To me, it seems to be a long continuum of development of making more and more precise certain sorts of ideas and bringing in new ideas and making these precise. And these scientific ideas become matters of common sense. There's a kind of feedback upon this. Therefore, I'm saying that common sense is more and more refined in the way Aristotle was trying to refine it by science. See? So I really am questioning whether there is this kind of quantum leap. Therefore, on this basis, I think you can justify the position of the social scientists, not the extremists, but the ordinary, run-of-the-mill social scientists.
Yeah, no, the ordinary social scientists, I mean, the common sense social scientists, especially political scientists, you might know so much better, that is a very simple and unproblematic thing. That would never, I mean, one might disagree in a detail, but in principle that is perfectly above board and no question. But still, this question of common sense which you raise is an absolutely legitimate and important one. It is a very crude expression which is permissible and even necessary at the beginning of any discussion. Now, how can I explain it? In the first place, the term common sense stems from Aristotle. And in Aristotle, there is a very limited meaning. We have a sense of touch. That's one sense. Then we have the sense of touch, and we have the sense of sight, for example, and also other senses. Now, when I sense that honey is yellow and sweet, two heterogeneous senses, that cannot be the sense of sight. It cannot be alone. It cannot be the sense of taste alone. Somewhere the senses commune. That's the common sense. And what Aristotle tries to show is, for example, that awareness of distances, of size, presupposes the cooperation of a variety of senses. That's the common sense has the meaning. I do not know how common sense took on the meaning which it has now. It must have taken it on at least at the end of the 18th century when there came a Scotch school of common sense where it has this meaning more as it is now. But what do we mean, disregarding the history of the term, what do we mean by it now? Now that's the old story. The science, let us not fool ourselves about it. It's not social science, not even biology, but physics, theoretical physics. Now, what is the thing in terms of theoretical physics? And you have perhaps read in writers like Whitehead a description of how this would have to be described in terms of physics. Yeah? The thing as thing wouldn't be there. The thing as understood by the theoretical physicist is no longer the thing as we see it, touch it, and mean it and use it. You see, what you say, that is in a way our fundamental problem to which you allude. Up to the 18th century inclusively. The greatest document of that is, the last great document of that is Kant. is the view that modern science is the perfection of our natural understanding of the world, i.e. that Newton was only more consistent than we are in ordinary life. Yeah, we talk about causation all the time. Yeah. He X killed Y, that's cause is effect. But the coherent exposition in the term of a cosmological system was achieved by Newton. You know. To come back, the scientific understanding of the world is a perfection of the natural understanding of the world. But then certain things happened, especially in the second half of the 19th century, in our century, which made that doubtful. Namely, all Newtonian things can still be expressed fundamentally in terms of what we know primarily in ordinary life. I mean, not the laws, but the laws have to be expressed mathematically, but there is a clear way to that. But if you take the thesis of the theory of relativity, the space-time continuum, the essential difference between space and time loses its significance, then it is no longer possible to assign something knowable from ordinary human experience to these concepts. Now the term which they use is this. They say now these definitions are all operational. They do no longer indicate what the thing is. But you use them in your reckonings and they lead you to results which are sound, as is shown by the fact that common sense experience tells you that, say, a bridge built according to such prescription is a bridge and doesn't collapse, and to say nothing of rocket. Another way of putting it is that these expressions, as the fundamental concepts, have the character of symbols. And are no longer. I mean, when I speak of tree as tree, that you can say the word is a symbol, sure, but the symbol can always be a symbol, the coin, rather the banknote. It can always be cashed. You can, someone, well, what do you mean by tree? Yeah, but this is also a tree, and then someone will, oh, that's the tree, even if he cannot give any definition of it, but he has a certain sufficient clarity on the basis of sense perception. That's no longer possible of the fundamental concepts of post-classical physics. And therefore, it was, and this is perhaps the most important theoretical development of the last 100 years. The people became aware of that modern science is not simply the perfection of our natural understanding of the world, but a specific modification of it. In what that modification consists is a very difficult problem, and there are very few thinkers who have been concerned with it. But somehow it is underlying, of course, a great difference between logical positivism of today and Mill's innocent empiricism. Mill did not know that as a logical positivists know it in their way. That is their merit. That they know that there is something which can no longer be understood simply by assent from ordinary understanding. What the logical positivists do is that they try, and I think that is putting the cart before the horse, that they try to give an account of common sense understanding in terms of this derivative understanding active in modern science. I believe that as far as I know these things, and all these things are not only second-hand, this kind of understanding, which becomes obvious in present-day physics, was implied already from the very beginning. But it did not come to a clear break, but at a fairly advanced stage at the time. So therefore, these things one has to take also into consideration. And I think in some ways the social sciences are more obviously revealing than the natural sciences because of the particularly glaring contrast between the methodology, if applied to social matters, and the social matters themselves. And the fact that in the natural sciences, the checks are cashed, you know, I mean, if they work. And in the social sciences, we are told we will gradually get a social science as scientific and as effective as natural science is a check which has never been cashed. It's a mere promissory note without any backing of the bank, and it will never be cashed. It is a wild goose chase. That is the reason for our difference. Well, of course, one would have to go into details, and I remember we had one discussion. Here in a seminar, a colleague of mine, a very good friend of mine, who has a great liking for your kind of people, and but we are nevertheless friends. I put him to the question: can you give me a single relevant fact which has been discovered by scientific political science? And he gave me two, of which I remember only one. But I assure you, that is not a selective memory. They were of the same caliber, and that doesn't make any difference. At the beginning of the Second World War, people in Washington believed you could not station Negro soldiers in the South. I believe it was that. And then a social scientist in Washington has a bright idea of making an investigation in the South, and he saw that these officers in Washington simply had forgotten that certain changes had taken in the South, and what would have been impossible perhaps 50 years ago or 30 years ago was probably possible now. Now, to which I can only say this: that is a mere accident that this was done by a social scientist. And a journalist could have had this, or any political experienced man could have had this notion, and the particular forms, there are the testing by Joseph Alsop or someone else, is in principle as good as that. I mean, if that is what the discoveries of the natural scientists are really breakthroughs, the dimensions of reality come to sight which formerly have not been there, as you cannot call this a breakthrough. I don't know what someone else would say for really startling changes, and I mean changes which are not merely ideas fashionable for 5 or 10 years, like that of this, the people who made the authoritarian personality studies. You must have heard of that. About 20 years ago, that was a fashion. That you must make personality studies, and there is a democratic personality and then an autocratic, or I don't know, forgot, or the totalitarian personality. And the examples which I heard were really disgustingly stupid. They were based on a simple freezing of a certain extreme, quote, liberal, unquote, views, and it was only a disguised form of political propaganda. So in other words, a father who was somewhat stern to his naughty child was branded as an autocratic personality. They had never heard of very stern Democrats who had been very stern part of money. This kind of thing. Today that's forgotten, and they're old, but at 15 years ago that was looked up as a great breakthrough. That I wouldn't count. This kind of thing I wouldn't count. And whether such things as Freud can be called a specific social science breakthrough is another question. But even if one grants it, it is really, there are quite a few problems. And the attempts to apply it politically are not something to boast of. And, but then the examples would not be very appropriate. I'm sorry, we did not finish our point. We cannot go into everything. I would like to mention only 2 points of special importance in today's assignment. Mr. Gray referred to that. The interesting case, the interesting complication that the regime is of type alpha, and the way of life is of type beta. Yeah? Do you remember? There is a remark to that. I mean, you have a democratic regime, but you have an oligarchic manners, yeah, and style of life. Also, you have a good contemporary example in England, of course, where the power of the pre-democratic tradition is still sufficiently powerful to affect the life of the country in various ways. So, I mean, Aristotle provided for this kind of thing, you know, and if he did not provide for other kinds of complications, the question is whether he could not have been aware of them, then it would be great, or whether he just did not happen to think of them, and then it would not be interesting, not fundamentally interesting. And the other point, which is much more important or concerns Aristotle's reflections on the so-called economic basis of the various regimes. He discusses it, especially when he speaks of the democracies, and there is a different, I mean, if the rural population prevails, if the petty merchants have to play a great role, and so on and so on. And it would be of some importance to understand that in its relation to the Marxist view. In other words, in a way, Aristotle also says the economic things are basic, but yet they are not the most important. Whereas, from Marx's point of view, they are both basic and decisive. And one would have to give some thought of it. I throw this out as a question. Perhaps some of you who read your papers in the secret and come across this subject would give it some thought. Yeah, and then there is another point which we may take up on a proper occasion, and that is this. Aristotle treats democracy and oligarchy as common forms of regimes, and the more sophisticated ones are rather exceptional. And the really good ones, the true aristocracy, because what he calls here aristocracies are only so-called aristocracies. And by the way, what he means by aristocracy here is extremely simple to say. When in electing officials, the consideration of virtue enters, an aristocratic element enters. And the technical form is simply this. If you have election by lot, it's a simply democratic method. Yeah? No consideration for persons, anyone can come up. But if you choose by raising the hands, as the Greeks say, meaning you look at the candidate, you know for whom you choose, then you are likely to consider also his merits. Therefore, election by raising the hands is in principle an aristocratic method. Therefore, what we understand by democracy today, where it is taken for granted that merit should be considered, and therefore there is no election by lot to speak of, is of course not quite simply also. Now the point at which I was driving at this, the best polity is very rare. Aristotle doesn't give a single example of it ever having been actual. And this creates a difficulty. Is not what is natural, what is according to nature, the normal? For example, it is according to nature that we have 5 fingers. That most people have 5 fingers, are born with them. But how come that in these matters, in political matters, that which is most natural is the exception, 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 is the exception. Gain control over the other elements, and therefore it was less self-effective. And now, what you say, you see, when he speaks of the various democracies and oligarchies and how magistracies and so on have to be distributed, you have, of course, to consider the earlier remarks about these various kinds of democracies and oligarchies, where you might have found the solution to some of your riddles. Incidentally, when you refer to the constitutional tract, as the translators say, the Greek word is sophist, yeah? You didn't say anything about Aristotle's general judgment on such tracts. Or did I overhear it completely?
Well, he appears to be for them.
Yeah.
By calling them shams.
Yeah. Yeah, he says, and what is the reason? He gives a reason. He does not merely express a preference. He gives a reason. That will be found out. Because people are not so dumb in the long run to listen merely to the declarations, but they will also see in what kind of actions and measures these things issue. Yeah? In other words, a certain measure can be presented as most conducive to the poor. Yeah? And when the poor, after a few years, see they are worse off than before, the claim collapses. I thought you should have mentioned it because, I don't know you, Mr. Strauss, but I thought this is something which is in agreement with our general present-day views, yeah? And you should have given credit Aristotle for that at least. Good. Now I will take up a few other points you made. You said something, what you said about a kind of Jeffersonian democracy is not altogether wrong, by no means. But still, Aristotle, I think, is a bit more restricted than Jefferson was. Yeah. Now, then you come to this regime, to this common regime which is commonly best. You say the goal is stability or equilibrium. And you rightly don't see why this should be the most preferable from the point of view of stability in particular. Because the Persian Empire was in its way very stable. We have seen on an earlier occasion that Aristotle has two criteria which to him are equally important: stability and
Good life.
yeah, well, we are now talking as practical men, not in book 4 to 6, you know. What is the other crude political criterion apart from stability? That came up in the second book, as you may remember. Does anyone remember, perhaps one of you who has read the paper on the corresponding part of the second book, I forgot which? Freedom. So, in other words, stability and freedom, and perhaps Aristotle is right that from the point of view of, because in a democracy there is a danger of unfreedom for the rich. And in an oligarchy there is a danger of unfreedom for the poor. Perhaps in this middle regime everyone is free. I suggest this only. Now then you spoke of the status seekers. I know the phenomenon. I do not know the book, but I suppose what I know, the phenomenon is enough for present purposes. But the question is, surely, ask the status seekers, I believe, something similar to social climate. Yeah? Good. Now, they are very unpleasant people. I fully agree with you there. But I can't see how Aristotle makes in any way a case for status seekers. I'm making a case for the middle class. Now, let us look at the two criteria which we have. Are status seekers or social climbers the kind of men who are born to be revolutionaries, traveling with a loaf of bread and a gun in their suitcase as Molotov, as you may remember, did? No. They are peaceful people, they are not revolutionary. They try to make the best of the established order. They are harmless people politically. They may be morally most unattractive, or aesthetically, as you say, but they are not. And what about, are they given to special lawlessness? Generally speaking, I think these climbers know that to commit any crime is not very good for raising one's status. Yeah? I mean, think what happened to Mr. Accordio with his tax declaration, and then you see how unwise that is. Yeah, you have seen him, I'm sure. Then you refer to something which comes a bit closer to the root of your difficulty. No social mobility, I noted down, is what Aristotle presupposes. Yeah? In other words, Aristotle doesn't make allowance for what? What does
social change. very great social change.
What does this mean? If try to express it in the simple language of Aristotle, what does social change mean? Does the rich become poor, the poor become rich, or what?
Well, I suppose it would imply more social mobility.
Yeah, but I think Aristotle did make it on. He discusses all the time, in the oligarchic institutions, for example, where everyone who owns now so and so much becomes by this very fact a member of the sovereign. So there is mobility there. Aristotle was not in favor of social mobility, if you want, that is true, but he knew the fact. Yeah, for example, Aristotle doesn't seem to allow that there are cultured people in the lower orders. Yeah? What does this really mean? Don't forget all the great blessings you have in this country from grade school and high school were absent from Athens. There was no compulsory education. Yeah? Education in this sense was limited to people who could pay for that. That there could be extremely bright people in the lower order among the poor was of course known. But by virtue of that, they would, even if remaining poor, no longer belong simply to the poor. We have a beautiful example. Socrates was, according to Athenian standards, a poor man. Yeah? That's to say, he would have had to work to earn his living. But somehow he didn't do that. And the reason was because there were quite a few wealthy men who took care of him. Yeah? Like as foundations take now care of our age. Good. So that's also, but he remained legally, so to speak, a poor man. And of course, no one, in speaking of the poor in Athens and their claims, would have thought of people like Socrates as a typical representative of them. What Aristotle means by the poor are the people without any distinction. And he takes this in a very broad and therefore crude and realistic way. For example, if wealth is a certain distinction. In other words, non-distinction means you to be nothing but a free citizen. Yeah? An Athenian citizen, free man. That everyone is that. I mean, except the resident aliens and slaves, of course, but they don't count politically anyway. So, yeah. So there are various ways of distinctions. There are also ways of the opposite of distinctions, but they are politically absolutely irrelevant, namely the criminal. Yeah? Or those who have been exiled, which is a presumptive criminal. So the distinctions are the most crude wealth. Yeah? That you see immediately, I mean, not quite because they are also fakes, but generally speaking, if you live long with it in the city, you know whether this fellow is really wealthy or whether he only dresses up for the occasion so as to create the impression of being wealthy. Yeah, very wealthy. Then there are the people who are stemming from the old families. They may not be very wealthy, they may even have become rather poor, but still the respect for the past of Athens, and therefore of the great men of the past of Athens, and therefore of their descendants, gives them some distinction. Perhaps also certain habits they have preserved in their economic decay. Then there are the men of culture, as they say. It's a different form of distinction. The difficulty which you have arises from this fact. You have the simple distinction of the whole citizen body from the crudest, but therefore also most visible point of view. And these are the rich, the poor, and the middle class. Yeah? And what is now called economics. This economic consideration is the base of the whole discussion of the middle class. Now, how they are related, how this crude, Aristotle now makes the point that these people, the rich, the middle class, and the poor, that these people who have less distinction, much less distinction, from the point of view of wealth, may very well have more distinction than both the rich and the poor from another point of view. I mean, that is not in itself an absurd thought. I mean, because, and I will give you the very simple reasons. Because, have you ever heard of playboys? Good. Now, the sons of rich people have a greater chance of becoming playboys than people who are not so very rich. On the other hand, that was surely true prior to the existence of universal education. It was much harder for a poor boy to get a modicum of culture than for people who were reasonably well off. The rich men's sons could have a proclivity to the playboy and therefore wouldn't acquire a serious culture. The poor people sons were too poor. Therefore, very crudely speaking, but politically speaking means crudely speaking, the chances are that the middle class might be the most solid class in society, as always is. And I'm familiar that people are very critical of the middle class, which is now called the bourgeois. Although the bourgeoisie in the strict Marxist sense is of course the ruling class, not the middle class, but then they are called the petty bourgeoisie. I would like to know what you have against the middle class. I mean, you may have very good reasons against it, but I would like to know them if possible.
I have against them.
Yeah.
Nothing against them.
But then what was your criticism? I see, you think Aristotle hasn't argued out his point well enough.
In Aristotle's context, the middle class regime would be distinctly inferior, apparently would be distinctly inferior insofar as this last point is concerned with culture.
Yeah, but that overlaps. You could have, there are two different considerations. On the one hand, there is a consideration, let me begin at the beginning. For Aristotle, or for the Greeks, all political rights were understood as privileges. You know, were understood as privileges. You must have a special virtue, in quotation, for claiming rights. Defects or sufferings are no title to political rights. That's important. You know that many arguments in favor of democracy were based on the fact that the people who need the greatest protection, because they are exploited and so on, they should, for this reason, have political rights. They were tough people, the Indians. A defect doesn't give you any rights. And a defect makes you an object of compassion, but not. It doesn't give you rights. And so you must have some excellence, some virtue. Now, one excellence, which was not very difficult to have, but still it was an excellence, not everyone had it, was to be a freeborn Athenian citizen. Freeborn citizen. That was very common. Wealth was a rarer thing, because as Aristotle says, you remember, it so happens that the rich are few. Culture, as Barker says, or education, was another claim to distinction. Origin from an illustrious family, another claim. All these various claims have to be considered, especially for someone like Aristotle, who does not write for this or that political society, but for all political societies. There are always some societies in which some of these elements are important. He has to consider them together. And then he has to raise the question, how can we reach a solution which satisfies these claims based on some excellences, and yet makes possible a non-chaotic, stable, and free society? That is the problem. There is one point which I think, which interests me particularly, in which I don't remember the wording, but what you said amounted to this. Aristotle allows us to analyze something when it exists, say an oligarchy or democracy, but he does not allow us to speak a priori. The word occurred. As I understand you to mean, you can't predict on the basis of Aristotle. He does not give us any indices allowing us to predict. That is true. The latter is absolutely true, because Aristotle's political science is not a predictive science. The question is it a defect or is it a virtue? Now, why is Aristotle's political science not predictive? One can use a very simple verb for that. Aristotle was sure that chance plays a very great power in human affairs, so that you can speak of proclivities, of likelihoods, and this kind of thing. And you must not forget that a 99% probability is still only a probability. Yeah? And therefore, that doesn't make such a much as that, because the practical statesman, of course, has to allow for that 1%. Think of a general, because this little improbable march for which the enemy cannot go except, oh no, they won't do that. They go there and win. And similar things apply to political matters. Yeah, but this word chance, what does it mean? Aristotle was very wise in using it, I believe, and he gave a very profound analysis of it in the second book of his physics. But let us try to understand in our commonsensical way what chance means in these matters. Aristotle indicates what a wise policy is. Yeah? And that is a proper order for an oligarchy which wants to remain, and if he does that, it will not last, so to speak. But it's no prediction. Why? Political stupidities, very great political stupidities, where one could be sure, wise men, that they would lead to ruin, can be cancelled by still greater stupidities of the enemy. This simple consideration shows that you cannot predict. In other words, you cannot never know the degree of stupidity. Yeah? I mean, if all men were always wise, there would be perhaps some possibility of prediction. But people are not always wise. You cannot know who will be wise at a given moment. Yeah? I mean, not only one individual, it may also be a body of men. But on the other hand, an unwise policy which should lead to ruin may lead to victory because of the greater stupidity of enemy. That is one sample of what is meant by chance. The difficult task would be to link it up with a general analysis of chance which also gives me physics, which I can't do now. Yes.
I'm clear on the point you made. I thought that prediction in any science, particularly in social science, would always do the same probabilities and not unstable.
Yeah, but then the question arises, to what extent are these predictions of value in grave matters?
Well,
yeah, and whether therefore the whole notion of prediction is not, I mean, within certain limits. You have to make, in a way, we have to make predictions all the time. Yeah. As you know, whenever a man makes a decision to spend his summer, say, in Michigan, he makes the tacit prediction that we will be alive, if you call it that way. And that is, of course, not a prediction proper. It is an implied hope, rather. Yeah. And so we always make anticipations about the future. Now, these anticipations may be more well-founded, less well-founded, and so on and so on. For example, if someone makes holiday plans, and based on the premise by that time he will have won the Irish sweepstake, that is rather foolish to do. Whereas if he assumes he will have the same poor salary he has now, that is much more sensible. Granted that. In all political matters, when it comes down to it, a prediction which has a high degree of probability is not a prediction, probably speaking. I mean, think of the issue now. What is Khrushchev going to do about the German question? There are some facts unknown, some leaks from his conversation with de Gaulle, etc., etc. And one can say, have expectations. But who can dare to say, I know that? You see, and even if say there are 15 reasons in favor of Khrushchev's behaving in spite of certain speeches he made, and only one against it, you cannot be absolutely sure that this one may not become terribly important in 3 days before the summit meeting. Yeah.
Well, I personally happen to be, because I'm committed to, I think the basic premise of what you're saying is that fluid situation is ambiguous in a way that people can't control. I agree with this, but I also agree that when you talk about individuals like Khrushchev, or any particular individual, this kind of predictive analysis is very limited. But I'd just like to make 2 points. In the first place, it seems to me, since everybody would agree with you, with any sophistication, I think, that prediction.
Good. Now the question, yeah.
That no one makes absolute predictions, except if he's a madman or a fool. It doesn't seem to me that this really answers the claim of
yeah, but that was the point raised here, that Aristotle does not predict that under these and these conditions, and no, that he would even admit, given these and these conditions, oligarchy type 1 would turn into oligarchy 2, that he would do. So I think the question is more addressed to Mr. Strauss than to me. What did you mean? But what did you expect from us? By his lacking a priori knowledge.
Well, we went through this rather long quality-quantity scheme, and I was complaining that the utility of the scheme was missing. I mean, so far as it's predicted.
It was not the utility of the scheme which Aristotle gives here, as well as of the one given in Book 3, is to guarantee exhaustion. These are the alternatives. These and these are the possible combinations. That's all he does. The deliberative faculty covers it must belong either to all or to some in a republic. This is a monarchy. And then it may extend to all matters, and it may extend only to some matters. And furthermore, if there is to be a preparatory council, election to which has, as you know, everyone who prepares an agenda has some influence on the outcome of the deliberation. Then this election to this preliminary council, whatever you call it, can be done by lot, or it can be done by raising the hands, meaning by lot, anyone has a chance. By raising the hands, he must be in some way or another an outstanding man. I mean, a man who has confidence and respect of his other system. What you are satisfied? Naturally, because I didn't speak about that. Mr. Jones, can you repeat
Yeah, well, I wasn't referring to what you just said. This is the scheme of, he starts off this section by saying he's going to associate certain types of regimes with certain types of social structure.
Sure.
If I could use the term social structure.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you. Then he goes on to discuss quality and quantity distinction. But then, as I said at the end of treating this, when you have a certain type of regime, oligarchy, only then can you know that you have a certain type of social structure from the criteria that he sets down on quality and quantity. You can't know that a certain type of regime will issue from a certain type of social structure.
What does this, I mean, if I don't understand it, but I'll try. What does this mean? You have a certain social structure, say a preponderance of a certain type of wealthy people, such and such a distribution of the common people, and all this other thing. Of course you cannot predict what regime there will be. They may have a regime which doesn't fit them. Because of old traditions which still linger on, or because of some special ineptness, because of a great aversion to change, for which may have very good reasons in against it, all kinds of things. That is a point I wanted to take up, the difference between Marxian concern with social economic structure and Aristotle's concern. For Aristotle, there is no such simple relation as it appears to be, at least in the ordinary vulgar Marxist view. It doesn't follow. A given society may have the wrong kind of regime. And for some reason that may last. For example, there may be a great crisis of wars and this kind of thing, so that they cannot afford a change. This thing can happen. Now let us turn to a coherent discussion, and we may have a better occasion to take up the topic. Now let us begin at the beginning of our assignment today, reference 95A, where Aristotle indicates the subject. 25. What the best regime and what the best life is for most cities and for most human beings, do you have that?
Yeah, we have now to consider what is the best constitution and the best way of life for the majority of states and men. In doing so, we shall not employ a standard of excellence above the reach of ordinary men, or a standard of education requiring exceptional endowment with equipment, with the standard of the Constitution which attains an ideal height. We shall only be concerned with the sort of life which most men are able to share, and the sort of constitution which it is possible for most states to enjoy.
Yeah, no, but this declaration of intention is not new. Aristotle said that at the beginning, that just as the gymnastic trainer may teach not only how the best equipped men can become most outstanding champions, but will also train the average man in a kind of average training. The same applies to the politician. Aristotle, after having given a complete survey of the other kinds of regimes, the various kinds of democracies, oligarchies, and so on, he turns to this other great question. Now, let us read the immediate sequel.
The aristocracies, so-called, of which we have just been treating.
In other words, this is not the aristocracy strictly so-called, but certain kinds of regimes in which some importance is attached to merit as merit, but also to wealth as wealth. But these are the so-called aristocracies, yeah? Yes?
Either lie at one extreme beyond the reach of most states, or they approach at the other so closely to the constitution called polity that they need not be considered separately and must be treated as identical with it. The issues we have just raised can all be decided in the light of one body of fundamental principles. If we adopt as true the statements made in the ethics, first, that a truly happy life is a life of goodness lived in freedom from impediments, and second, that goodness consists in a mean, it follows that the best way of life is one which consists in a mean, and a mean of the kinds attainable by every individual. Further, the same criteria which determine whether the citizen body have a good or bad way of life must also apply to the Constitution, for a Constitution is the way of life of the citizen body.
Yeah, let us stop here. That is unnecessarily undifferent. The regime is some way of life of the city. Now, what does this mean? First and last statement. The regime is a way of life of the city. Therefore, both the city and the regime can possess virtue and vice. Why? Because a way of life, which means of course here a human way of life, is either virtuous or vicious or something in between. And therefore the regime can be either virtuous and vicious. And what about, why can't the police be virtuous or vicious? Because the police receives its character, its moral character from the regime. The thought implied in this sentence, the regime is the way of life, of course turns up in various ways, although not in this simple formula, at all times. I have here a passage from Burke's speech on conciliation with America. My hold of the colonies is in the close affection which grows from common names, from kindred blood, from similar privileges and equal protection. These are ties which, though light as air, are as strong as links of Ireland. Until you become lost to all feeling of your true interest and your natural dignity, freedoms they can have from none but you. This is the commodity of price of which you have the monopoly, and so on. The British freedom. These things, your letters of office, your instructions, your suspending clauses, your navigation act, these things do not make your government. Dead instruments, passive tools as they are, it is the spirit of the English communion that gives all their life and efficacy to these instruments. It is the spirit of the English Constitution which infused through the mighty mass pervades, feeds, unites, invigorates, vivifies every part of the empire, even down to the minutest member. What Aristotle says has something to do with that. There was a Greek writer prior to Aristotle, Isocrates, an orator, who said the regime is the soul of the city, which is only Aristotle could also have said that. That which animates a city, which gives it direction, which establishes its specific end that it pursues, that is the regime. But the real difficulty is before, as Mr. Strauss has very well realized, the sought for commonwealth now is not the best regime. We have seen the best regime as the most divine regime is kingship, and then aristocracy, strictly so-called, that was sketched, only sketched at the end of Book 3. Let's forget about it. And Aristotle has indicated, given us some reason why we should forget about it. In these more advanced times, advanced chronologically, these things are not likely to come. Let us look for what is the best in the developed cities of our age, i.e. Aristotle's age. This sought for commonly best. Now, Aristotle makes now one point, referring explicitly to his ethics. If it has been well said in the ethics that a happy life is the unimpeded life according to virtue, and that virtue is in the middle, is meanness, then it is necessary that the mean life, the middle life, is the best. But that is immediately specified here. Aristotle alters the thesis of the ethics decisively. Aristotle speaks of such a mean, such a virtue, as everyone can achieve. Virtue in the strict sense, that, Aristotle makes it very clear in the ethics, the mean, here the extreme, the mean is not mediocrity. The mean is a peak. Because, as I said on a former occasion, if you avoid the defects of the 40 extremes and combine the advantages of the extremes, you must have a principle different from that of the extremes, and that principle is a higher principle. That applies even to the regime he's discussing now, but he does not take it in the strictest view in which it is not feasible for everyone to become virtuous, which is a common form of virtue, which you can reasonably expect from large bodies of men. That, in other words, is a deliberate deviation from the highest. The whole argument of the politics is very complex, and perhaps today's assignment is particularly difficult from this point of view. The argument of Aristotle goes from the discussion of the most divine regime in Book 3 via this, which we discussed today, to the middle class regime, to a best polity described in Book 7 and 8. And we must gradually understand that movement. Now, the solution then which Aristotle suggests is the rule of the middle class. Middle class is understood to begin with in an absolutely external sense. That is Aristotle's peculiar wisdom and sobriety, that he is not contemptuous of the obvious. The most obvious is the fact that in every society you have rich and poor people. He has said this more than once. And you also have people in the middle. And the general notion of the mean is not entirely irrelevant here. Just as we have seen on a higher level of reflection, that virtue is a mean, there is perhaps some virtue in the middle as such, from an external point of view. Now, how does this show? That is developed in the sequel.
In all states.
No, wait. We cannot read everything. We must skip that. But here's a great step we have to consider. Aristotle brings this up in connection with the question, a regime which can be common to all cities. And that regime is a regime of the middle class. Does he not presuppose that there is a middle class in existence everywhere? Now forget modern notions of bourgeoisie and trade and commerce and industry. Just people, whatever their source of livelihood may be, it can of course be farming as well as everything else. Is it true that there is everywhere a middle class? At any rate, that's a great problem. Because if there is not everywhere a middle class, or the middle class is so weak as to be politically irrelevant, then you cannot have this most common regime everywhere. But Aristotle still doesn't talk nonsense. He says, if there is to be a best regime, which is possible in every city, that can only be if there is a sufficiently strong middle class there. The middle class, Aristotle makes this clear, but it is in the middle. What is the virtue of being in the middle? Aristotle never talks abstract, that he speaks of means in all fields. He thinks of the mean with which we are here concerned. People sandwiched, human beings, sandwiched in between the rich and the poor. Sandwiched in, that means limited. They are more limited by an outside social force than the two others. Being hemmed in, they are more likely to listen to reason. He refers twice in this context that they are least likely to get what they want by force. And therefore they are most likely to listen to reason. More generally stated, they are most apt for virtue, which doesn't mean that there cannot be rich people who are virtuous and poor people in their way who are virtuous. But the greatest aptitude generally, or if you sociologically speaking, rests there. Now we read in B25, where he says the polis desires to consist of equals. Do you have that?
A state aiming to create, as far as it can be, a society composed of equals and peers, and the middle class, more than any other, is this sort of composition. Colonies in the state which is based in the middle class is bound to be the best, constituted in respect to the elements of which, in our view, a state is naturally composed.
Yeah, let us stop here. Now, what does this mean? The polis as itself is a society of equals and similars, Aristotle says. This is what the polis by nature tends to be. What does that mean? Now let us look at the facts before we try to understand this seemingly abstruse statement. What is a polis from the most external descriptive point of view? A society consisting of free, male adults, free male adults, the addition of women through suffrage is only a secondary thing, and which I approve and didn't think. But it's the society of free male adults, yeah, but what, a trade union is the same thing. But they are free male adults who help one another toward security all around, but more than that, that would be mere life, towards a good life. Good life can be understood in a strict sense, in an exacting sense, and in a looser sense. Here Aristotle, of course, is thinking only of the looser sense. This cooperation of the free male adults is a kind of equality. But there is no a priori reason why there should be inequality among them, because they all are supposed to do that. But then we are confronted with an obvious difficulty. Not all citizens are in fact equal. You see also incidentally why Aristotle's first definition of the polis or of citizen was given in terms of democracy, and why democracy, oligarchy, two forms of republican government, there's a thing. Not all citizens are in fact equal. There's a great inequality. And again, what is the greatest or gravest inequality which meets the unarmed eye? That of the rich and the poor. You remember the strong emphasis of Aristotle on that. So, where does the middle class come in? It must be understood from this point of view. The city wants to be a society of equals. It is in fact a society of unequals. How can we get the maximum of equality in spite of this grave inequality? Answer through the preponderance of the middle class. The middle class are as such equal among themselves. I mean, we don't have to use very fine instruments for that. And you can, of course, say the poor are equal among themselves. And the rich are, you can say that. But the middle class mediates between the two radically unequal and therefore radically opposed parts of the community. Thus it establishes the middle class is a group of equals which equalizes the city. That is also maybe absolutely wrong, but this is what he means. Practically speaking, the middle class has something in common with the rich. Poverty. Fear of confiscation. It has something in common with the poor. They are not rich. They are familiar with the possibility of want somehow. That links them with the poor. That is the point. You wanted to say something before, and I simply forgot to call you.
Just going to in the polity, does the middle class have a monopoly of arms? I mean, I asked this question in terms of to what extent are there real limits on what the middle class can do?
Yeah, Aristotle knows that. I mean, anticipating the later developments, or rather answering a question I asked before, there is not everywhere a middle class which can be helpful. That you may have a very powerful oligarchy, yeah, and a very powerless demos. Early Middle Ages. What can you have? Only an oligarchy. The knights, the cavalry in the Middle Ages, which Aristotle did not know, and in the Greek Middle Ages, of which Aristotle knew. Then you have a situation in which you have a very powerful demos and a couple of wealthy families, relics of olden times, or perhaps some wealthy merchants, whatever they may be. There, is a powerful demos, I mean, who is numerically superior, who defends the city, and so on and so on, and whose collective wealth by far surpasses the wealth of these few people. They will have a democracy And the utmost which can be expected that they might, for reasons of mere, quote, expediency, unquote, refrain from confiscating property because they might say, because they all are themselves some property owners, you know that even the poor does not mean paupers, of course. The paupers had never political importance. The paupers as paupers. Even Marx's proletariat is of course are not paupers. They are paupers perhaps in extreme states of unemployment, you know, and they approach it, and then they don't take it like paupers. So in paupers, that is true to say. I mean, it's a sad story and some sad commentary on the compassion of the human race, but paupers never played any political role. And so that are poor, say, small farmers, for example, and they have a certain interest in laws of inheritance. You know, they may have confiscatory taxes, which milk the rich. Sure, they would have no objection. But on a certain condition, it could be shown to them that if they milk the rich and they move out to another city, flight of capital, that this will do them some harm. And so they even may refrain from taxing so much. As it is a democracy, nevertheless. There it would, in both cases, it would be impossible. So the best regime which is most commonly possible is not universally possible. That must be clear. Was this an answer to your question? Good. Yes?
My question stems from a concern whether Aristotle sufficiently established whether power would be less likely to corrupt the middle class than it would in any other of the classes. For example, I can think of historical instances where the middle class has shown itself quite willing to developing middle class, quite willing to hang on to power, and has shown itself quite extreme. The early years of French history, for example.
When?
Well, take the July monarchy, and toward the end of the July monarchy.
Yeah, but I must disappoint you because the July monarchy was in fact, and that was the reason, the objection to that by thoughtful men like Tocqueville, was the rule of the rich. You can say the bourgeoisie, provided you say the rich bourgeoisie. And that was the rule of the rich. The bankers played a decisive role, and the more moderate people like Tocqueville were, for this reason, opposition to this, the bourgeois king Louis Philippe. They tried to get, you can say, some more middle-class rule in 1848, but that became impossible because the poor, the proletariat came in and created great complications, which frightened the French peasants for their property, and so for their protection they turned to Napoleon III, yeah? And there was no middle-class rule then either. The Third Republic could perhaps be called that way, you know, established after 1870. And this was relatively stable. I mean, you cannot define the stability of a regime in terms of stability of the given administration. I mean, it is surely a defect, this constant turning out of ministers, but France was an amazingly stable country nevertheless, you know. As the French Constitution was destroyed, as you know, by Hitler.
Interesting to note here that France was stable. It was also, you could call it the stability of stagnancy at this time.
Yeah.
That wasn't what the Germans thought.
Huh?
That wasn't what the Germans thought.
What?
They were...
Marcus worried about French Republic. He didn't think it was stagnant.
No, but one point, regarding the problem of stagnancy, you see, what does stagnancy mean? What does it mean? Lifelessness, death, that is of course bad. But if it means no great social change, that is not necessarily a defect. From Aristotle's point of view, it was not a defect at all, for one deeper reason, which is one of the great differences between our orientation and Aristotle. We are much more sanguine than earlier men were. We have much greater hope from change. Much greater hope. somehow the old belief that change is likely to be change for the better, i.e. progress, still lingers on. Aristotle had the view that change is more likely to be change for the worse than change for the better. Do you remember the discussion in Book 2? You may get a better law, but you also destroy a certain habituation, and therefore you endanger the habits. So stagnancy, as you call it, that simply wouldn't exist. I mean, death of civic spirit, but that cannot be called, that's corruption. That's not stagnancy. Yeah? Stability was regarded as the most important consideration. Yes?
In connection with Mr. Bartholomew's point, it seems to me that if Aristotle is arguing that the middle class forms the most virtuous and also the most stable, stabilizing,
yeah.
Then you have to, it seems to me, ask about this proposition in the light of many historical examples, as you've been doing. But it seems to me that there are plenty of historical examples where the middle class support of a regime is neither stabilizing nor is it virtuous. Perhaps this example that you gave was not completely applicable.
Give an example so that I can see what you're
How
talking
about the Nazi Party? Here we have it seems to me, a preponderance of petty bourgeois, which we have to qualify what we mean by these a great deal. But I think that the elite in this case would likely lead to many of these sort of indigenous revolutions going on now. That is, it was a middle-class movement, it was a nationalist movement.
In the first, I mean, if one speaks it as middle class, one would have to say a middle class in a process of complete disintegration, a dispossessed middle class. And that these people can become vicious applies, of course, to all. Yeah, I mean, otherwise I think of the effect of the inflation. But I believe if one looks more closely at the famous overt happenings, which were the classes who supported Hitler most powerfully in the built him up. Later on, everyone was caught. I mean, in other words, if you look at the election records, which I only remember dimly, but the substantial facts I believe I remember well enough, there was surely a substantial support from the rich, beginners. There was the first class of people who became very powerful, were the Protestant peasants of northern Germany. That is generally not, the vague word petty bourgeois doesn't mean that we're partly very wealthy, extremely wealthy landowners in the northwestern part of Germany. There was where the terror began in Germany. Yeah, surely the white-collar workers played a considerable role. You know, people who you can put, if you want to use that word, you can say people who wanted absolutely to distinguish themselves from the man-built workers. Yeah? You know, as it were the non-commissioned officers of industry and commerce who tried to act the part of officer. Yeah? You can put it this way. Yeah, but this is something that doesn't exist here for us.
I admit, this sort of movement, this kind of nationalist movement, which is a middle-class nationalist movement, is very complicated.
That's the word.
I'm saying this as I restate Aristotle's proposition, but I'm saying that it seems to me that Aristotle failed to make an important qualification on this proposition. That is, that this stabilizing effect and virtuosity effect of the middle class only holds under conditions of a fairly stable economy or an expanding economy. If you have a contracting economy, it seems then the middle class doesn't act in this stabilizing and virtuous way.
I fully agree with you, but I would say we cannot leave it at this remark, and there will be other criticisms of individual statements of Aristotle which we are bound to make with equal justice. We have to push these individual criticisms back to the principle. And the principle can be stated very simply as follows. Aristotle did not know modern society. This society which is sometimes there are such words as nationalism, as capitalism, as ideologies, this simply doesn't exist in Aristotle's horizon. And the great task which we would have in order truly to appropriate the sound things in Aristotle would be to analyze these modern phenomena which we take for granted, to understand their inner genesis. You know what I mean? I will describe it. I think, remember such things as Marx's analysis of capital. What does it do? He doesn't begin with the capital in the way in which the Wall Street Journal would speak about these matters. He goes back to the origins. The origin is something, as he puts it, like commodities. And then he says, but what is a commodity? Commodity is not the beginning. The beginning is things we need for our wants. True or fancy, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, but when he tries to develop that, how out of our primary need, without any distinction of rule and fancy, exchange emerges, because you got something which I don't have and vice versa, the exchange. And out of that, money. That is Aristotle, as he himself admits. Now, so in other words, then the question arises, yes, modern capital is not simply money. And after all, in the older societies, commerce was rather marginal. With a cheap economic activity being agriculture. But this enormous complication and its infinite consequences which affect us every day, we cannot understand if we do not begin from scratch. Scratch is not prehistoric man, of whom we know infinitely little to build everything on. Scratch is the only coherent attempt made to give a detailed analysis of a pre-modern, pre-capitalist society. And that was done by Aristotle. That is the Plato gave this analysis in his way. Which means it's not very easily accessible, because then you have to study Platonic dialogue, and where most of the things are not said. Yeah? Aristotle's book is infinitely straightforward compared with Plato at any rate. Yeah? And here we have that. So what I'm driving at is this. The Greek city-state, you have heard this expression. That is so unintelligent. When we look at Aristotle himself, he didn't say he's analyzing the Greek city-state, he's analyzing the city. And the city is for him the natural association of man on the highest level. The natural association sufficient for a truly human life, necessary and sufficient for a truly human life. And this society is characterized by the fact it is natural, because it corresponds to man's natural capacity. I gave this example, a society in which there must be a considerable amount of acquaintance, personal acquaintance among the members, which that's definitely, you cannot know millions, you can know directly or through others, thousands, few thousands. Also that it is really taken in one view. And a beautiful Greek word which I cannot better translate by this long English translation. Oisynoptos. Can well be taken in one view. We will come across that in Seven's book. Babylon, which was a village compared to Chicago. was for Aristotle unbearably big. Because, as Aristotle put it, when the enemies were in Babylon, and one part, the other part didn't know anything of it. What kind of connection and coherence that existed. Modern man has succeeded to an amazing degree to find compensations for that. After all, we see our presidential candidates. Everyone can see them on the TV. But the question is this the same thing as when you have everyone, so to speak, has gone to school with them? I exaggerate a bit. It makes a big difference. It's the things which people say, for example, about Vice President Nixon. You know, some people think very highly of him, some think less highly of him, are ultimately matters of guess for people like ourselves. Yeah? The facts which we know are not conclusive. If we would know him intimately, we could say which of these interpretations is true. It would be of some importance based for our voting. But give me another example. The problem of the metropolitan area, you know this great problem, where large aggregates, they are too big. Something has to be done about it. But it is surely a social ill of the greatest order. And in the talk is beginning because these face-to-face societies are already molded. They are already what they are by the political society, by the regime within which they take place. The natural model, I would say, to be more cautious, the most convenient model at our disposal is Aristotle's analysis of society. For example, the distinction between state and society remains a mere datum, which we take for granted, and then we may give beautiful definitions on the basis of all these assumptions. If we do not go back to that simpler situation, which antedates the split, the distinction of state and society. Again, I tried to give a sketch of that when I spoke of the difference between Locke and Aristotle. That's the only reason I'm so interested in that. I would like to understand, and I think as social scientists it is our duty to try to understand. Aristotle truly starts from scratch, that he is a genius of the first order and does not write for the meanest capacities who in addition would like to read as they run, is unfortunate. But on the other hand, it's also fortunate because he compels us to think. And in Aristotle, one can say all relevant fundamental considerations are in. I mentioned on a former occasion, and there may be future occasion, the great problem that modern science as the society as we know it is unthinkable without technology in a very emphatic sense. Yeah? And the fact that you say there was also some technology of primitive people doesn't help you any to understand this kind of technology. Yeah? But this technology, what that is very hard to say. Very hard to say what technology, what we mean by that word. It is of some help to realize that what we understand by technology is not possible without science. We know that not all technology is based on science. Many inventions are made by non-scientists. But on the other hand, many inventions would be absolutely impossible without science. Yeah? So that requires, science has here a social importance, which it did not have at all in former times. Even such a master of science as Aristotle did not believe that it is possible or desirable that science should have such a significance. Aristotle may have been wrong. Surely he may have been wrong. But by understanding the reasons why he took this stand, why he made these remarks, for example, slow change of laws and no slow change in the arts and all this kind of thing, we become perhaps better analysts of our problems. I mean, and this, I'm sure that a real thought about that would shed some light immediately on the problem of higher education, for example, which is, to a large extent, an education in science, and what its limitations are. Connected with that, it's just the last point I would like to make is this. There are no ideologies here. When Aristotle presents the position of the rich and the poor, there is no, I mean, that is one of the commonest errors of interpretation. There is no ideology. The rich say, they are straightforward. They say directly what they think. This is an erroneous thought of control. They say the wealthy contribute much more to political society than the poor. Therefore, they ought to have to say much more. And they give some other reasons. A wealthy man is less likely to embezzle than a debtor. Yeah, and this kind of way. Straightforward political arguments, they don't mean more than they say, and no amount of psychoanalysis or social analysis, what have you, can add anything relevant to that. There is no doctrine of the whole, of the historical process, and nothing of this. I would venture to say this, and I would also let me limit myself to this point. I think that these ideologies, as we call them, are modifications, I mean, as we have them today, are modifications of what the Enlightenment meant. In the great Enlightenment of the 17th and 18th century, people thought that spreading the philosophic truth about man and society is the most important thing for improving society. Yeah? That out of this grew the habit of relying on such general theories for justifying or rationalizing political action. Whether that may have still further prehistory in the religious tradition of the West, that's a long and difficult question, but certainly it is in Aristotle that doesn't exist. Aristotle is sure that the true understanding of society is linked up with the true understanding of the whole. That is the truth of the statement which Mr. Galil made at the beginning, as there is some connection, to put it mildly, between Aristotle's politics and his physics and metaphysics. Sure. But the theoretical errors, say Plato, say Parmenides, or Heraclitus and so on, they do not include a different political orientation. You know? This is just as a difference take today between two nuclear physicists. Maybe politically utterly irrelevant, of course. And the same is true of the difference between philosophers. That we must really liberate ourselves from this notion. The attempt is frequently made, especially by Marxists and crypto-Marxists, but also by others, to find a kind of correlation, say, between Plato's and Aristotle's political philosophy and his metaphysics, and a supposed political philosophy, say of Heraclitus or Thales, to his metaphysics. That is a mere postulation without any shred of evidence. In other words, the concept of all these concepts which have grown out naturally, i.e. without any malice of forethought, out of the modern development. Yeah? Such concepts like ideologies and so must be reconsidered. They become catch-alls which are no longer helpful for analysis. It's of course infinitely more convenient to use them without thinking, I know that, but we are not permitted to do so. And there are certain contexts in which it does not make such a great difference. I also would admit that. I'm not a fanatic, but still, to the extent to which we here in such a class are concerned with the theoretical problems, we have to pay attention to them. Generally, let me say it generally, all typically modern concepts are derivative from the classical concepts. And one cannot understand these modern concepts without having understood those concepts out of which these modern concepts were developed. Therefore, especially Aristotle, not because I have any family connections with Aristotle, but because Aristotle is simply the most explicit and meticulous analyst of these things on behalf. Yes.
Well, I can't really answer everything you say. But I really think that you're closer. I mean, your position is closer to the modern view than you might think in many ways. I don't think that the modern view simply rejects everything that the classical people have said.
Yeah, I know. But this, you see, I know that. But you must not forget. I mean, I really am a friend of peace and not of war. But I must say, is this a sensible attitude, which is humanly so likable, is theoretically dangerous. Because these tough guys who say, let's just bunk, compel us to make this possibility. Seriously, the others, in their niceness and peaceableness, bury the problem. We praise them for their peaceableness. We must blame them for their burden.
Well, I just wanted to say one more thing.
Yeah.
And that was that it seems to me that in reanalyzing the classical notions of political things and political foundations, this is a useful way of beginning. And I think in order to understand our modern concepts, this is useful in the way that you put it. But it seems to me when you first began this course, on the first day, you said that what you were doing was, I don't know how you put it, but that Aristotle, in a sense, can replace modern social science. The study of Aristotle, in a sense, can. I see.
All right.
See, and today, you've now it seems to me, you've modified this view to say something a little bit different.
Very good. You have never taught them.
What?
Have you ever taught? Have you ever done any teaching? I mean, in a college or graduate school?
No, only in Europe.
Yeah, but perhaps that's different. I don't know how it is if you teach 3 hours. That may be slightly different.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
This is a useful pedagogic device.
Yeah, more than that. In a very, you see, I would put it this way. And not only to, to shoot a gun, so they won't listen. No, much more than that. This sweeping and unqualified statement must be qualified. But it would be indefensible and would be mere rhetoric if it were not true. Now, I will try to show you what I did. But first, now, let me put it this way. I forget, of course, the exact word. But let me assume I said that Aristotle provides us with the framework for understanding social matter. I repeat that. So, that's the framework. And here is an entirely different framework. That's a typical SS framework. Yeah, social science. Yeah? I mean, I know that there are various subdivisions, but they have some crucial common. Good. Now, what I say is this. And the true-born representatives of that say that's but old-fashioned. Now, what is the difference which I say now? What's the difference? Indeed, I still believe that's bad. But the SS is really bad, the inadequate. But it grapples with something with which Aristotle did not grapple. That's its merits. And that is modern society. Now, modern society rests on certain fundamental concepts. Allow me to put it in this crude way. There are certain fundamental premises. And they are here. I don't know whether you are helped by the pictorial presentation. I am. which Aristotle did not know, can only be understood as a radical modification of the Aristotelian. So, the fundamental framework is the Aristotelian framework. That is what I honestly think, and what I, how shall I say, vaguely said at the beginning. That is really what I think. And I think, I give you one example now, which is probably not good enough, but I have to speak of that because we have certain time limitations, and we have to think of them. Now, in this section, which is very important and very difficult, Aristotle devotes the last part of it to, it's always a question of the variety of politics, yeah, but as a whole. And therefore he wants also to find out, naturally, being a political scientist, the specific political institutions characteristic of each of the various regimes. And that he does in an almost mathematical way. The text is in very bad shape, and that creates, in this particular section, that creates great difficulties and has created for some centuries. Now, what is the main point which Aristotle makes? He said there are three elements which we must presuppose in every political society, and this is the deliberative element, the magistrates, and the judiciary. Does this remind you of something?
The modern breakdown of government into judicial, executive, and legislative.
So in other words, this is the point which still survives. We still seem to be compelled to make this distinction. But if we want to understand our distinction, because even if someone questions it today, and says it's all still the old stuff, the substitute for it can only be understood as being a substitute for that. So, the least you have to do would be to go back, say, to the text of the American Constitution, for example. But that is older, that's Aristotle. Therefore, we have to raise the question, what is the difference between Aristotle's teaching on this subject, the tripartition, and the modern teaching? How would you proceed, by the way, technically, in the simplest way, to clarify that issue? I mean, Aristotle, we have seen the end of book 4, that's easy. But what about the modern view? What would you do?
Begin with Montesquieu.
That is already very high. I would begin with the text of the United States Constitution. All right, but then I go back to the Federalist Papers, and then the Federalist Papers tell me to read Montesquieu. I don't have to have any knowledge of my own. It's as simple as that. Good. Now, and Montesquieu gave this description in a famous chapter, being a description of what? Of the English Constitution. This is a famous chapter 6 of book 11 of the Spirit of Laws. This in its turn is modeled, and that is already a part of scholarship, that one knows that, but of a very widespread scholarship, on an ancient piece, which in a way is closer to Montesquieu and hence to the Federalist Papers than is Aristotle. And this is the Greek historian of Rome, in particular, Polybius, who devoted his 6th book to a description of the Constitution of Rome. That is text which you could read easily in 4 hours, assuming that you have to read quite a few papers of Federalist Papers, 5 hours. That is all you need to understand, but you have to read. Now let us go step by step. What is the most striking difference between the Aristotelian teaching and the teaching embodied in the United States Constitution? So you have the 3 elements, but that is important. They are preserved, but they are modified. How are they modified?
The Aristotelian Is the magistrate,
Yeah, the magistrates, the ruling officers, yeah.
well, again, it's difficult to tell exactly what, if this means the executive, then that's
Very good. And it's very good what you say. That's the beginning. What do you say?
the difference, which I noticed, which struck me anyway, was that it seemed in Aristotle that both the deliberative and the magistrate branch could initiate or had something to say about legislation. Or this isn't sure of the monarch. About legislation.
Who has to say something about this?
Both the magistrates and the deliberators.
Only, the magistrates only in executive way. The most simple beginning would be this. Aristotle makes one additional point which is important. He has three elements. Which is the most important from Aristotle? The highest, the most authoritative from Aristotle's point of view? Mr. Snow?
The deliberative.
The deliberative. What is the equivalent of the deliberative?
Well, our Supreme Court really...
No. Let us forget about all complications. What is the authoritative part according to the United States Constitution? That is clear. It's a legislative. It's a legislative. Yeah. The first thing we have to note is a substitution for legislative for deliberative. Yeah, grave step. Because deliberative includes such things, of course, also as war and peace, which in this country happen to be also delegated to the legislative, and thus the legislative has as such nothing to do with war and peace. It's a matter of individual measures. Should one declare war to Japan after Pearl Harbor? That's not a legal question. Yeah, it's a political question. I read to you a passage from a man who is quite famous and has something to do with the American Constitution, called John Locke. Paragraph 3, I write at the beginning of the second treatise of civil government. Political power then I take to be a right of making laws with penalties of death and so on, and so on. Locke identifies political power with legislative power. Why he does that is a long question, but that would surely be Aristotle never does that. And nor does Hobbes do that. Locke does it. Now, once we understand that, I believe we can understand also the other change from the magistracies to executive. And what does the executive execute? The laws. So whereas magistracy, while it is also dependent on laws, does not have this emphasis on the execution of laws. And that is a difference you can see from this simple example. When General Eisenhower invaded the European continent in 1944, he obeyed an order of the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. And he acted on the basis of a law empowering to do so. But somehow, then General Eisenhower's command to General Patton and the other one, that are not legal measures. I don't say they are illegal, but they are not measures of a law officer. Yeah? You see, while it is within the framework of the law, it cannot reasonably be understood as an execution of a law. As you could understand an arrest of a speeding driver as obviously an execution of the law. I do not now go into the question which position is broader, more comprehensive, or narrower. I only try to show how one must go about establishing these differences in principle. Now let me turn to Polybius. Polybius has nothing to do with that first. But Polybius also described a mixed regime. And he does this at much greater detail than Aristotle does anyway. And the mixed regime are one in which there is a monarchic or quasi-monarchic, an aristocratic, and a popular element. The monarchic element in Rome, in England, king. No, in Rome, the consuls, the aristocratic elements, the Senate, and the popular assemblies are the popular elements. The same is done by Montesquieu, the king, the House of Lords, House of Commons. But what's the difference? Montesquieu combines the Aristotelian distinction between the three powers with the notion of the mixed regime. Polybius does not do that. And that is, first of all, a brute fact. But what does it mean? Polybius' key theme, you can say, is that of checks and balances. That is not Montesquieu, that's Polybius. The checks and balances alone will prevent misuse of power. Yeah? Simple idea. And just as it is in Montesquieu and as in the American Constitution. But one thing is absolutely striking. In Polybius, there is no principle underlying the division of power. Polybius, as it were, says, I take the whole political power and divide it into three chunks, so that it is nowhere so that it is nowhere too big, and this separation will prevent the overbearing. There is no principle given, although there is perhaps something implied that you would not make the Senate the commander-in-chief of the armies. Yeah? How can you have a body of men, of hundreds of men as a commander? Sure, but there is no principle stated. In Montesquieu, there is a principle stated. The sum total of political power must be divided into legislative, executive, and judiciary. In Aristotle, you have a distinction of powers, no separation of powers. In Polybius, you have a separation of the sum total of power into more or less three equal parts without a principle. In Montesquieu, you have a separation into these three Aristotelian powers because there is a principle involved. Now, what is that principle? One, again, simple. Since the whole thing is stated for political purposes with sufficient clarity in books 11 and 12 of the Spirit of Laws, the simple thing is to do these two books, to read these two books. I believe that won't take more than half an hour for a general familiarity. What is the key point? The security of the individual. The security of the individual exists if the legislator, the judge, and the executor are different individuals, different legal persons. The legislator may do his worst. I mean, he may have a very iniquitous law, but the executive has to have his own, in other words, he obeys the law. He does not necessarily add an animus of his own to the wickedness of the legislator. Same applies to the judge. The division of power is the only guarantee for the security of the individual. Now, in Polybius, Polybius thought of freedom in general. Surely, there should be no oppression. But the precise notion of security of the individual is not the overriding concern of Polybius, as little as it is an overriding concern of Aristotle. Therefore, Montesquieu's discussion of the division of power, separation of powers, is linked up with the discussion especially of penal law, because the penal law affects the security of the individual to the extent to which it is menaced by the government to the highest degree. So the key point would then be the security of the individual as an overriding concern. Yeah, then we take one further step. The primacy of the security of the individual this has found a very precise expression in modern times, with which you are all familiar. And that is the rights of man. The natural rights of each. It is, Montesquieu is an extremely shrewd and broad thinker, and he sees the problem in here in that notion very well. I will only give you one indication, which is amusing but also instructive. He says that Sir William Petty, in a way the founder of political economy, had figured out the value of a human being. Being an economist, everything has a value. Human being too must have a value. Montesquieu has no objection to that, except this. How did he figure out the value of a human being? He looked at what a human being was fetching at the slave market in Algiers. That is that. To which Montesquieu, that wise French magistrate, replies, that may be the value of an Englishman. There are countries in which a human being has a much smaller value. In some countries, the value of a human being is even approaching zero. And in some countries, it may be less than zero. He's thinking of very overpopulated countries who have now with endemic famine. Now that, of course, you can easily see how this affects the issue of the rights of man. What is the value of the right of life if life has no value? Yeah? So, in other words, he saw that the natural right doctrine, as usually stated, is open to all kinds of great difficulties. But still, nevertheless, the natural rights principles are the beginning, not the external, but the inner beginning of his whole life. So we have then that. Then we would have to go into that question, what does natural right, what does this notion of natural right mean? What does it imply? And this notion of natural right as a right which is a legitimate claim of the individual, not a law, not a duty, that is really a concept which is hardly older than Hobbes and clearly developed with awareness of the consequences only by Hobbes. Yeah, but there is another notion, and that was the natural law, or natural right in the sense in which the Greeks understood it. Surely we have to understand that first in order to see what such people like Hobbes and Locke did to it. You cannot understand Hobbes or Locke if you do not know. In the case of Locke, every child knows that, I think, as are not all scholars, that he quotes Hooker, Richard Hooker, but he also modifies him without emphasizing this fact particularly. And therefore you have to understand Hooker, to read Hooker, to see what precisely Locke is trying to slip in. That is only one example from many that the basic modern concepts, by basic I mean not those which were basic in the 17th century, but even those which are basic now, cannot be articulated, properly understood, unless we go back to the point where a direct analysis of political phenomena with full clarity about what one was doing was done, and that means for practical purposes always Aristotle. Yes.
Well, I'd just like to add one footnote to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Debating the legitimacy of this approach seems to me that in sort of the latest modern thought, at least in one school,
Yes.
there's been a kind of return to Aristotle. You might think it's really funny.
No, I know of. I may not know what you say, but I have observed such things.
Yeah. It seems to me that, for example, in a book that's not here in the library yet, but it's just been published, a book on the politics of developing areas, I think it's called. In the introduction to this, the man, in analyzing various kinds of political systems, produces something that's very close to Aristotle when he says that the separation of powers, or he calls them rule-making, the rule enforcing, and the rule adjudicating, which in a way is a return to Aristotle's view of making the functions and powers distinct but not separate. See, he says that even in the American Constitution, the idea of separateness is illusory to some extent. So, in this sense, it seems to me that he's returning to a more kind of notion, which is very much like Aristotle, not like Polybius or Monty.
But still, that is, I believe you that, and I know similar things, but they are not quite the same as what I meant. What I meant was, could be compatible with a perfect rejection of the Aristotelian concepts, if I may say so. I exaggerate a bit. And using an entirely different scheme, provided the scheme or the fundamental concepts or categories, however you may call them, have been clarified, on the basis of such a starting from Aristotle. I see no other practical way to do that. Experience of many years. Now, I suppose it's very late. We omitted many important things. Only one point I would like to add as a transition to our further discussion, that I think Mr. Strauss is right, that common regime, which is most commonly practicable, is the polity. I believe that too. The polity. I.e., the polity being a kind of qualified democracy. Qualified democracy. That is quite, I think that is correct. The difficulty is only this, that Aristotle found hardly any actual example of that. You remember? That question we have to discuss, because that, I think, was a true beginning of modern political philosophy. The observation that the best regime, as Plato and Aristotle understood it, even in this very sober way, which is meant here in the fourth book, is hardly ever actual. Perhaps has never been actual. Does this not show that there is something wrong regarding the whole orientation of the classes? That was a step which Machiavelli took, which can be presented without any reference to nasty things, and simply this consideration. If the whole political experience of mankind does not offer as a single example of the best regime on whichever level you take it, how can you say the best regime is the regime according to nature? Which is a very attractive argument as far as it goes, and it goes very far. And because you have to consider not only Machiavelli, but also the men who improved on Machiavelli after him. The only justification for Plato and Aristotle which one can offer is this. Did the abandonment of the idea of the best regime not lead political sense of the difficulties? And I also like particularly what you said about making a distinction which is not made by Aristotle explicitly between the avoidable and the unavoidable changes. And which implies, of course, this is connected with the question, I don't know that any of it, which we discussed on a former occasion, whether prediction is possible or not. We are aware of that. The approach of Aristotle is, of course, entirely different than the present-day approach. I will take this up later on. There is one point which you mentioned, which seems to be unintelligible to begin with. Aristotle says that all believe in proportionate equality. And we have heard that in a democracy, all believe in arithmetic equality. Now, how can you reconcile that?
Well, in a democracy, everybody believes that they are equal.
Yeah.
Therefore, they should get an equal share, which is proportional power.
Is it proportional?
If they're all equal,
If they all are simply equal, so that one can be exchanged to the other, then all should get the same share, be it in political power or what else, but chiefly political power. How can you reconcile that? Or is the principle of proportional equality also recognized in democracy as Aristotle understood it? Yes.
If you apply proportional equality to a group of equal people, then you will give them all equal rights, so that they are compatible. If you assume that all the people are equal, then you really apply proportional equality. This is the same as numerical equality. If they're equal.
Yeah. Now,
democracy says they're equal.
Let us see where democracy, as Aristotle understands it, admits visibly a proportional equality, which is not identical with numerical equality. I mean, where the difference appears, in that case the difference wouldn't appear. The case mentioned by you. In that case, proportional equality would coincide with numerical equality. Let us take simple cases. You must not forget that Aristotle's political teaching takes for granted private property. Yeah? And therefore also property owners, some have small property, some have large property, some have no property. And there is also therefore exchange, shoemakers and farmers, or what have you, or physicians. Now in all these cases, the people take for granted that there should be proportional equality. For example, what a porter does, a man who only carries burdens, does nothing else. And the physician, says the physician should get for his work more than the carrier of burdens. No one questions that. Yeah. So we have a large sphere, although it may not be politically important, but still a large sphere in which everyone takes it for granted. Now, furthermore, let us look at the physicians themselves. From the point of view of proportionate equality, you could say that the first-rate physician should be rewarded differently than a bungler. Yeah? But that doesn't work so easily, as we know. Yeah? So in other words, there we have to be satisfied with a rough kind of equality. As Aristotle puts it in his section of today, in a different context, the few are a demos, a society of equals among themselves. Yeah? So we have that. Now, in which respect the demos is also, quote, a few. Just as a few, says physicians, are in a way a demos, yeah? A collective of equals. The reverse is also true. How can you show that? Yes?
Well, since you said the demos are few, in respect of their capacities, they are basically only one type of person, where there are many types of persons.
No, I mean, which inequality is taken for granted by democracy as Aristotle understands it? Which politically, now these inequalities of which I spoke hitherto, the economic inequalities, are not as such politically important, at least not those I mentioned. But which inequality is taken for granted by democracy?
The natural inequality between slaves and freeborn.
Yeah, you don't have to say, don't have to add natural. But it is, nevertheless, it is good to do that. Because to the extent to which we can speak of a theory of ancient democracy, of which we have very little traces. But there is a remark, for example, in the 8th book of Plato's Republic, when he presents the democracy. And then the Democrat says, no naturally free man would stand for any other regime except democracy. Yeah? And to that extent you are right. So in other words, but returning to the simpler level, of course there are resident aliens, there are slaves, there are children, yeah, there are criminals, yeah, of various degrees who are also unequal. So a certain inequality, if proportional equality means some form of inequality, some form of inequality is built in democracy as the classics understood it. I mean also the peoples understood it. Yeah? That should be clear. And now the question is then more precisely this. Is the inequality regarding wealth, for example, politically as important as a rich state? That's the issue between the democratic oligarchs. But that inequalities are politically important, and that the right order is one which makes proper allowance for the politically relevant inequalities. Is admitted on all sides. This much on this point. Now, you said, and you have a perfect justification for that, as opposed through Barker, here there is another chair if you want to sit. I don't know your name. Here is another chair. You are not responsible for that. And that is what you said at the beginning. The subject matter of the book is revolution. Since you are there, you might be able to tell us what the embarrassing thing is in this respect.
Revolution. Hi. Social or taste change or
You have only a very vague sense. Yeah, that's all right. That's the way. Now, I don't think that I can dispose of the vagueness. What one would have to do is really to make a thorough study of the concept of the revolution, which presupposes a study of the history of the term revolution. And every one of you is in a position to begin that study by looking at the Oxford Dictionary, the article revolution, where you will see quite a few things. But that is by no means sufficient. One has also to go back to other points. Now, I would like to make one remark. Aristotle uses two terms in this discussion. One is stasis, which I believe doesn't exist in any, is not embodied in any English word. And then I would translate this simply by rising. Rising. Standing up, rising. That's one thing. Yeah, my S's are not very good, but you got it, yeah? Or shall I write? Now the other term is change of regime. The two things are not identical. There may be a rising. Not every rising leads to a change of regime. Aristotle gives some examples. There may be a rising, for example, what you have in Korea now might very well be directed only against Ree's administration and not meant to be a change of the regime proper. Yeah? This is an unpopular magistrate or general or what have you. On the other hand, not every change of the regime comes about by a rising. Can you give us an example from Aristotle?
the coral.
No, that led to a rising. But if you have, for example, a change, a slow change, so that the proportion of the poor becomes much larger, and then at a certain moment, on the basis of the established election laws, a change occurs. Yes. What is your point? Yeah. So, not every change of regime comes about by rising. And yet there is some connection, obviously. And everyone senses that. Let us make it clear in the simplest way what the connection is, in the most superficial way to begin with. Where do you see there is a connection? that connection entitles the translators to speak of revolutions, because today we mean by a revolution not universally, but ordinarily in political talk, a combination of a rising and a change of regime. Is not true? French Revolution, the English revolutions, the Russian Revolution, the American Revolution, let's not forget that, was also a rising and a change of regime, in spite of what some so-called conservative writers today assert, who believe that the transformation of a monarchy into a republic and the abolition of any equivalent to a House of Lords, properly so called, hereditary nobility, is trivial. So what is the connection between the two? Since they are manifestly different things. Well, shall I answer it? The biggest rising leads to a change of regime. You know, if there is only some minor change, someone is thrown out as some individual and nothing else is changed, that is not a big thing. But the biggest rising leads to a change of regime. And on the other hand, the biggest changes of regime are brought about by rising. Now that is very vulgarly and popularly expressed, but sometimes it is good to do so. The coincidence of the two is, we may compare to the violent death of a regime. A regime may also die without violence, may simply decay. But the violent death is the most spectacular political happening, and the most incisive. And therefore, so to say, when each of the two elements, the rising and the change of regime, are in its fullest force, then we have that coincidence of both, which is now meant by revolution. But a revolution is not a term. It's not a term which occurs in classical antiquity altogether. The Buddhist revolution originally, the primary meaning, as far as I don't think that the term revolution occurs in classical Latin at all. But it has a Greek equivalent, and in Greek the term occurs. That would be called anacyclosis. That would be in Latin revolutio. Now that means turning around. A revolution. The work of Copernicus has a title on the revolution of the celestial orbs. Revolution is this kind of thing, but it may also be elliptical, that doesn't make any difference. You come back to the same point. Polybius, to whom I referred before on the last time, in his account of the various regimes and how they change into one another, speaks of the revolution of the regimes, but he means by that not the change from one regime into another, but this movement. You begin, say, with kingship, that decays into tyranny, then there comes aristocracy, then oligarchy, then you have democracy, then you get mob rule, then you get tyranny, and then you begin to come again in revulsion to tyranny to kingship, and then it goes up again. That is the revolution, according to politics. Yes.
Is there ever any concept of a linear change? I mean, starting from kingship, going to tyranny, then going back up the ladder from tyranny to kingship?
Yeah, but how do you come from, I mean, if you have this, say, a simple descending order, kingship, tyranny, or maybe complicated, but still. And then how do you get back? Except by sight. That is a scheme presented by Plato in the book, in the Republic. And that presupposes, but Plato doesn't say, this movement back. And Plato speaks of a cycle in another work, in a different context in his style of statesman. So I think that this was already the implication of Plato's teaching. Yeah, but what is the difference when we speak of revolutions today? We, of course, also have in mind successful risings. which lead to a change of regime. But that is not quite what we mean by it. Yes? And therefore, from our grandiose point of view, the examples which Aristotle gives must seem very petty. Yeah? It means a very dry and boring enumerations of whether this regime was changed in this little way or in this big way and so. But we have to look at our concept of revolution. What is the basis of what is the empirical basis for our present-day concept of revolution?
Well, I think that the modern concept of revolution also includes, to a greater extent, than it can, economic change in society.
Yeah, that is a part of surely the Marxist doctrine.
Yeah.
But still, precisely the Marxist doctrine makes also a distinction between political revolutions and social revolutions. Makes a distinction. And Aristotle is as such here concerned only with political revolutions as such, although he allows for the significance of so-called economic things. Yeah?
But the days of ideology, some kind of...
Yeah, I think that is crucial. You know, we have these three great facts. The English Revolution, you can see two of them, 1640 and 1688, the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution. And the other ones are simply a kind of illustrations to these three things. And our concept of revolution is abstracted from that modern experience. And here you have, indeed, a linear development. I mean, it becomes, according to the claims that anyway, ever more democratic. Yeah? The claims, whatever the reality may be. Then you get into difficulties. Then there were so-called fascist revolutions in our century, but since they were obviously in the inverse direction, can they be called revolutions? You know? That leads to certain difficulties, and that depends. If you make the distinction, you make a value judgment. And therefore, you make a value judgment. There is the right kind of changes. These are revolutions. The wrong kind are counter-revolutions or whatever have you. But then the question is, what about the standard? What about the standard? Furthermore, there is also implied a certain sense of direction of the whole movement. Yeah? So a kind of prediction regarding the future, which is also implied, which Aristotle does not assume. Yes? Now, go on.
I would like to say that I don't think always the concept of revolution necessarily implies a value judgment. Why wouldn't it be defined in these terms, for instance, from the Marx point of view? Say, radical and sudden change in a regime which brought about a radical and massive shift of power from one segment of the society to another.
In other words, you would always include the element of violence necessarily. Yeah?
You get into an argument here about what constitutes a revolution. Might you say that the American Revolution was a massive political change from one center of authority to another center of authority, but if you look at Burke's view on it, and it was a natural thing, and in this sense would be considered a revolution.
Yeah, but Burke, you must not forget, Burke wrote Burke's statements on revolution were surely, the most famous by the French Revolution. And especially in connection with the French Revolution, he made the distinction between the revolution of 1789 following in France and that of 1688-89 in England. And this distinction was then applied to the difference between the American Revolution and the French Revolution. That Burke thought that the American colonists were fundamentally in the right against the stupidity of the British government. Yeah? It does not in itself mean that he didn't say that he denied it was a revolution. It was a justified revolution. Later on, in opposition to the French Revolution, he developed more of a doctrine regarding revolutions, and say, one could say perhaps this: defensible changes, sound changes, and indefensible and unsound changes. And from this point of view, he put together 1688 and 1776. He did not speak of 1640 following, you know. That is, and you must not forget that it's so much linked up with the discussion of that time that would not be immediately sufficient for building up a clear theory as to what constitutes revolution. But did you also want to say something?
Well, I think one of my points have already been made. Well, I was just going to say that revolution seems to me to have two connotations, or I thought mentioned, that is, one sudden change, two violence. You have both of those things connected with the way we use revolution. However, I think that we also use it in a more diffuse way to cover such things as industrial revolution,
scientific revolution,
all kinds of social revolutions, and even things which are strictly political, like indigenous revolution, which we speak of today, the indigenous revolutions in undeveloped countries, which aren't strictly speaking really very sudden or really very violent in many cases. So in this sense, we've diluted the meaning a great deal, it seems to me, from the original concept associated with
and our general inclination to like big words of this kind, other big words we dislike, like virtue. But this kind of words we like, and they will be using. That's quite true. But I to come back to the main point, which was indicated in the discussion. I think the characteristic difference between the modern concept of revolution and the Aristotelian concept is that the modern concept is connected with the philosophy of history. That I believe we would always be able to discern, not when we are confronted with an isolated definition, which may be wholly unrevealing, but when we allow the man to have his full say on the matter. Yeah? Aristotle's doctrine of revolution has nothing whatever to do with the philosophy of history. And that is not interesting enough, because he is somehow aware of the fact that there was, very broadly speaking, development, early kingship, early nobility, let's call it Aristotle, the noble. Then you get a tyranny, and it was then you had something like oligarchy, slowly shifting into democracy, and that then became into, let's say, dictatorship, Caesarism, or whatever you might call it. You know, as the Roman experience, which Aristotle could know. And there is, of course, something of this kind applies also to modern times. Yeah, I mean, the developments in the early Middle Ages, very roughly speaking, and so one could speculate on the basis of this. Is there not such a law of societies that they develop along this kind of thing? Aristotle had sufficient material to develop them, but he didn't do that. At the end of the fifth book, he has a criticism of Plato's simple scheme, and there he gives some of the reasons. We will discuss it next time. But now I would limit myself to only to one point. What is the difference? It's a precise difference between Aristotle's approach and the modern approach. By modern approach, I mean that which is characteristically modern. I do not deny that there are men in modern times who look also at changes of regimes and risings in this perspective. I would say this. Aristotle looks at such risings and changes strictly political, in the way in which they come to sight to politically acting men as such. And there, for example, whatever Marxists or also non-Marxists might say about the tremendous differences between the present Russian regime and the Tsarist regime, there is a very important point which is of course identical, and that is security measures employed by Khrushchev or whoever is especially in charge of that, and by the ministers of the South. The preservation of the regime. Who will win, whether they will preserve the regime, whether they will, the regime will be destroyed, is impossible to predict. Or whether it will undergo slow changes which will bring about a different regime in the course of the generation, it's impossible to predict. You know that from today. No one would dare, no responsible man would dare to build his policy regarding Russia on the premise that this regime will have changed within 50 years into a so-called more liberalized version. I mean, you may hope that, you may count with that possibility. You may say we must act in such a way as not to prevent such a development perhaps, but to take it as a basis would be a criminal folly. And so really no one knows. That is the situation with which we are politically concerned, that no one knows. And therefore the question arises from the point of view of every regime, how to preserve it. And what are the peculiar dangers to which this peculiar regime is exposed. Now, since there are other types of regime, meaning not only this country, but democratic regime, and this subdivision perhaps of a democratic regime, to some extent you are able to generalize. And that is what Aristotle is doing here. One can also state the Aristotelian view popularly as follows. There is no revolution. There was never a revolution. There will never be a revolution in which you can say the fate of mankind is at stake. That he never says that, but that is a tacit implication. It's a much more practical and to some extent even technical problem than it is in the light of the modern notions. One would doubtless have to go into that much more fully than we have done here. I mentioned one point with reference to what Mr. Steintrager said. Now, when Aristotle begins his discussion, and he says, makes first a universal statement. The cause of risings is, quote, justice, unquote. By which he means, as would become clear from the context, what people believe to be just. Therefore, we can say certain opinions. Yeah? Certain opinions. Now, Thomas Hobbes took up this issue many centuries later in his great works. And when he speaks of the things, I forgot now what the chapter headings are, the things which weaken a commonwealth or something of this kind, in the Leviathan, for example, he puts the greatest emphasis on opinions. And he gives a list of opinions, 10 or 12, I don't know how many, which induce people, which weaken a commonwealth, which lead to change of regime. You see, for Hobbes, the opinions play a much greater role than for Aristotle, much greater role. And that is the prehistory of what happened later, because if opinions are the danger, false opinions, true opinions are the salvation. And therefore the chief political task is to instill the citizens with the right kind of opinions. Aristotle assumes tacitly, in some places we have seen it comes out explicitly, that opinions are by no means the only important point. Many of the examples recorded by Miss O'Neill would show that, in case you haven't read it. Now, is there any point you would like to bring up regarding this very general problem on which I can only touch here? The question of revolution is one of these key concepts of social science in which all the problems are buried if one does not begin to think about it. Yes.
What about the relationship in Aristotle between revolution and academic disagreement or involved? And say that Marx or Marx.
Yeah, what does this mean, economic? I mean, what Aristotle speaks of that, but he used a different name for that. He used a different name. I mean that Aristotle knew that the difference between the rich and the poor is of the utmost importance. I think that we have seen often enough. The question is only from a Marxist point of view, what's wrong with that? Why would Marx say that this is an inadequate analysis, it's too much too rough? Yeah.
Well, Aristotle doesn't see any inadequate tension. He doesn't see a tension here which will inevitably bring about a revolution.
No, Aristotle regards it as possible, as modern bourgeois would, that the two parts can live in harmony. If the rich are sensible people, and the poor are also tolerably sensible, then they can live in harmony. That is what Aristotle surely believed. Even today, some of the passages which Ms. O'Neill mentioned show this simple-minded view. Yeah. And of course he doesn't say that they must live in harmony. That will not come about automatically. I mean, if no effort, not the proper effort is made on both sides, it won't work. The proper effort can be facilitated by common dangers, for example, yeah? Which is not something nice. Dangers are not nice, but which can be very helpful, salutary. But the main point is that Marx would simply say what kind of rich. The feudal lords are very rich. The big industrials or bankers in the bourgeois society are rich. That is an entirely different kind of wealth, and therefore will also have an entirely different kind of poverty at the opposite pole. And therefore the fate of these societies will be entirely different. The feudal opposition of rich and poor allowed for the possibility of a class emerging which could become again a ruling class. You know the famous story, the serfs running away from their lords into cities, towns, and becoming free men there, becoming burghers, and that is the origin of the bourgeoisie. And at a certain moment, this new class, originally simply a fragment of the poor, became the rich, a new kind of rich, and the rulers. But in the last case, in the case of the bourgeois, the poor are a class which can never wish to become a ruling class proper. Yeah? A ruling class presupposing, of course, always a ruled class. So, in other words, the question is, however, whether Aristotle is really, apart from the Marxist hopes and his expectations, is speaking merely analytically, whether Aristotle does not make these distinctions. You remember in the case of the demos, he does make the distinctions between whether the demos consist chiefly of peasants or chiefly of urban people, or what kind. I mean, for example, there may be the poorest part of commonwealths may be numerically very strong. Okay? I mean, say the people, the unskilled workers without any landed property may become numerically very strong. That is what Aristotle calls extreme democracy. That would give the democracy an entirely different complexion. Up to this point, Aristotle is precise enough. He was perhaps not precise enough in his distinctions of the various kinds of wealthy people, you know. although he refers to that when he speaks of the difference between Sparta, a surely non-commercial city, and Carthage, a surely commercial city. But still, these refinements, which are necessary from Aristotle's own point of view, are for this very reason not in contradiction with this point of view. In other words, Aristotle's politics is perfectly compatible with a greater breakdown of the various kinds of rule of the rich than he has given. It would be an interesting question why he did not take the trouble, whereas he did take the trouble in the case of democracy. That would be an interesting question. But there is no difficulty in principle, I believe. Mr. Faulkner?
Do I understand the difference between you and Mr. Dennis in the between Aristotle and Mr. Dennis?
It's better. Because we have no difference.
But I thought you said the appearances were quite important.
Yeah, all right. All right.
Do I understand the difference between Aristotle and Mr. Difference?
Mr. Freud would make a lot of it.
You might have a good point. Do I understand the difference between Aristotle and Dennis to consider myth? Aristotle's criterion for a revolution is a qualitative change. Dennis is a quantitative. The sudden and violent, and violent character to change.
No, I don't think so. What would you say is the difference?
Well, I don't really know how to meet this objection because I really hadn't thought of this way. It seems to me that by violence, use violence as the kind of qualitative difference.
Yeah, sure. And suddenness also.
And suddenness is
at least qualitative fun.
Or quantitative.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't seem to me, I don't see much gain by casting this word. Maybe you had something in mind.
No, but you had something still. There was a difference. And it would be useful if you would bring it out in a very general way. What do you think is, how shall I say, either too little or too much in Aristotle's overall notion?
What do I think is too little or too much?
Yeah.
Well, if it seems to me he envisions a kind of evolutionary revolution in the sense that is things that are gradual and still revolutionary.
No, I think really, let me try to, I don't believe that is a very important problem.
What?
That's a very important problem. What you have in mind is a rising connected, leading up to a change of the regime. And Aristotle, of course, is very much concerned with it. But Aristotle says, as you, I trust, will admit, there may be risings of a very limited kind, just to get rid of one individual. And then, on the other hand, there may be changes of regime which are not violent. Yeah? Take, for example, the monarchy. The last heir dies. Technically, some foreign prince would be an heir. But the people feel we rather get along without monarchy than to have a foreign prince. And then they decide peacefully, let us have now a council of the greatest men of the Commonwealth instead of the king. No violence, whatever. It would become then a somewhat verbal question, which is avoided by Aristotle's terminology, just that he does not speak of revolution.
Well, there was one thing, it seems to me that Aristotle doesn't really take account of, or at least underrates, the possibility of revolution imposed externally, that is, either through war.
He speaks of it.
Well, I know. I think he underrates it at least.
No. He could not, because that was a common fact during the Peloponnesian War, especially, that wherever the Athenians were strong, they established democracies. And wherever the Spartans were strong, they established oligarchies. Here, the first of them. No, he could not have overlooked that. Yes.
But perhaps the point is that he doesn't make clear why there should be this impetus. I mean, Aristotle is quite clear that tyranny, or let's say democracy and an oligarchy, cannot live side by side. In other words, there's no peaceful coexistence for Aristotle. There's almost a necessity which will lead them to clash head-on, and one attempt to oppose this principle on the other.
Well, yeah, in one sense, he says much more. They are as incompatible as that the same man has and does not have cancer. Yeah? I mean, if you have a democracy somewhere, you can't have a tyranny at the same place at the same time. That's impossible. But that there should be a tyranny in city A and a democracy in city B, he takes for granted this can be done. I mean, he doesn't say a word. That's the duty of democracies to establish democracies everywhere. He may say it might be a wise policy, but he may have thought so, but we have no evidence of it. No. That is really not an issue. In other words, the domestic problem of the regime, may be based on foreign policy considerations or may issue in such consideration, and they may not. It all depends. He doesn't make any statement of that.
Well, it seems to me that later in the fifth book, he states emphatically that it is obvious that constitutional thoughts and principles will clash. I mean, two policies, or poli, or whatever they are.
Polis. Say cities.
All right, two cities, let's say, side by side, are going, if you can look at one and say that its regime is that of an oligarch, and look at another and say its regime is that of a tyranny, you can then say there will be war between these two.
I mean, I don't remember that passage. I have not read the last part now, but I doubt very much that Aristotle says such a thing in universality. What he does say is that tyrants are compelled to engage in an expansionist foreign policy in order to take off the steam at home. That's not a matter. But regarding democracy or the other regimes, he does not say whether they are constitutionally compelled either to be aggressive or non-aggressive in the foreign field. That depends on circumstances. The ordinary view in classical times was that the democracy of the type of Athens is inevitably aggressive. Aristotle does not say so. You know, think of the expansionist, Athens use very simple reasons. These payments for attendance at the law courts and so came from the Athenian Empire. So they had to keep it and, if possible, to enlarge it. But that leads us away from the fundamental issue. Now we have to turn now to the text. But Mr. Reinken, I forgot you.
Well, there was only a side point. Ms. O'Neill mentioned the movement from mercenary armies to demagogues, and it struck me that this has gone on much further since Aristotle's time, and perhaps Cromwell's New Model Army is the turning point. When the armies are not attached personally, as to Caesar or Caligula, but as with Castro, they're drawn as partly to the man, but principally to the ideology.
Yeah, no, that is, I mean, this kind, let me put it this way, and I think we will find some evidence for that. The, quote, idealist, unquote, the man dedicated to a cause with whom we are so familiar, yeah, in all countries, all Western, at least in all Western countries, and perhaps also in others, was for classical thought a very great problem. A very great problem. And you can say that such a work like Plato's Republic is nothing except an analysis of political idealism. That was a very strange, I mean, the just man, they knew. Yeah? The law-abiding man, the just man, so that they knew. But the political idealist, as we call it, is a very great problem. What Plato does in his Republic, there Socrates is confronted with two young political idealists, as we would call them in our language, Glaucon and Adeimantus, believers in justice in such a way that they want to remodel the city according to justice. We know something of what happened. There were quite a few young boys, youngsters of this kind who loathed the Athenian democracy as a disgrace, and out of idealism, as we would say, as they tried to restore it. Plato, when he was 20, had similar feelings. And then a revolution took place. the famous 30 Tyrants. And then Plato says, you can read it in the 7th letter, when he looked back from them to that terrible democracy, that terrible democracy looked in retrospect like the golden age. So Plato was cured when he was 20 or so. And Glaucon and Amandus are cured in the Republic, in our sight, so we can observe the process. So makes every allowance in his critique of the democracy. In the 8th book, he states the case against democracy in an absolutely fantastic way. You remember the story that the very donkeys don't obey anymore the democracy. But in this process, they are led to see the full problem of political idealism. We have some trace of that here. Now, I suggest that one would have to understand this strange thing which many people today say is simply a secularized version of religious feelings of mission, expansion, and so secularization, they say. But that is also a word which would need a long commentary and a long analysis to become intelligible. Now let us read at the end of 1301a, where he says, people arise out of some notions of justice, but most justly of all, Mr. Reinke, yeah? No, 1301a end. But most justly of all would rise those who are outstanding as regards virtue. Yeah? The end of 1301a is easy as that. Yeah. I'm sorry. All right, let me try to do that until you find it. Most justly of all would those rise who are outstanding in regard to virtue. But these men do it least of all. They have the greatest justification because almost everywhere those who are not truly virtuous are in control, and they should rule according to natural right. But these men have the greatest right avail themselves least of that right. And now he gives the reason why. Do you have it now?
Yes. There is also some justification for those who possessing an advantage at first, regardless.
No, before. For it is most reasonable, yeah?
They only can reasonably be regarded as enjoying an absolute superiority.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
But
go on.
There is also some justification for those who possessing an advantage.
No, that he doesn't say. There are some who, being superior by descent, are not satisfied with equality because of that inequality. Namely, the inequality regarding virtue. Yeah? For men of noble birth are thought to be those who possess virtue of the ancestors and wealth. The implication is that the men of noble birth, they fight for rule and make risings. They do not have the justification because their forefathers might have been men of virtue, but whether they are men of virtue is an open question. Yeah? Good. Now, why do the men of virtue, in contradistinction to the idealists, not make risings? Let us read that takes this up first. In 1304a end.
And revolutions also occur when the sections of the state which are usually regarded as antagonists, for example, the rich and the common people, are equally balanced, with little or nothing of the middle class determined in favor.
Yeah, in other words, an equilibrium, a so-called equilibrium, necessarily leads to clash. Yeah? There must be some cushion between the middle class. Yeah?
For where either side has a clear preponderance, the other will be unwilling to risk the struggle with the side which is on.
No, I must have made a mistake.
This is the reason why.
Yeah, no, that's not the point. Yeah, no, go on. This is the right passage, yeah.
This is the reason why men of preeminent merit do not, as a rule, attempt to stir up sedition. They are only a few against many.
So, that seems to be a perfectly good reason, yeah? They are, being men of virtue, they are men of sense. And therefore, they know quite well that they couldn't win except with the help of people without sense. And then there would be a mess of a different complexion, but still a mess. Now go on, because the other point is relevant also.
Such, in a general view, are the springs and causes of sedition and change in all constitutions. We may add that political revolutions are sometimes achieved by force, and sometimes by fraud. Force may either be used initially or at a later stage. Fraud, too, may be used in two different stages. Sometimes it is used in the initial stage. In this way, a change may be made at the moment with general assent, but those who have made it then proceed to keep control of affairs in the teeth of all opposition. This was the case with the revolution of the 400 at Athens. They first defrauded the people by an assurance that the Persian king would provide money for the war against Sparta. And after this act of fraud, they attempted to keep the constitution permanently under their control. Sometimes, however, an initial act of persuasion is followed up afterwards by a similar policy, and control is thus kept with general consent.
Let us stop here. So in other words, what I suggest is this. One could perhaps also consider this as an additional reason, which however Aristotle characteristically does not give us a reason, that men of virtue would not use force or fraud, and therefore two major means of affecting a change of regime are not at their disposal. But it is very characteristic that Aristotle does not say that. Now, let us return to 1301b and a few points on it. Aristotle makes first a distinction in his usual way between various kinds of changes. There may be a rising which is political, meaning where change of regime is intended, or only where change of personnel is intended. For example, if you look at the difference between Malenkov and Lenin, you have a clear difference, although one could perhaps say that Malenkov also stood for a different policy and not only, for his own power. That's the one we don't know. Then another kind of change which is not radical is if it is only a question of more or less democratic. Say, if you have a change in an American state from strictly representative democracy to somewhat more direct democracy, that would be an example, and vice versa, of course, too. Then there may be changes directed not against the regime, but only against a certain office, which is low. But then, after this first initial distinction, Aristotle turns to general discussion of such changes of regime. And the first thing he has to do, since he spoke of the just, as a notion of just as the guiding motive, that he has to explain that. Ms. O'Neill stated that clearly enough, we do not have to stick there. To stop at that. We turn now to 1302a 16. That may very well be the beginning of a chapter in Barker. Yes?
It says, since we concern to start political disturbance and mutual dissension.
Then let us stop here first. In other words, three things have to be distinguished. What state of mind? But the word mind does not occur in the Greek. You could also say what mood. You don't have to, in what. I don't know how to translate that, post-echantes. Is there anyone who knows Greek? How? It is a very general word. But they would also put the emphasis on the mental things in particular. That is not in what? Something of this kind. Something of this kind. And the second is, that must be more literally translated, for the sake of what? And the third, which are the origins, the initiating origins of political confusions and of risings of one against the other. Aristotle refers here, that is not difficult to see, to different kinds of causes. You may recall that Aristotle distinguished various kinds of causes. The simple example, the shoemaker making a shoe. There is in the first place necessary the material, say leather, that's a material cause. Then there is necessary the maker, in this case the shoemaker, or to the maker, or that which begins the motion, which begins the change. The origin of the change is in the shoemaker. And then there must be some vision of the thing to be produced. That's the form. He must have this form in his mind. And fourth, there must be a purpose of the thing to be produced, and that's the end. The end of the final cause. Now Aristotle speaks here only of three of these causes, omitting the material cause because that is not interesting here. That would be men in general and would be of no interest. Now let us take first the first point.
The principal and general cause of an attitude of mind which disposes men towards change is the cause of which we have just spoken. There are some who stir up sedition because their minds are filled by a passion for equality, which arises from their thinking that they have the worst of the bargain, in spite of being the equals of those who have got the advantage. There are others who do it because their minds are filled with the passion for inequality, that is, superiority, which arises from their conceiving that they get no advantage over others, but only an equal amount or even a smaller amount, although they are really more than equal to others. Either of these passions may have some justification, and either may be without any. Thus, inferiors become revolutionaries in order to be equals, and equals in order to be superiors. This is the state of mind which creates sedition.
Yeah. So in other words, the state of mind is an opinion regarding justice backed up by zeal, that is to say. The word passion never occurs here, but it's something of this kind is of course present. That is the formal cause, that which characterizes the revolutionary, as we would say. The revolutionary is a man who is filled with a certain notion of injustice or justice that gives him his character. But this doesn't tell us for the sake of what he's doing it, nor does he tell us what the beginning of the motion is, the beginning of the change is. These things come up later. Now let's go on.
The objects which are in state are profit and honor. They are also their opposites, loss and disgrace. But the authors of political sedition may be simply seeking to avert some disgrace or affront from themselves and their friends.
Yeah, that is good. The end for the sake of which is honor and gain. Aristotle, of course, doesn't mean that there must be both present, honor and or gain. That is for the sake of which these people, characterized by a certain notion of justice and by a dedication to that, act. Now, what is the beginning of the motion? These men have this end, and they have a certain character. What is the beginning of the action? What is the beginning of the change? Is this not enough for answering the question of the beginning of the change? Yeah? Okay, then I just wanted to remind you of the famous distinction between motive and opportunity. You know, a man may have a motive for committing a murder, and yet lacking opportunity, and then he would be an extreme fool if he would commit a murder. But the other thing is needed. What is the beginning of his action, is opportunity, location. Yeah, but that is, of course, that is only in order to make it initially intelligible. The passage is very difficult. Let us now turn to the secret and read this with particular care.
The occasions...
No, that is... No. The causes and initiating beginnings of the motions,
The causes...
that are technical Aristotelian terms which are used, the idea and idea, asceto, certis, genesos, and so on. Yeah? Yes?
The causes and origins of disturbances, causes which encourage the attitude of mind and lead to the pursuit of the objects which have just been mentioned, may be counted from one point of view as 7, but from another as more than that number. 2 of these causes, profit and art, are identical with 2 of the objects which have just been mentioned. But when considered as causes, they act in a different way. As objects, profit and honor provoke dissension because, as we have just noted, men want to get them themselves. As causes, they lead to dissension because men see other persons getting a larger share, some justly and some unjustly, than they themselves do.
Let us see. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? See, all these revolutionaries do what they do for the sake of honor and or gain. Honor does not mean, of course, in Aristotle, what they now call power. By which I mean, honor doesn't mean to have a badge, this kind of thing, and that people talk about them, and that is not a concern of serious men. On the other hand, Aristotle does not speak of power in the way in which it's done now, because, for example, you can have power by being the wire puller. Yeah? No one knows of you. And you, in some smoke-filled room, perhaps only with one other fellow, who is your front man, you pull all wires. That is not, honor means, of course, recognition. And we have a good example in our age of this old political motive in the figure of Winston Churchill, where I think the term honor in that full sense, where it is shifts insensibly into glory, is much more visibly a motive than power in this narrow sense. The word power comes into the foreground only in Hobbes, not in the earlier writers always speak on such occasions of honor and glory. And that has very much to do with a kind of prose which has become a characteristic of modern thought. Power seems to be much more businesslike. Yeah? You need power. Smaller or lesser power for mere survival. Honor or glory are not in that sense necessary for mere living. They have a different status. Now, at any rate, so these motives are then there, but how? Let us limit ourselves to the motive of honor. All revolutionaries act for the sake of honor, in order to acquire honor. But now honor is said also to be the origin of the motion, of the revolutionary motion. How can this be understood?
Well, there's a presidency in operation, and Kennedy is impelled to seek that out. But a man might...
But you don't say that he is a potential revolutionary. Are you so much opposed to him to say that?
Or somebody in the kingship, Henry VII, is revolutionary. He tries to get the crown of Richard II.
Yeah.
And this, in this sense, it's an object. It's both object and cause. But in a peaceful society of shepherds, One of them conceives of the idea, if only I could make these fellows obey me. Now, it's not a cause. He hasn't been provoked by the sight of others.
Oh, I see.
He's conceived it's his object, but more pure.
I see. In other words, what you would suggest is this. A man may have this desire for honor, but this desire would remain dormant without the occasion. The occasion is what appears to him and others a maldistribution of honors. Is that what you mean? So that honor as a form of maldistribution of honors is the occasion, whereas honor is the end. Yeah? I mean, he would desire honor regardless of the maldistribution of honors, but he has no chance of success if there is not some maldistribution of honors, at least one which he believes to exist, in order to get started. Is that what you meant?
No.
No?
No, because
All right.
this may be closer to bringing out the distinction between the...
No, I thought you meant that.
His view and that which provokes him. He exists,
Yeah, all right.
some people are entitled to strut around creates envy.
Yeah. He doesn't call it...
And envy is a cause.
Yeah, but in this case, Aristotle does not mean envy. What is in his mind, Aristotle doesn't make psychoanalysis. What is in the mind of the man is the awareness, the opinion that honors are maldistributed. And this opinion is shared by others, otherwise it would be hopeless. That gives him an opportunity to begin. But that for the sake of which he is engaging in this dangerous enterprise is honor. Yeah?
Good.
Yeah. Yes?
I'm a little bit confused by what we're talking about. Are you saying that honor is being used more or less synonymous with the way we use power in this context?
Yeah, no, well, that, what I mean...
We use power in two ways. We use it as a quality of a status or a position. And also we use it as a means by which we do certain things. That is more like the physical sense of power than energy. And it seems to me that if we mean power here, we mean it in the first sense, don't you? That is
in the sense in which...
quality of an office. Like
No, that...
or
then we would have to go into a more context. There is also the meaning of legal power, which doesn't have any of the connotations which you mean. But what I thought of was simply when you speak of a power-hungry man, he wants to acquire power. Yeah? You know? Power is something, as an object of desire. Is this not frequently used today in this sense?
right, but you don't know which one it refers to. See, I mean, you might be talking about something which you can more or less make equivalent or at least on the same level with wealth and prestige. That is, an office might have wealth.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but...
Prestige might have power.
Yeah, but still, a power in itself, it means the ability to hurt and to help. Yeah? Is that what is meant by it?
Well, that's one thing,
Yeah. Yeah, but it is interesting, while the Greeks were familiar with that, the expression occurs very frequently, that is not such a primary, such a thing they refer to easily as a great motive of politically active men. That they call honor. I mean, honor not in the sense in which we speak of a man of honor. It means something else. But therefore, say honor dash glory. Yeah? A resplendent thing. Power may seem to be something very solid. Yeah? But it's not as such resplendent. I try to express it in sensual terms, yeah, how it appears to the senses. Now, and I think that is in itself a very interesting point, that the word honor glory have almost disappeared from our political vocabulary. Churchill is a remarkable exception, but he was, as Lasky put it, an anachronism. And that's one sign of the anachronistic character of Churchill. But whereas power comes to us naturally. I mean, of course, power, and that's a long question because of the old ambiguities of power corresponding to the Latin potestas, which means official legal power, and potentia, which means, so to say, the physical power.
I think we use prestige.
Yeah, but prestige has, of course, always a derogatory meaning. I mean, whatever the social scientists may say. If you say a man is concerned with prestige, you say something very bad about it. But if you say he's concerned with honor and glory, you do not necessarily say something bad about it. These things you cannot get rid by the process of methodical purification or sterilization, as would be a better expression. And then Aristotle gives some other motives. I mean, it is clear what gain means. Gain means, of course, greater wealth. And honor means insolence also. But insolence acts as a motive in which way? Meaning the insolence of those who rule. People do not start revolutions out of insolence, generally speaking, but they are induced to start a rising by insolence shown by the rulers. Fear, superiority, contempt, and so on and so on. We don't have to go into that. Another point, then Aristotle mentions some things which have nothing to do with the previous conversation. That was a question raised by Miss O'Neill at the end of her paper. Is the motive of, is some sort of justice or injustice in the minds of the revolutionaries, as we would say, essential, according to Aristotle? That was your question. Now let us take this. In the other cases it is rather clear. For example, if you take the case of the fear of these people who without fear, one could at least argue that the people who fear to be condemned have some notion that they ought not to be condemned. Yeah? In other words, that they are of the opinion that even if they are legally condemned to death, the law is wrong. Yeah? But let us take another case which seems to be entirely outside of the sphere of morality. In 1303, A25. Do you have the time? Yeah. And? Yeah. All right. Read this about.
Heterogeneity of stocks.
Yeah.
Heterogeneity of stocks may lead to sedition, at any rate, until they have had a time to assimilate. A state cannot be constituted from any chance body of persons, or in any chance period of time. Most of the states which have admitted persons of another stock, either at the time of their foundation or later, have been troubled by sedition. There are many instances.
Yeah, you admit them. Only later on, after he mentions the Sybarites, he says...
At Byzantium, the late...
No, before.
At Thorny, the Sybarites quarreled with the other settlers who had joined them in its colonization, and demanding special privileges on the ground that they were the owners of the territory, they were driven out of the colony.
You see, here's a claim would of course present itself as a just claim. Yeah, as it doesn't. And I think you can also see it just by looking around, that in all cases where differences of stock or any other differences come in, these differences present themselves as a reason for rightful superiority of one part to the other. That simply enters it. If very few people are so cynical as to say, I don't have the slightest shadow of right, and yet I want to have this and this, say, discriminatory measure, they will always try to adduce reasons, and quite a few necessarily believe in the truth of it. I mean, that is partly a very sad story, but that is an important fact. Without this notion, it doesn't work. The whole element of indignation which enters is inseparable from some notions of right. We deserve to be treated differently, or better. You deserve to be treated, you deserve to be treated worse. That enters necessarily. I think to that extent the notion of justice comes in. Whether it is true in all cases remains to be seen. Now, later on, a bit later in P12, after he has given the example of Athens and the Piraeus, do you have that?
Taking our analogy for war, the dividing line of the ditch, however small it may be, makes a regiment scatter and cross it. We may say that every difference is apt to create a division. The greatest division is perhaps that between virtue and vice. Then there is the division between wealth and poverty. And there are also other divisions, some greater and some smaller, arising from other differences.
Yeah. In other words, so there are differences among human beings, necessarily. Now the differences, not all differences have this character. For example, the difference between men and women does not ordinarily lead to a league of men versus a league of women. But there are the politically interesting differences are those which potentially generate hatred. Yeah? There is a word of Balzac, difference engenders hatred. Only this difference is meant here by Aristotle. Yeah, but hatred has in itself nothing to do with right and wrong, with the sense of right and wrong. Yeah, but it becomes politically effective, I think that is what Aristotle means, only when it undergoes this modification, by virtue of which the hatred appears as rightful hatred. Also, not in all cases. There are so-called cynics who are in no way affected by that. But this is not the typical case of what we may call the revolutionary. Now, of which case did you think, Miss O'Neill, in particular, where one doesn't see any element of notion of right and wrong, however wrong the notion may be?
In personal quarrels.
Now, here is quite obvious. You have the story of this quarrel about the heiress, and what was it? Do you remember it? The bridegroom wanted to fetch the bride. And they didn't give it. He was, of course, terribly insulted. But to feel insulted means to feel that wrong has been done. You see, in Plato's Republic, that you find a division of the parts of the soul into three. The first that is called reason, or calculation. The lowest he calls desire. And the second one he calls, in the usual English translation, spiritedness. The Greek word is thymos. Now this spiritedness, that is a very complex phenomenon, and one very powerful indignation of it, a very common indignation of it is anger. Anger. Now in anger, according to Aristotle, there is always a notion, in the case of man at any rate, of injustice. Take the simple case, you hurt yourself at a chair or a table, and you hit back. What is implied? The chair should not have done that. And still more so in the case of anger on human beings. So in this middle thing is very dubious, complex phenomenon, which Plato means by the called spiritedness. It has this in itself. And one could also put it this way. In order that there be a revolution or a rising, there has to be some anger. if people are just easygoing, or maybe suffering. People can suffer and yet be easygoing. But if they do not acquire anger, develop anger against fellow citizens, etc. Now, but in this very anger, some notion of being dealt with unjustly is implied and ordinarily will become explicit in the political discussions. And they argue it out before it comes to the fighting. They will, of course, speak of right and wrong all the time. And that is never or hardly ever mere cynicism. To that extent, I believe it would go through. Well, for example, take this, the example of the city consisting of two geographically somewhat distant towns. Yeah, but how does it come there? If the two parts of the city, the one on the right bank of the river, the other on the left bank, find it very inconvenient, this arrangement, and think it is much better for each to form a city by itself, there wouldn't be any rising. There would be an amiable agreement that they form independent cities and they have to take care of their common business, debts or what have you, in a decent way. There would be no rising. When the violence happens, so that the violence could happen, there would have to be some opposition to that proposal, or some opposition to the specific terms of the proposal. Say that the people of the right bank would say, no, the debts must be paid by the old city, of that one, this one. That I think is what I mean. This point, that was brought up on a certain, in certain connection, I don't know, regarding when Aristotle makes a remark about the destruction of democracies by demagogues. He inserts a reflection on the difference between the present-day demagogues and the demagogues of the past. In the past, the demagogues became tyrants. Today, meaning in Aristotle's time, they do no longer become tyrants, and that has something to do with the fact that in the olden times, no one could acquire political leadership if he was not at the same time a military leader, and therefore a man capable to lead armed men, and that was it. Today they are no longer capable to do that, and the typical weapon of the demagogue is not arms, but speech. Someone of you had a certain difficulty here, no? Is this not intelligible? Aristotle makes the qualification, by the way. He says very rarely, because in the case of Cleon, in the Peloponnesian War, you had someone, a Cleon, who in a very surprising way proved to be militarily successful, as though perhaps by some plagiarism from some military men. That it is I don't believe that this raises a question of principle. Aristotle, in a way, you didn't say this as criticism, but just as an observation which we must make. But on the one hand, he regards tyranny as a polity, and on the other hand, he says it is not a polity. What's your explanation?
Well, in part, there's one that's often, and that is that one factor involved in a polity or a regime is distribution of office, an arrangement of distribution of office. And certainly this can't be the case of sovereign offices, and certainly this can't be the case in tyranny. But I think mainly it stems from the fact that the end of a regime, which identifies it as such, is the good and the virtuous life.
Yeah.
And certainly...
Or the common good.
Or the common good, yeah. And certainly a tyrant rules only for himself.
Yeah, that is true. That is one typically goes to the whole book, of which Aristotle was of course aware. And he solves it himself on a certain occasion, somewhere in Book 3, when he raises the question, what's the citizen? And for example, someone by a very illegitimate rebellion, certain people who were not citizens before became citizens. Are general, the other aspect. People may rule unjustly, i.e. their ruling office may be, their ruling may be illegitimate, but they rule nevertheless. In other words, Aristotle was a man of common sense. And therefore, this ambiguity goes, or takes another example. The famous discussion, especially in the Middle Ages, is an unjust law a law? According to the more favored view of the Middle Ages, an unjust law is not a law. But that's not Aristotle's opinion. We couldn't speak of unjust and bad laws if we didn't say they are laws. They're bad laws. Just as a bad chair is nevertheless a chair. It's a, how shall I say, a chair manqué. How do you say in English? A chair which generally doesn't fulfill the function of a chair. It somehow missed the mark, but it is visible that the mark at which it aimed was to be a chair. So in other words, the ambiguity is perfectly defensible, to the extent to which it does not fulfill the natural function. Tyranny is not a religion. But to the extent to which the crude fact of ruling exists, it is a religion. Yes?
I think that this is the only place in which he says rather flatly that it may be something which is not a machine at all. Elsewhere he says, he uses the perversion and the unnatural, that it has at least the character.
Yeah, but do you remember the context, the example which he gives? Because the remark about the regime becomes fully clear from the example. You remember what the example he uses? You take a nose. Now you have, there is a certain natural nose which is not only fulfills its function but is beautiful. Now perfectly normal as a statuary of Athena or Apollo in the nose. And now you see all the slight modifications. A little bit of a snub nose and a little bit of an eagle's nose. Now, think of the many beautiful girls with little snub nose who are even beautified by that. So minor variations are irrelevant. But when you go beyond that and make a nose which would be super snub or super, then it becomes ugly. And it is even imaginable that from a certain stage on it becomes useless as a nose. It can no longer fulfill the function of smelling. And then, in other words, if you go on and on in making such improvements, because you think a snub nose is particularly nicer, then you say 100% snub nose must be still nicer. Think of a young man who is in love with a snub nose girl and would then make a theory of it. Yeah? Then he would reach the conclusion the perfectly snub-nosed girl, and that would be just a caricature. And in the end, it will cease to be a nose. Now, what is the analogy in political matters? You have a democracy, and you say government of the people, for the people, by the people. And the more it is government by the people, the more democratic it is. And then you would say, well, government by representatives is only an imperfect form of government by the people. Yeah? You know the famous arguments by the Marxists, by Sorel, and by so many others. So you say, all right, let us have as many referenda, as many public opinion polls as possible, and so on and so on. That is all more democratic in the sense that this is more snub-nosed. And so finally you get something which leads to the breakdown of democracy. Yeah? So that ceases to be a regime, and if you follow that, which in practice is as impossible as a completed snub-nosed nose, it is no longer a nose. If you follow the logic of it, you would reach a system, a political system, which is no longer a system. I think that's what it means. And the argument is, of course, of some importance. You see, in other words, when you, by following the logic of democracy, regardless, you destroy democracy. Yeah? Not everyone knows that, so we should keep this in mind. Now, you made a number of observations. For example, you recognized in what Aristotle says about education, political education, as the phenomenon now called political socialization. Yeah, I'm sure there is a kinship, but let us try to and see whether there is not also a difference. What does it mean? I mean, if you disregard the highfalutin things and come down to the brass tacks, what does political socialization mean? It takes a baby, which may be born a conservative or a liberal according to the famous verse, still he doesn't know it. So something has to be done about it. How does he become an actual conservative? If he is born to be conservative.
Suppose by giving him expensive rackets. No, but I mean, it would take place.
It would not necessarily do. There have been very wealthy rich.
No, the concept of
And very poor toys.
political socialization here, I attempted in the sentence just after I made that.
Yeah, no, it was a very helpful remark, but let us follow it up.
Yeah, well, as I was going to say that, I attempted to say in the sentence after that the modern concept differs essentially in that I think it is mainly directed in terms, it doesn't reach the personal life as much as does Aristotle's teachings on the effects of
But still,
education.
there is something in common. Let us try to get that
Yes,
out.
the inculcation of an attitude.
But how does it take place? I mean,
Through teaching, through
teaching. What kind of teaching do you give a 5-year-old child? I mean, do you say let's read the Constitution together? What do you do?
obviously not. That's just it. Political socialization.
Exactly.
Begins
So,
with
by what? By what?
The way it teach the child to handle people.
Pardon?
But the way it teach the child to handle people.
That is too
That's
complicated.
even tones of voice.
Pardon?
Even tones of voice, forms is addressed.
Sure,
You
that's-
teach the child about social classes, you make it conservative.
Yeah. That's But how does it go? How does it go? How do you do this terrific thing? Yeah, how do you do it? Do you take a screw or what? You tell him. The telling doesn't have to be done, that is true, by articulate words. It may be done by intonation. Yeah, and by all other. But still, fundamentally, by being told. Yeah, but what does this telling mean? That is not general telling. For example, you tell him this is the tree. Yeah, that is not quite the same kind of telling. What do you do? Pardon?
It's in part the teaching of a moral code, a standard of
You are so sophisticated. This is, I give you one example. To say, this is not nice. This is not nice. You can say all intonations with these. Yeah, or only shaking your heads. If shaking the heads means in your society disapproval. In other societies it means the opposite. Yeah, but what is the point? There are certain things which a child, for example, you do not have to tell the child to have hunger. Yeah? You may have to tell him how to satisfy hunger, in the case of a human being, yeah? Not in the case of a puppet. But that is another matter. But there are certain things which are mediated, we can say, which children learn only by a special kind of mediation. But there must be some natural incentive. Let us use the old-fashioned language. A convention is introduced in the life of the child and is molded by this convention. But there must be a natural peg in the child on which you can hang the convention. What is that? I suppose the old story, love, a desire for being praised, an abhorrence of being blamed. You can also use the various gradations. There is honor, there is glory. Simply liked or to be liked and to be disliked. That is the way in which it takes place. And that, I think, is also what the people mean today. For example, the people who would bring up a child as a conservative, to use this absolutely un-American distinction, yeah? Conservative and liberal. Let's go some liberal. by praising, say, a liberal senator and blaming a conservative, making nasty remarks when a conservative president appears on the TV and making smiling, gratifying when you see a liberal senator. This kind of thing gradually, after a short while, the child will have accepted. That is that what Aristotle is talking about? I mean, this thing exists, there's no question. But the question is whether that is what Aristotle is concerned.
Well, I was just going to say that on the earlier point about teaching a child by telling them and trying to get these certain things, I think largely there is some evidence that it's a matter of attitude, particularly in terms of the parent's attitude where the child is concerned, or the people about him more so than just simply being told. I mean,
Yeah, sure, also actions, but still, the small child would not necessarily understand that in a given case the parents act on the principle be particularly considerate when dealing with underdogs. Yeah? Let's say somehow the word has to be introduced sooner or later, and you can also have other expressions for that. So without language, I think this is impossible. But is that what Aristotle has in mind? Or is it a special kind of political socialization which he has in mind? Well, we too spoke now of the example of conservative or liberal, even grown up to conservative or liberal. Is this the problem of Aristotle here? What does he speak about in his own terms? He doesn't speak of political socialization. I tell you why he doesn't do it. Because he would say socialization is not necessary at all. Every human being, even a baby in the cradle, is already somehow socialized. By the peculiar, not only because it needs his mother's breast and other kinds of care, but the peculiar helplessness which the human baby has compared with other young animals shows that he is meant to be for social life, connected to them. So socialization takes care of itself. But the specific, in other words, he is social to begin with. He is undeveloped in evidence, and therefore also in his sociality. That is nothing new. What does Aristotle speak about? He doesn't call it...
I suppose then maybe he's speaking of the inculcation of actions and attitudes in terms of specific
Do me a favor. How does Aristotle call it?
Spirit, tuning, influence.
Yes, a very common word which we use all the time. A very simple word, education. He speaks of education. So, number one, all right, we can say if you bring up a child to be conservative, it's also an education. But what kind of education? Does Aristotle mean the education to a conservative, a liberal, a radical, or whatever there exists on the rainbow? Does he speak of that? Because we must recognize the present-day analog to what Aristotle means. Education to what? I'm amazed that, otherwise you understood the main lines very well. An education towards a regime, not towards a party. Yeah? So in other words, the education to democracy when democracy is established, to oligarchy when the oligarchy is established. That's the point. And Aristotle would say an education toward a special party is politically most undesirable because it aggravates the divisive things which exist anyway. Whether Aristotle is right or wrong in that matter would depend on a very close study of the goodness and badness of parties, yeah? into which we cannot. Aristotle had the old-fashioned view that parties are a disease of the body politic. And a view which was, as you know, lasted very long time. In the Federalist Papers, you still find the traces of the older view. Parties are perhaps inevitable, but they are not good. Whereas the prevalent view today is that something good. It's a very long question. And the fact that it seems to be practically decided for the Western countries since the 19th century, surely, of course, doesn't prove that it will always be so decided, and still less does it give us a sound theory of parties. For that purpose, one would have to make quite a few reflections and think about that. When that came up for the first time, that someone spoke in an approving manner of parties, and not merely as a kind of inevitable pestilence. I mean, in the older literature, you can distinguish between those who say it is an avoidable pestilence and those who say it's an inevitable pestilence. But the present view is that there are no pestilence at all, but are an essential part of the working of a free society. And one would have to go into that very difficult question, which is usually not raised because people take the given, the now given, for granted. They absolutize it, and that is called objective science. Now, if you would go back, where would you start, Mr. Denny? I mean, if you would try to clarify that, go back behind the conventions of the present day and dig deeper into the problem. How would you proceed?
How would I proceed? You mean as a method, or where would I look? At which specific people?
Yeah, because the method, if is not spelled out into a researchable project, is of very little use.
Well, I think my method would be to go back and examine what has been said about parties in the past, and probably back to people like Burke and Bolingbroke, who first began to talk to parties as parties. Most of the literature, let's say, talking about parties before that, you can see them more in terms of factions.
Sure, in other words, pestilence. To make it clear.
Right. And I think the modern view of parties begins about that time, and from then on you get a kind of incorporation of the party into the parliamentary system, and with the legitimization of the parliamentary system, you also get a legitimization of the party system.
Yeah, and you would have to consider, for example, that the European distinction between conservatives and liberals was really based on an overall view of political society, that it is a society which requires both progress and order, and therefore there should be representatives of the two elements, progress and order. Conservative.
One more point, too, I would make, I think, and that is that parties themselves, even over the relatively recent time that they've been spoken of as parties, have changed their character, that is, their empirical character, so that they're not exactly the same sort of thing anymore.
Sure, and you have to consider...
This again forces one to reconsider whether they're good and bad in the terms that were first put, because since they're different kinds of phenomena, they have to be reconsidered.
Well, I would like to draw your attention, at least to some of you, to a statement which I regard particularly informative. It is indeed, unfortunately, not written by a political scientist or especially a specialist in academic specialist in parties, but a practical specialist in parties, and Winston Churchill, who, as you know, switched parties more than once, and that did not detract entirely from his political success, as you also know. Now, he discusses it in his Marlborough, when he speaks of the situation as it existed under William of Orange, at the beginning, and where it was absolutely an open question whether one should not have national cabinets rather than, meaning both Whigs and Tories, rather than, as the fanatical Whigs wanted a pure Whig party, the fanatical Tories wanted to have a pure Tory party. Churchill discusses it with an amazing open-mindedness and does not reject it as a pipe dream, but the decision was taken at that time, more or less. Except in times of great crisis, to have party government. One would also, I believe, consider one point, which, as far as I know, is not considered in the literature, and that is this. If you take the clearer example of the continental European or even altogether the European parties with clearly different principles, so this party system is then based on the view that in a society there ought to be a variety of subordinate principles, yeah? Not the highest principles, otherwise there would be no possible consensus. But of very important subordinate principles, such a variety is good. That is the premise of a very powerful view of parties. This view, I believe, did not arise in a political context proper, but was prepared by something earlier, which you all know. And I think people usually don't think of when they speak of the problem of parties. And that is religious tolerance. Religious tolerance means exactly that people can have entirely different principles of very great importance, but which are politically speaking subordinate to the concern of peace, or whatever you call it. You know? And that I think that one should study how far the notion of religious tolerance, as a theory of religious tolerance, as it came to be developed in the 16th, 17th century, is not a kind of hidden background for these political religions, if I may say so, which are the parties. Yes?
Well, I think this last point you made is supported by, in a fairly prominent article on parties by a man named Leslie Gibson, who in analyzing the British parties, the evolution of British parties, makes this very point. That these two parties, at least in the 19th century, were based upon this kind of precursor, kind of religious issue, which underlies even until very late the sort of structure ideology.
Yeah, the only question is sure that I didn't know that. I'm very glad. But I think what I would want in addition is to see whether there is no linkage theoretically between the theory of parties in the earlier formative stages and the theory of toleration as developed in the 16th, 17th century. Yeah. Yes?
In reference to Aristotle, I wondered if his emphasis on the polis as a form of government in which most citizens are familiar with their rulers, and his emphasis upon this as a virtue is connected with his opposition to parties. It occurs to me that in a situation of the type he describes, parties would play a role, and a pernicious role, that would be very different from a situation where you aren't familiar with rulers, in which the party system, particularly the two-party system, may be primarily a method of institutionalizing a certain kind of familiarity on the part of some of the citizens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that could all be, but I think that was not the original legitimation of parties. Yeah? And in addition, you have, of course, parties and very passionately opposed parties in large societies, much larger than a city. Think of the Guelphs and Ghibellines that went through the whole Western world, yeah? And Protestant Catholics. And that was not exactly non-violent for some time.
Well, my only point is, if you take parties where they work best, rather than where they work worse, for instance, say in places like France, for instance, if you take them in a place like Great Britain, this element may, at least when you analyze what they do today, may be very important.
Yeah, there is no question, but still, the difficulty, I think, would arise immediately when one would go into the deeper stratum of the theoretical concept of the party. I mean, that is not so. I mean, surely is that something works is for practical reasons sufficient at the time. But you always, even for practical reasons, you have to go beyond that, because what is working means it has worked from then till now. Some thoughts about the future are inevitable if you want to, and therefore in order to get the necessary perspective you have to go back to other situations in which the system did not yet exist and hence not work.
Yeah, the only point I would make is that for this reason it's terribly important to go back to Aristotle, because I think the Aristotelian conception of familiarity, as I described it, is I raised it for its theoretical rather than its practical significance. And I think in terms of if one wanted to reconstruct or to construct the theory of parties today, one might very well have to go back to that concept, which I think might very well explain, say, the success of Britain in this area as opposed to France.
Yeah, but the question is this: you mean because of the local constituency and all the fact that it was for a very long time a small number of big families who ruled the country? What kind of familiarity do you mean now?
What I'm essentially saying is that, for one thing, it is the party system that reintroduces, as much as it can, the Aristotelian concept of establishing familiarity by the rule with their rulers.
Yeah, sure. No, but that is a great problem of mass society in all areas. Sure. Mr. Faulkner?
I was wondering if you wanted to continue this party discussion.
No.
Because if you did, I had a point.
Yeah, all right, then make it.
You mentioned religious tolerance. Couldn't one take it as a forerunner of many principal parties? Couldn't one take it back even farther and say that the notion that opinions belonged out of political control strictly, out of the realm of the state, could go right back to perhaps the strength of the Christian church and their theoretical ideas?
I believe that, and that has been said many times, that the ideological character of modern politics is a kind of heritage from the religious Western tradition. Yeah? I mean, you must have heard this n times, that these things, clearly in the case of communism and fascism, it was said that these are political religions. Yeah? But the question is whether this element of the political religion is not also present, to some extent at least, in democracy. That's what you imply. Or did I misunderstand?
I didn't mean to say that, Strauss. I did. Just the notion that there is a sphere of opinion which is not the concern of the political order.
Oh, I see.
Could go back not merely to toleration of religion, but even before that to the notion of...
Yeah, but that leads into a very difficult question, whether, to the extent to which that is true, is there not the church itself a political entity, to use this awful word, entity? You know, you must not forget that such a term as the Christian, how was Christendom called traditionally? The Christian Republic, the Christian Commonwealth. Here you have the political expression. And the distinction between the political and secular, according to which, from this point of view, only the secular is a political. Would not be sufficient then for a full understanding of the church, say, in the Middle Ages. It would be a very long one. But there is one point regarding which I have simply to apologize, and that concerns the external causes of the destruction of tyranny. I simply had forgotten these 10 lines last time, and so I said the thing which is not, and I must therefore eat my words. Now, clearly Aristotle says in this section in 1312b at the beginning that tyrants are frequently destroyed by external causes. And he refers there, perhaps we read that passage, the beginning of 1312b.
One of the ways in which a tyranny may be destroyed, and the same is true as we have already noted of all other forms of government, by external causes. Another state with an opposite form of constitution may be stronger than a tyranny. The conflict of opposite principles will obviously lead such a state to will the destruction of the tyranny. And where there is a will and power behind it, there is always a way. This opposition of constitutions may take different forms.
Yeah, and so we don't need that. In other words, by the very difference of regimes, there is given a desire to destroy the different regimes. Yeah? But the desire is, of course, not identical with the power to do so, and therefore people don't do it. But think of present day, if we could wish the Soviet government and some other things of the same kind would disappear. Unfortunately, we can't do it. Vice versa. But Aristotle makes this universal and says that every regime has the tendency to universalize itself. And since tyranny is particularly atrocious and also very rare. It is, so to speak, his hand is against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. And that is surely what Aristotle says. Now this leads, as Mr. Bartholomew wisely remarked, to a fundamental issue in international politics, or in the doctrine of international. That is absolutely true, but I do not know how you meant the latter.
What I meant by that was the debate on ideological imperialism. In other words, the extent to which there is a dynamic upwards in the regimes which leads them to wish to impose upon others their own forms.
Yeah, now, of course, that is a somewhat special formulation, ideological, because that you presuppose there must always be an ideology, which Aristotle denies. For example, the tyrant in Aristotle doesn't have an ideology. He may have certain convenient lies, but there's no ideology. No, let's forget about the ideology. Now, the question is this, that the traditional view based on classical literature, Aristotle among others, was that any state may effect changes in any other state because that state is wicked. Traditionally expressed, if a given state commits crimes against moral laws, natural law, it is legitimate for any other state to interfere with that, to stop that. That was the traditional view. Needless to say, that's not quite the same as what Aristotle says, but as far as international law is concerned, it amounts to the same thing. Is intervention on ground of disapproval with the established regime there legitimate? Aristotle has no doubt about it. And nor does the whole tradition have any doubt. So, in other words, wars of civilization, as they have sometimes been called, were regarded as legitimate by the tradition. And such works like Thomas More's Utopia, where the war of civilization plays a very great role, simply follow the tradition. The last great statement on this effect you would find in Hugo Grotius' Laws of War and Peace. But Grotius had already defended. In the meantime, a school had emerged which had said, you cannot interfere with another state, its inner order, unless you yourself have been hurt by it, by that state, not by its measures. But in other words, if this state has done you wrong, then you may, but that you can do in any case. Now, this view was developed by certain Spanish thinkers in the 16th century, Vasquez, Molina, and sometimes called the fathers of international law, and they did it for a very respectable reason. They saw what the Spaniards had done to the Indians in America, and on grounds of a war of civilization against these savages, and they thought everyone would be better off if this were stopped once and for all. Now, later on, with the development of the doctrine of sovereignty, that became, of course, axiomatic, non-intervention. There is no higher judge of any state except the state itself. And needless to say that the older tendency, which has deep roots in human nature, continued up to the present day. That goes without saying. But as far as theory is concerned, I think the notion that a war of civilization, as we may call it, is in itself legitimate is generally speaking, the traditional view. And I simply had completely forgotten this connection. Therefore, I made that glaring error I made last time. Now, there were some other points which you mentioned. You pointed out rightly the topical character of Aristotle's analysis of tyranny. It is indeed amazing. And certain things obviously have not changed at all. That is quite true. But you said you referred to the unheard of improvements which tyranny has made in these 2,300 years since Aristotle. I think you are right, but I would say that doesn't affect the truth of Aristotle at all, because it's the same kind of things. Yeah? I mean, you may have a better, if you have these beautiful things where you can listen into any conversation people have in their bedroom, yeah, you know, and that makes the control, the abolition of privacy still more effective. But the aim is the same, abolition of privacy. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to answer this question in the paper, but I do think that if you accept the point made that Aristotle considers tyrannies unstable, these new tools that tyranny has might cause us to reevaluate.
That is an important point. That is indeed important point. But unfortunately, our experiences are too short. In the case of Mussolini and Hitler, Aristotle's prognosis proved to be correct. In the case of Soviet Russia, well, you know, after all, it doesn't last yet. I mean, how long does it last now? 42 years or so. All right, so that is perfectly within the time span. So we have to live into future generations to see whether Aristotle was, but it is truly a subordinate matter, because no one can deny that something radical has changed between Aristotle and us, and that might very well be one of the consequences of it. Now then, the last point, there you gave a fair summary, but I think that, Aristotle's critique of Plato, but we should take that up, perhaps begin with that, in 1316a. Aristotle concludes this book with critical analysis of what apparently was the only earlier discussion of the subject of risings plus changes of regimes, namely Plato's Republic, Book 8 and 9. Now let us read the beginning. Mr. Rankin? Mr. Rankin is our professional reader.
We may note in conclusion that the subject of constitutional change is treated by Plato in the Republic, but the treatment is defective. In the first place, he fails to mention specifically the cause of the change peculiar to his own first and ideal constitution.
Yeah, you see, the word, what he translates peculiar, means literally translated proper, particular. What is proper to that, peculiar to that. That is the point. That is Aristotle's concern, always with the peculiar, with the proper of a thing, and not sweeping, That's the general criticism. And now, why does he not do it? Well, we don't have to read that. The main point is the reason which Plato gives, everything which has come into being perishes, applies to every change. That doesn't help us to understand the change from the rule of philosophers to the rule of Spartan gentlemen. Is he not right? And how? We must later on see perhaps what Plato meant by that. And the nuptial number, of course, that is also not a clear explanation. There is a little point which we should read a little bit later on after he spoke of the nuptial number, and that is when he says that nature sometimes produces inferior men. Yeah? Do you have that? Immediately 4 lines later where we left off.
There may be, this implication in itself is perhaps not incorrect. There may be persons who cannot possibly be educated or made into good men. Oh, so the earlier sentence, the implication here is that reproduction of the species sometimes issues in men of poor quality who are beyond the reach of education. Well, why should this be a cause of change peculiar to the...
No, what did he say in this parenthetic remark? For it happens that there are some regarding whom it is impossible that they can be educated and become decent men. And that is a very, very important remark. It is not unique, but that's perhaps the clearest remark of Aristotle. That is considered that for one moment what that means. Some people cannot be educated Educated means here morally educated, as it almost always means in Plato and Aristotle. Some people cannot become indecent because they do not have the nature for that, required for that. What does that mean? It is a very important statement. What does it mean? Someone brought up on a former occasion the problem of natural law in Aristotle. According to the ordinary understanding of natural law, the natural law is a law which obliges all men. And this implies that all men are able to comply with it. Not with all, surely there are refinements of the natural law which are not accessible to everyone, but the crudest and most massive provisions are accessible to everyone. For Aristotle, that doesn't exist. Some people are simply, and that does not refer merely to moronic people where everyone would admit it, but also for other reasons, because they are not moronic at all, but they have such a temper, such a mixture of the elements in them, that they cannot be controlled and cannot control themselves. I should mention this in passing in connection with this discussion. When people speak today of natural law, and for some centuries, they think mainly of, according to the Western tradition, of something like the Decalogue, the second table of the Decalogue, a prohibition against murder, theft, and so on. That didn't play such a great role for Plato and Aristotle. Not that they were in favor of murder and theft, which God forbid, but they, from their point of view, these were the least interesting thing. Every society, even the tyrant, will somehow take care that these things be prevented. You know, the interesting thing are the higher things, namely the proportional equality, this conservation. Therefore, the question of natural law in the traditional way, directly posed to Plato and Aristotle, lies something athwart to what they were interested in. But this only in passing. Let us read on where we left off.
But why should this be a cause of change peculiar to the ideal state depicted in the Republic, rather than one common to all states, and indeed to all things in existence? There is a further point. Can the efflux of time, which he says causes all things to change, explain how things which did not begin simultaneously should simultaneously undergo change?
In other words, the fact, the velocity of change is a very important consideration. I mean, if you have a democracy for 1,000 years, or for 1 year, is practically of the utmost importance. And the general principle which Plato gives doesn't explain why the one thing lasts so long and the other so short. Yes?
Does a thing which came into existence the day before the turn of the tide change simultaneously? Again, we may ask why the ideal state should turn into a state of the Spartan tide. Constitutions change as a rule more readily into an opposite than into a cognate form. The same argument also applies to the other changes mentioned by Plato, when he depicts the Spartan type as changing into oligarchy, oligarchy into democracy, and democracy into tyranny. The very reverse may equally happen. Democracy, for example, can change into oligarchy, and indeed it can do so more easily than it can change into monarchy. When it comes to tyrannies, Plato stops. He never explains whether they do or do not change, nor if they do, why they do so, or in what constitution they change. The reason that this omission is that any explanation would be difficult. The matter cannot be settled along the lines of his argument, for on those lines, a tyranny would have to change back into the first and ideal constitution in order to maintain continuity in the revolving cycle of change.
Let us stop here. You see, Aristotle takes it for granted that Plato must have meant a cycle, as I mentioned, on a former occasion. And that would, of course, raise a most annoying question, that the best regime should somehow emerge out of the worst, out of tyranny. Yeah? That's all. The point which Aristotle simply makes can be said very simply, that is a mere leaping assertion contradicted by innumerable facts. It's not true that oligarchies move and change into democracies. We have seen the opposite and so on and so on. So Aristotle is absolutely right. What could one say in defense of Plato? I suppose, I hope there are quite a few of you who have read these most eloquent pages. And does Aristotle really exhaust the issue by his sound remark? His absolutely sound remark. What did Plato mean? What Aristotle does not take into account, perhaps. What would, say, a modern Plato enthusiast say in reply to these pedestrian remarks of Aristotle? Pedestrian, if true, yeah.
Does it have anything to do with Plato not so much analyzing historical change, but decline of virtue? Because it seems to me that as you move to the idea of the public, you become less virtuous. There's a real virtue in the Spartan gentleman, but it's all by habit.
Yeah, but still, if Plato says much more, that this Spartan order, yeah, Sparta, of course, not taken as this individual example, but this type of order will necessarily change into rule of the rich oligarchy. That is what Plato says. Now, historical change, the word is inapplicable to both Plato and Aristotle. We are simply changes of regimes. What can one say? Pardon?
Is it that habituation isn't enough, and once you get away from reason, the philosophers, you see, why?
Why should yes, still?
Well, I was just wondering, this may be taking it a little bit far, but could one say, in rather Marxian manner, that these stages had simply been skipped?
What?
Could one say, in a somewhat modern Marxian manner, that these stages had simply been skipped? That the cycle had been there, but it had gone very rapidly.
No, I think, in the Marxist view, these are not, Marx says this as a matter of fact, as a feudal order changing the bourgeois and the bourgeois into the communists.
But I'm saying, in modern
Yeah, but that would only be complicating borderline cases. That would not be the clear development. No. Yes?
Plato's concerned to be showing the imperfection of politics rather than since pointing out that they do come into existence in machine.
No, I'm very surprised that you didn't give the answer which I thought was obvious from the personal point of view. Mr. Kendrick?
Well, it's concerned with the change in principle.
Yes, still.
He doesn't admit the equal justice of these.
Yeah, now let us put it this way. That's also not the answer which I waited for, which I intend to give. And Plato connects two questions. The first is the change of regimes. The second is the rank of the regimes. And Plato says the change follows the rank. The change is descent, is degeneration. Yeah, but still, the ordinary answer given, for example, by A.E. Taylor, a very well-known student of Plato, is this. Aristotle, that's a terrible empiric. Plato is an idealistic philosopher, and he means, of course, something like ideal types, and he doesn't want to tell us what is going on in the real world. And that is, and therefore the wonderfully clear character of the Platonic description compared with this very complicated matter. This way, that way, almost everything is possible. There is only one thing wrong with this explanation, and that is a lot. Namely, one would have to show first that Plato regarded oligarchy, democracy, etc., and as a best regime too, as ideas. More radically, one would have first to show that from Plato's point of view, there is an idea of the polis. And I believe there is no shred of evidence for that. So that won't work. But there is something which we can easily discern. Plato has an order of rank. Yeah, that is perfectly defensible from the best regime down to tyranny. But what does this order of rank have to do with a sequence in time? Would not be, if we look around, for example, don't we see that the imperfect, the undeveloped precedes the developed? With what right can we assume that the whole thing begins with the best regime? Here we are. With what right can Plato assume that the movement begins with the best? There is here a clear premise, which, if accepted, everything else follows. And what is that premise? No, certainly is not explicitly stated, and so. Under what condition does the order of rank, that from the highest to the lowest, coincide with the temporal order?
When you start with the highest.
Can't you express it in a form when you start? I, as an observer,
when it precedes all the other quantities that were formed in a particular setting.
In a simple form of an equation, the best is the oldest, not only the first in rank. Yeah? Then, if that is true, everything follows. If the best is the oldest, then the worst must be the youngest, i.e. the last. That's obvious, and the intermediate thing. Now, this is, of course, that is the real premise of Plato. A premise of which Plato knew that it was wrong, but at the same time, a premise of an untruth of the utmost political importance. Because all societies somehow also assume, however progressive they may be, that the good is the old. That has always, this equation has always a very deep appeal to men. Now, if the good is the old, then the best is the oldest, and then everything follows. So it is perfectly, quote, logical, but nevertheless wrong. And therefore, because it is so, Plato himself makes clear that this is a mythical account. He calls it there a tragic account, and he refers to some verses in Homer there. That doesn't exist what we believe, an ideal construction, which is not meant to be empirically true, but useful as a device for empirical studies. That doesn't exist there. It may have existed to some extent in Plato's astronomy, I do not know, but surely not there. Now, this much, and of course one would have to go into that question, whether it is proper in a political work to make use of such mythical premises. That's the issue between Plato and Aristotle, and of course they did never discuss this question explicitly. We would have to reconstruct the argument on both sides. It is much more developed by Plato in the dialogues, his side of the matter, before we can answer that.
Yes. Why would Aristotle take it so seriously?
Pardon?
Why would Aristotle take his account so seriously?
Because Aristotle always takes the obvious, the surface, very seriously. Even if when he knows that this is only the surface. And I think that's the only sensible procedure. But, the question is whether one can leave it at that. For his purposes, his purpose was here to show, to make manifest the truth regarding changes of regimes that he had done. And therefore he had to show that the only competitor for the same crown, Plato, that's the thing which is not regarding change of regimes. That's sufficient for his purpose. The explanation, Aristotle admits the principle that you have, it is not sufficient to refute a theory, you have also to make intelligible how the error arose, but that you do not have to do in each case, I'm sure Aristotle had an explanation of that, He didn't, in the case of the Republic, he tried to trace it to the basic error, as you remember. The good is one, and hence the best is the most unified, and so on. Yeah? He doesn't do that here. Now, there are a number of very important passages. One near where we began today, in 1309a33, which is almost the end of 1390a, that one needs, well, we can summarize, we don't have to read it. The qualities required for ruling offices, magistracy, where we might call it. Now, the three are, which are the three?
Loyalty, capacity, and virtue.
Loyalty, it means more literal, friendship towards the established regime. And then the greatest ability regarding the words, the actions, the functions of the ruling questions. And third, virtue and justice in each polis, that which is required for the polity. In other words, in a democracy, he has to be just in the democratic sense, not in the aristocracy and so on and so on. Now, and what is the general answer? What is most important? You see, Aristotle does not speak here, that's very interesting, and is conceived by the translation loyalty. He does not speak of patriotism. He speaks of loyalty to the regime. Now, why does he not mention that? Well, one could say that is implied. Yeah? And on the other hand, it is in no way sufficient if he is a patriot, but not say in a democracy. He loves the city, but he does not love the democracy. The democracy cannot employ. The problem is not whether he is a patriot or not. The problem is whether he is loyal to the regime or not. Now, what was the answer then? The interesting case. What is the most important? Well, that moral virtue is only then the most important if it is available in sufficient quantity. For example, in order to be a treasurer, it is absolutely necessary that you be honest. But this honesty is not so rare. And at the same time, the knowledge required for being a treasurer is, according to Aristotle, also very common. Therefore, the question, in this case, you can say honesty is the most important consideration. But in the case of a general, in a tough war, you may have a general who is a first-rate general, but who is really an oligarch, yeah? And in addition, he may be an immoral man. There have been such cases, even in the last war, in all camps, I've been told. Immoral in the wider sense of the term. But Aristotle says in this case, first-rate generals are so rare that we have to accept him as though he is not very moral. Now, this is one of the passages, I suppose, which people mean when they say in the fifth book, Aristotle comes particularly close to Machiavelli. But, and also the section on tyranny. But let us not for one moment forget the difference between Aristotle and Machiavelli, which remains always intact. What's the difference? If we take first this example. And Aristotle doesn't say that these things are incompatible, moral virtue and political ability. Aristotle says only in case of, you can't have all three together, which is the most urgent? That's an entirely different question, that it would be most desirable to have first-rate generals who are loyal to the regime and men of great moral integrity, goes without saying for him. In addition, of course, Aristotle always speaks here, for example, the case of the general, from the point of view of the city. Yeah? Which general she should prefer. He doesn't give advice to the general of how he could promote his self-interest by unscrupulous action, which is what Machiavelli, among other things, does. In addition, Aristotle notes in the sequel that moral vice can interfere with the fulfillment of the duties. He gives the example of a man who lacks temperance. Yeah? Well, it's obvious that someone habitually
That person turned to require success.
very good. Or in other words, moral virtue can interfere with it. That is Machiavelli. Very good. Yeah. Do you know an example of that? Where moral virtue interfered or would have interfered with success?
The failure of the pious general to leave Sicily because of Romans.
How?
The failure of the pious general to sail from Sicily to the enemy marching on him, but the Romans prevailed.
Yeah, but the question is, was this piety not true piety? Yeah, that would be the question. To me, Nietzsche. Yeah, that's the question. He was regarded by quite a few moral Athenians as somewhat silly in this respect. Yeah. So piety, as he understood it, is not necessarily moral virtue. But I'll give you a wholly mythical example, but which says a lot, and that stems from, in this form, from Machiavelli. The greatest commonwealth which Machiavelli believed to know was Rome, and Rome was founded by a fratricide, Romulus killing his brother Remus. Machiavelli contends, on the basis of the old stories, that only by such an act of this magnitude could Rome have come into being. What Machiavelli means is universal. Every society of any political interest has such a thing built in. At some time, it doesn't necessarily have to be the first moment, at some time such a thing must happen if it is to become a great and prosperous society. And of course, if someone would say time has a healing character, yeah, usurpation can be justified by beneficence later on, that doesn't do away with the fact that you began with usurpation. Yeah? You know, that is just as a gangster who later on becomes respectable and gives students scholarships. Yeah? I mean, he nevertheless was originally a gangster. So this question arises. Yeah, but it is needless to say that in practice that is very difficult to prove. Machiavelli wisely chose such a mythical example because in actual fact you always have very complicated situations where a clear decision of whether an injustice was committed or not cannot be easily gotten. But I was very much impressed in reading Henry Adams's analysis of the Louisiana Purchase, which he presents as a very dubious transaction, you see. Yeah? Napoleon didn't own what he sold, and Jefferson bought it. And now, what would this country do without Louisiana Purchase? And that, I mean, there are other examples. It was a great problem. Aristotle refuses to go into that at all. Yeah, that we have discussed. Now we may perhaps now turn to the beginning of the discussion of monarchy in 1310 A.N.
We have still, however, the treatment of the causes of destruction and the means of preservation for the government as a monarchy. Generally, what has already been said of constitutions proper is almost equally true of kingships and tyrannies.
Now, what did he say? I'm sorry, didn't hear. What has been said about
constitutions proper?
Yeah, no, that is different. Now, Aristotle uses here the word politeia, which has many meanings. Now, the most general meaning is regime, and then it would apply, of course, to kingship as well as to any other. But in the most narrow sense, it means one special regime. And that is a polity, you know, the one between oligarchy and democracy, in which you have a not very high, but not altogether negligible property qualification. And generally speaking, the men who are able to equip themselves with heavy arms forms a citizen body. But then you have an intermediate group, which is least preeminent, that we have here. And here, politeia means republic. What we understand today by a republic, a non-monarchic regime. That's very interesting that such a concept for a non-monarchic regime existed. And that, of course, is in a way necessary. Because when Aristotle says the regime is the citizen body, what is translated here, I believe, the constitution is the government. But what really means the regime is a citizen body does not make sense if you don't have a body, more than one. In other words, there is a certain natural kinship between the polis and republic rather than one man's rule. There are quite a few passages, especially in the fifth book, where politeia obviously has this meaning. Yes. And now then he explains in the sequel first the difference between kings and tyrants. Generally speaking, a king is a man who takes the side of the gentleman. And a tyrant is a man who takes the side of the common people. That's the way in which he begins. Now let us see, first there is one little passage in 1310b towards the end, when he speaks of the old kings, that kingship somehow belongs together with aristocracy. After he spoke of Pisistratos. Yeah?
Kingship, as we have already observed, may be classified as being in the nature of an aristocracy. Yes?
Yeah.
Like aristocracy, it is based in merit. The merit of which it is based may consist in personal or family qualities. It may consist in benefits rendered. It may consist in a combination of both of these with capacity.
Let us stop here. You see here Aristotle makes a distinction between virtue and beneficent actions. It's not interesting? Do you understand that? Do you understand that? After all, is not the virtuous man identical with a beneficent man? No. Huh? What was that? He was...
Did beneficent actions.
Yeah, that is really controversial. But simply don't take a less difficult case. Yeah?
We discussed earlier how one can be superficially acting in a beneficent manner, but the reasons he's acting in that manner are really for something not virtuous, either personal gain and honors.
Yeah, and perhaps also the other way around. Not every virtue has in itself a beneficent character, by which I do not mean that it is maleficent, but that it is indifferent in this respect. Yeah? So, in other words, Aristotle is not a utilitarian. Virtue means the excellence of a human being, and this excellence does not in no way necessarily exist in beneficence. It may simply exist. In a larger view, it would be beneficent, yeah? But it would not show itself in particular beneficent actions necessarily. And on the other hand, the benefactor may be a very unsavory fellow, sure. And that we must never forget. Now, a little bit later, in 1311a, near the beginning, where he says, the aim of the tyrant, do you have that? Is a blessed.
Tyranny, as we have all noted, is just the opposite. It has no regard to any public interest which does not also serve the tyrant's ultimate advantage. The aim of the tyrant is his own pleasure. The aim of the king is the good.
The noble. That he really spent the noble. The noble. Yeah. Yes.
We can see the results which follow. A tyrant covets riches. A king covets what makes for renown. The guard of the king is a civic guard. The guard of the tyrant is a foreign guard of mercenary troops.
Let us stop here. Now, how is this connected? You see, Aristotle had said first, in all of this, that was, you were somehow aware of this difficulty. There's the king and the tyrant. And the king is supported by the gentleman and the tyrant by the common people. And here, his aim is a noble. Here the aim is a blessing. And here civic guards. And here foreigners. Aristotle also tried to explain the connection. Now, is there a connection? Is there a connection between these phenomena? Well, are the common people concerned with the pleasant, whereas the gentlemen are concerned with the noble? Is that so, or is it more complicated?
Gentlemen already have pleasant.
No. The gentlemen are by definition concerned with the noble. But are the common people concerned with the pleasant? Not quite. They are, generally speaking, to prove of it. They are concerned with the necessities. The tyrant is, of course, not simply a common man. And therefore, as Aristotle says on a former occasion, people don't become tyrants in order not to starve, or not to freeze to death. So they are concerned, but since they are blind to the noble, they are concerned with the pleasant. And since the tyrant, however, in order to be a full-fledged tyrant, must turn against the common people who first established him, therefore he needs a foreign guard. That's a somewhat complicated connection. But you had a difficulty here, which I do not remember now. Could you remind me?
Well, it was that I didn't think that this was the major motive of the way I understood pleasure and riches. I didn't think these were the major motives of a tyrant. You consider 4 tyrants in the last 2 centuries, the 2 Napoleons, Mussolini and Hitler, don't really know whether you can say these were the driving motives.
Yeah, well, in the case of Napoleon III, profit played a very great role. He was terribly in debt, and he depended absolutely on political success. Now, on the other hand, these people, after having become rulers, the same applies also, of course, to Stalin, lived very well. You must have read descriptions of these banquets, yeah? And so on. And the question, Aristotle would say, is by no means uninteresting that he's, you must have read in Churchill or in Hopkins' description of the banquets. They were quite extraordinary and apparently much more lavish than they would get in the White House.
Yes, but I don't think
that doesn't mean that's the motive, but Aristotle would say, does this way of life not throw a light on what is going on in them? After all, you must not forget, Oliver Cromwell is a very different man, but very somewhat different story. But Aristotle would say, is the fact that these were not men of very great temperance, Napoleon first too, is by no means irrelevant for the consideration. Yeah? The first one. Now, but the other point, I grant you that these people were not, then they could have become big businessmen, and they could have had very big businessmen, and they could not have had that. So they wanted something more. What is that? What they wanted more than mere pleasure and money? How would you describe that?
The power to do with the state as they will. The power to impose their own minds, desires, and will on the state. Which is a form of pleasure, I suppose.
No. In other words, I would leave it for the time being as a formulation. They did what they did out of a political idealism, however misguided that may be, political idealism. What did you want, Mr. Kendrick?
Well, I would suggest that we
Yeah, glory, that would be the ancient view of that. Yeah, but then Aristotle would say, can men who strive for glory in this way, which is utterly incompatible with true glory, can this be simply described as desire for glory or honor? That is the point. In other words, Aristotle would say it is not sufficient to leave it at what, even for this individual, subjectively, is the motive. Yeah? One would have to make a discrimination. For example, the ancients, the word which we call ambition, translated ambition, means in Greek love of honor. And therefore, and love of honor, and they distinguish between a noble love of honor and a base love of honor. The question is whether this, well, we know these phenomena all the time, we observe them every day in politics and in private life. There are two kinds of motivations, fundamentally, which induce men to strive for being outstanding. Yeah? This is a very ambiguous phenomenon. And what Aristotle implies is that in such cases where ignoble actions are required all the time cannot be understood in terms of a desire for honor, even if the individual believes he is concerned with nothing but honor. And therefore this imputation that is simply desire for pleasure and profit, this kind of thing. Yes?
According to this classification then, where would Aristotle put a man like Lenin? Do you consider a king or a tyrant?
No, I think according to Aristotle's description, Lenin surely would have to be described as a tyrant, I believe. But perhaps not quite, because in Lenin's, that's a complicated case, Aristotle says, you know. But I have made this, stated this many years ago, and I can only repeat that modern tyranny, as all modern phenomena, cannot simply be reduced to the phenomena which Aristotle had in mind. There is something which equally affects both the good and the bad modern things, which was not present in classical politics. It's all the old tyrants. That I think we can believe Aristotle and Plato were concerned with the promotion of their interests, of their family interests, that amounts to the same thing. Yeah? They did not have causes. As Aristotle puts it, there was only one cause which could arise for them, and that is the good of the polis. Now, many of the tyrants were benefactors of their cities. Yeah? Pisistratus in Athens, for example, surely. And the tyrants have today a much better press, the ancient tyrants, some of them, than they had ever in ancient times. But Aristotle would say these fellows do it only as a means, just as a certain type of politicians who would espouse, say, a decent cause, because it is a cause to which you are elected. And somehow we believe sometimes to have a certain sense of discernment. This fellow stands for the decent cause not only because it will bring him votes, he would even do it the other way. In the other case, we are absolutely sure if the opposite happened to be popular, he would be in favor of that. Yeah? And this is the basis of that. In modern times, there is always a cause. Think of Cromwell to begin with, and then of Napoleon, and then of Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Lenin, of course, too. To overuse a word which we have used in this connection more than once, the modern tyrannies are all based on ideologies. There was no ideology there. There were lies. There were pretenses. Yeah? yeah, naturally, but not a doctrine, not a doctrine. And yes.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. No, but we should really try to understand that, because we are not entirely concerned with Aristotle, but with Aristotle to the extent to which he can help us. Yeah.
I thought that Mr. Bartholomew's stress of what I would call a psychological motive does not immediately show up in Aristotle's formulation. And I think Mr. Bartholomew's point was that the essence of tyranny can be the desire to dominate for the sake of domination, or to impose one's will on other people for that alone. Modern psychology might say that there is a sadistic, masochistic type
I know that.
phenomenon.
I must confess, I have seen, I know definitely only one case from my own observation, where I saw a man doing the things he did, obviously for this reason. He wanted to make people feel that he can make or break them. Yes? I mean, a case where there could be no doubt for any observer. I saw this, happened to see that in an examination, incidentally. Quite clear. I mean, whatever it has nothing to do with the merits of the case, it was quite obvious. But I would say, I think that this is, on the basis of my experience, very rare, that it is merely that to make people feel that. In other words, I believe that the notion of power and desire for power as it is used today is in need of a fundamental reconsideration. And I think that someone, for example, what we call vanity, yeah? Vanity is much more frequent than this isolated, ice-cold thing only, and let him feel the whip. I mean, it may, of course, exist, sure it exists on other levels, but it is always something absolutely degrading. For example, a nasty, non-commissioned officer, yeah, who just tries to show that I'm the boss. That happens naturally. But I think the phenomenon which we call vanity, that someone wants to show himself superior merely for the sake of showing himself superior, it is much more common. And that is not quite the same thing. It doesn't have this intention of hurting and or what you call a sadistic element.
Well, just to return on that, I don't know if it can be decided you could balance authority against authority. It's like how you predict her discussion of Nazi regimes would stress the fact that the regime itself, or Hitler, was a crime. He was acting in a kind of a generalized, sadistic manner in his authoritarianism.
Yeah, but I mean, you can use all these terms. The point is this. I mean, when you say modern psychology, you refer to a number, to an infinite number, perhaps, of books, articles, and so on, which are based on certain fundamental premises, on a certain approach. And when the question is, in the moment you question the approach, the results become dubious. You see, I mean, what questions were addressed to them? Now, Hitler was I think, an unusual. Hitler was in a way crazy. In a very massive way, in the sense in which Mussolini was not crazy. Mussolini or not Lenin, nor even Stalin, as far as one can know. That he did not develop in the last years a disease comparable to that of Tiberius, the famous Caesarean insanity. I, for one, wouldn't dare to pronounce it. One would have to really start from scratch and look, first of all, on the manifest, both pronouncements and actions. And they're all in a glorification of cruelty belong to the Nazi creed. That is an undeniable fact. Yeah? And which, of course, meant, if you want to proceed psychologically, very different things in the case of very different men. Some people who had no natural inclination to cruelty were taught to praise cruelty and to act cruelly. On the other hand, others had, like Hitler himself, had a congenital desire to be cruel. But once you do that, you must admit, of course, that there are also very famous liberal Democrats who have this quality of cruelty.
Yes, but they don't have the opportunity to put it.
So in other words, the real understanding would be of the Nazism, for example, would be this: what were the legitimations, justifications of this emphatically cruel doctrine, which as such has no parallel on any earlier doctrine. Yeah, I mean, there were many doctrines which took cruelty in their strides. Many doctrines, but the glorification of cruelty is of course something different. Yeah? That one would have to do, and I believe that would immediately leap beyond psychology, because that has then it becomes then a much broader problem, political and theoretical. Under what condition can cruelty appear as the most important thing? I will give you one indication. There was one man who in a way prepared the Nazis, although he never became a Nazi, called Ernst Jünger. I think he's quite well known in this country too. Now, Jünger wrote an essay on pain, which is very interesting to read, on pain. And he made this assertion that in our age, mind you, the limitation, in our age, the only possible this virtue, he doesn't use the word virtue, but he means that, is the capacity to stand pain. Old-fashionedly expressed, the only virtue is courage. Yeah? And I believe if one would start from that, one could see that this has there are certain very broad reasons why this view should emerge under these conditions, and especially in Germany. The courage, as he understands it, limited, and with emphasis on the bearing of the physical pain, and therefore, of course, the greater man is he who stands the greatest pain, can then be used also for inflicting pain on others as a kind of test for them, and so on and so on. To assume that this has necessarily as its basis certain sexual perversions, I don't see the necessity for that. I mean, that is, as far as I know, unproven. You admitted that this was a bypass, yeah? Or do you think it is...
Well, I don't know. It wasn't an irrelevancy to me, but maybe it was in terms of...
Yeah. No. What then was the difficulty which you had? Can you repeat it again?
Well, no, that's...
That was it. Yeah. There are, of course, many other things, and I can only mention this point. You remember we had the Aristotelian distinction between the three causes of rebellions: a state of mind, the end, or ends, and thirdly, the opportunities or the occasions, the beginnings. The passage on tyranny contains a number of very important remarks on that subject, and especially there is a reflection on the importance of anger there, the point to which I referred before, anger. But it is also true that in the case of tyranny, the situation is different from that in the case of Republican changes, because in the case of any monarchic regime, the element of personal hatred is likely to be much more important than the case of a Republican regime. In other words, that someone wants to kill that individual without any thought of a change of regime, except accidentally. That complicates matters considerably. There is one more point. Mr. Rosenthal, in your paper, I thought this would be of some tremendous. You say, in the discussion of Athens and Sparta, a contrast is drawn to the treatment of Thucydides. The issue of the two cities is considered conceptual, as opposed to the power of Athens and Spartan fear, which are operative in Thucydides' account of the war. Yeah. And now what did you mean by that?
What I meant was that I thought that Thucydides had much more of a materialistic and a psychological level that the causes of the war, as he puts it in the first book, as he says, he felt the real cause of the war.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but Aristotle doesn't speak of the cause of the war. Aristotle says only that the Athenians in the war, during the war, established democracies wherever they could, and the Spartans abolished. I would say, I do not believe it is very hard to say what's the difference between Aristotle's and Thucydides' understanding of these matters. It's very hard. I can only state my general impression that in political and moral matters, I believe all these great men agree. The differences, and they are very great sometimes, concern the reasons which they have. But I think this is the notion which we have for modern times, that there are, say, conservatives and liberals, yeah? Or however they may be called at different times in different countries, and perhaps also some subdivisions of that. As this is represented on the highest level of literature. Yeah? I believe that's one of the greatest errors we can commit if we assume that this existed in the past. 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 Questions arising on the basis of this section could perhaps be doubted. I mean, it all depends how you mean it. From Aristotle's point of view, the question would be clearly in the affirmative. And I see you wonder whether Aristotle is right on that point.
No, I think I would have answered the question yet. Most of the questions I would answer affirmatively.
Just as he did. Yes. But so the question would be, is this a major preoccupation of Aristotle there? So it surely implied. Now, you made a number of points. One I mentioned where you are surely wrong, I believe. When Aristotle speaks of the demos, the people, the common people, as characterized by lack of education, etc., you say this refers only to the worst kind of a demos. Yeah?
Well, I did imply that.
No, I think that's universal. We come to that. But that is minor. Your reference to the Federalist Papers was very apt. I mean, Aristotle comes here very close to this hard-headed approach of Federalists. We will read that. As the distinction which Barker makes between political and civil liberty, one may doubt whether that's the best expression of that, but surely Aristotle's definition of democracy or of freedom or rather is in need of some spelling out. Whether that is properly done by distinguishing between political and civil liberty is not a question. As for your characterization of the whole section, construction, that is, if I remember well, Barker did it. Barker has headings for the individual books, doesn't he?
Yes, he uses both construction and stability in the title of Book 6. Aristotle, in the part that I am reporting on, does not use the word stability, but he does use the word construction. At one point, it's italicized.
How does he call Book 7, may I ask? What's the heading for Book 7?
Political ideals and educational principles.
I see. So I have to take this up later, the question of the meaning of Book 6. Before I turn to that, before our assignment, is Mr. Genet here? Yeah, I read your papers. It was satisfactory. May I first take this up for one moment, because there are 2 points which are of some general interest. Speaking of the polity, you remember the 6 regimes, yeah? Kingship, aristocracy, polity, democracy, oligarchy, tyranny. One of them, the most stable of forms, does not have special treatment and description of the causes which motivate its end, as opposed to mean of its final cause. This could perhaps be explained by the fact that the polity is the most ideal of all Aristotelian constitutional forms. Well, what do you say to this proposition? That the polity is, say, the best of, most ideal, I suppose you mean the best, of all Aristotelian politics. Is this the view of the class, or of other members of the class?
Well,
Mr. Bartholomew?
given the conditions of Aristotle's day, I think he would have said it is the best possible in his day.
What do you say?
I think that if he used the word best, he has several times explicitly said that he feels that the best form is monarchy.
Kingship, yeah. Yeah, sure, that's clear. But there is a difficulty to which Mr. Bartholomew referred, although it is not exhausted by what he says. Aristotle speaks of the best which could be had in cities, by cities in general. There are still better ones which require very, very special conditions. Is this all right? Let us leave it at that for the time being, as though that is not the end of it. Now, what about the end? Does Aristotle not speak about the end, the purpose of the polity as distinguished from the other regimes? Well, oligarchy, wealth; democracy, freedom; aristocracy, virtue. What about polity? Huh?
Well, actually, the end of any constitution is the good.
Sure, but that is common to all. And therefore, as a specific end, just as the specific end of democracy is freedom, what is the specific end of the polity, according to Aristotle?
Virtue.
Not quite, then it would be aristocracy. I noted here the passage, 1279a 39 following. We don't have to read it. That Aristotle says, I mentioned this before, a polity is that regime in which the citizen body, or the bulk of the citizen body, are the heavy armed soldiers. And therefore the principle is military virtue, virtue of war. And that is, according to Aristotle, the characteristic feature of the polity. But that surely does not exhaust that issue in a way. There was one more point which I thought I should mention on page 6 of your paper. Yeah, this is a point where you are correct, but which we should have brought up. When you speak of the recipes Aristotle gives to tyrants, you mention that he should be externally God-fearing. He should appear to be pious. That's correct. Is there some comment in order? I mean, I believe it is not necessary to explain why the tyrant is well served if he is regarded as pious.
Yeah, well, Aristotle himself gives an explanation for that.
Namely
that if people see that the tyrant is God-fearing, he will think that the gods like him. And this relationship people imagine there is between the tyrant and the gods.
Yeah,
He places to the gods, they should be kept from attacking.
Yeah, but on the other hand, his piety would give him some guarantee that he recognizes some limitations.
Of his goodness.
Yeah.
That's what Aristotle says.
Yes. But still, that is very true. But there is another comment which Aristotle naturally does not make, which we as readers can't help making.
Sorry to make you know.
That is also true. But more immediately relevant. That Aristotle makes no such demand in the case of any other regime. And one explanation would, of course, be it is particularly necessary in the case of tyranny. Good. Thank you very much. Will you pass it on, please? Now let us turn to today's assignment. Well, first, we naturally begin at the beginning. In order to understand the meaning of this book, which is in many ways repetitious as Mr. Jones has seen. How does it come that Aristotle takes up again the issue of democracy and oligarchy, chiefly? Now, let us turn first to the beginning of Book 5, where we have a remark about the plan. Well, read the beginning of Book 5.
We have now practically completed our discussion of the first 4 subjects stated in our program, and it only remains to treat, in conclusion, of the last. Under this head, we have considered the general causes which produce changes in constitutions and to examine their number and nature. We have also considered the particular way in which each constitution is liable to degenerate, that is, to explain further what part of the Constitution is most likely to change too far. In addition, we have to suggest the policies likely to ensure the stability of constitutions, collectively and individually, and to indicate the means which may best be employed to secure each particular constitution.
Yeah, well, let us stop here. That is then the subject of Book 5, isn't it? What corrupts regimes in general, and each regime in particular, and therefore what preserves regimes in general and each regime in particular. So, we are through at the end of Book 5. There seems to be no further subject. By the way, the difficulties of the order of the politics are so great that editors have made in the 19th century a great variety of arrangements. Sometimes when people quote according to books, you have first to know according to which arrangement. This order which Barker has is the order in the manuscript, and therefore the only authentic order as far as we can know. But, for example, at the end of Book 3, as you may recall, the end of Book 3 is almost identical with the beginning of Book 7. And therefore some people said that you have to go on to 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and then bring in 4, 5, and 6. There are all kinds of other arrangements. But we cannot go into that. There is a real difficulty here. What the serious difficulty is what's the meaning of Book 6 following, given this statement at the beginning of Book 5. Now, the remark which Barker made regarding Book 6, how did he call it in title?
Methods of constructing democracies and oligarchies,
yeah,
with a special view to their great stability.
That is, say, indeed, construction, establishing, that seems to be the subject. And let us turn to 1289a, where we find a remark on this subject. You remember at Book 4, at the beginning of Book 4, he gives a general survey of what the subject of the political art is, in analogy to the gymnastic art, for example. The best, simply, the best for the average best. And then how to preserve any given regime, regardless of whether it's good or bad. Now, in 1289a, when you just read the beginning.
The sort of constitutional system which ought to be proposed is one which men can be easily induced and will be readily able to grasp under the system they already have. It is as difficult a matter to reform an old constitution as it is to construct a new one.
Yeah, here, let us stop here. What Aristotle has discussed chiefly up to now is how to improve or preserve an established regime. But he has not discussed the question of how to establish it from the beginning. Because, the reason was this, as would appear from the context, people have been much too much concerned with establishing from the beginning. Look, Plato's Republic, Plato's laws, which are accessible to every one of you, they deal with establishing regimes from the beginning, not with the question of how to preserve and how to improve. But in Book 6, therefore, Aristotle turns to the question of establishing. Therefore, it is clear that Book 6 and 2.8 form a unity. Book 6 deals with the question of how to establish a democracy and oligarchy, and book 7 to 8 with how to establish the best regime. You can say that is incomplete, and it is very likely that the politics as we have it is incomplete, because there are quite a few references to things which Aristotle says he is going to do and which we do not have. And that is perfectly possible that it is incomplete, but we can understand it nevertheless, this whole situation, by saying that democracy, oligarchy, and aristocracy, which is dealt with in book 7 and 8, are the most important regimes. The monarchic we have dismissed for various reasons. Kingship is no longer possible. You can say kingship cannot be established. It emerges in the olden times without special art guiding people in establishing it. And tyranny shouldn't be established. The less we say about it, the better. And therefore, the question therefore would be this: why not polity? Why not the polity? And that has to do with a certain problem inherent in the polity itself. Now, what is that peculiar difficulty regarding the polity? Well, we turn perhaps to that later. Now, first then, Aristotle turns almost abruptly to the question of democracy and oligarchy. And we begin perhaps our study at 1317, 18. That is a question. Now what Aristotle says is this: let us discuss how to establish democracies and oligarchies, but in the first place democracies. And in that we have to, must not forget, one very important lesson which we have been given before, namely that there are various kinds of democracy. Now why is there such a variety of democracies? Aristotle asks again. And what does he say? He gives two reasons.
There are two reasons why there are several types of democracy. One is already been mentioned. The reference is back to book 4. This is the difference of character between the people of the states.
How is this, the difference of the demoses, if one can say that? The common people differ. He doesn't say the character. The demos is different in different cities, yes?
Here you may have a populace of farmers. There you may have one of mechanics and day laborers. The democracies which they constitute differ, but if you add farmers to mechanics and then add day laborers to both, you create a new difference, which is not so much one between better and worse sorts of the same thing, as one between totally different things.
Yeah, what Aristotle means by this is this: you can have in the same species better and worse. It's still in the same species. For example, take a shoemaker. Yes, there is a species of artisans called shoemakers. And one is good, the other is bad. They belong to the same species. But then there is also, for example, if you take an average shoemaker and an average carpenter, they belong to a different species. Yeah? That it means, in other words, the difference between good and bad does not in itself create a difference of species, as is shown by these examples. Yes?
The second reason for the existence
no,
of
this is clear now, that democracy necessarily differs when the demos differs. Take the most extreme poles. If the demos is a peasantry, and on the other hand it is industrial workers, there are two radically different democracies, even if all the other characteristics of democracy would be the same. So even the spirit of the two democracies were different. Now this is clear. Now we come to the next point.
The second reason for the existence of different types of democracy is the different possible combinations of the features which characterize democracy and is opposed to these attributes. One variety of democracy will have fewer of these attributes, a second will have more, a third will have them all. Now, there is a double advantage in studying all the separate attributes of democracy.
Yeah.
Such study not only helps in constructing some new variety, which one may happen to want, it also helps the reform of existing varieties.
You see, here, that refers to the question discussed before. Improvement and establishing, or preservation and establishment. But here, establishing comes first. This word, the Greek word for establishing, kataskoiatsai, occurs very frequently in this book, and I think by mere statistics of the usage, which I haven't made, and I believe no one has made, one could establish that it's really the theme here from book 6 on. Yes?
Men who are engaged in building a constitution will often seek to lump together all the attributes connected with the idea in which the constitution is based. But this is an error, as we have already noticed in dealing with the subject of the destruction and preservation of the constitution.
Now let us stop here. What he means is the story of the nose. Yeah? The snub nose, you remember that example? And getting ever more snubby until it ceases to be a nose. And democracy, which gets ever more democratic until it ceases to be a democracy. Good. Yeah, now what is the second theme then? The difference of the demos. That's clear. Peasants and industrial workers to an extreme. What is the other point which he has in mind? Because it doesn't appear very clearly from how Barker translates. There is another reason that we can say is a difference of democratic institutions. That's a different point of view, although there is likely to be a connection between the two. For example, direct democracy, representative democracies are obviously different democracies. Yeah? And small property qualification, no property qualification, whatever, difference. Suffrage for males only, or suffrage for all adults, also different. Good. Now we come to the crucial point, to the most precise discussion of democracy which we find in the politics. Let us read that slow. Let us read first the next sentence.
Let us now consider the postulates, the moral temper, and the aims of democratic constitutions.
Yeah. Now it is hard to distinguish in the sequel these three elements as if they were wholly independent from one another. The word which he says postulates is, in Greek it is the word axioms. Axioms, but axiom, it doesn't mean originally what we understand by it. It means originally that of which one is thought worthy. Axios is worthy. An honor, the rank, the position. Derivatively it means that which is honored, as it were, with being the beginning of a demonstration, that which is assumed as a base of demonstration. Now, Aristotle uses synonymously with that, immediately afterwards, the word hypothesis, and later on also definition, and still later, the originating principle. So Aristotle is here apparently not deliberately very imprecise in his terms. And that has something to do with the fact that this is, after all, a political book dealing with phenomena which are accessible to everyone, every citizen, and therefore this kind of precision is not required. But I don't know whether that suffices as explanation. Now let us turn then what the hypothesis of the democratic regime is.
The underlying idea of the democratic...
that is hypothesis, yeah.
The hypothesis of the democratic type of constitution is liberty. Liberty has more than one form. One of its forms consists in the... that is not good. Let me try to translate the immediate sequel. For this they are in the habit of saying that in this regime alone they partake of freedom. For, as they assert, every democracy aims at this, freedom. Yeah. Now, in freedom, one could say, is to be ruled and to rule in turn. Do you hear that? Yes.
Go on there.
You recognize it as Aristotle.
Yeah.
People are careful.
Yeah. Now that is one element. Ruling and being ruled in turn.
The democratic conception of justice is the enjoyment of arithmetical equality, and not the enjoyment of proportionate equality on the basis of desert. On this arithmetical conception of justice, the masses must necessarily be sovereign.
It's a multitude. There were no masses in ancient times. Yeah. It's the multitude must be sovereign. Yeah.
The will of the majority must be ultimate and must be the expression of justice. The argument is that each citizen should be on an equality with the rest, and the rest which follows in democracy is that the poor, they being in the majority, the will of the majority being sovereign, are more sovereign than the rich. Such is the first form of liberty which all democrats...
Now, this is the first sign of liberty. Then you remember what that first sign is? What that first sign of liberty? Everyone talks of freedom. But freedom shows itself, manifests itself in various ways. As a matter of fact, in two ways. The first is what? Mentioned before. Where do you recognize where there is freedom? Yes, that is. Huh? Yeah, equality derivative. Everyone rules and is being ruled in turn. Now, the next.
The other form consists in living as you like. Such a life, the Democrats argue, is the function of the free man, just as the function of slaves is not to live as they like.
Yeah, literally, is this, for this, they assert, is the work of freedom. Namely, that everyone can live as he likes. Yeah, since it is the affair of the man who slaves to live not as he likes. The slave is a man who lives not as he likes. Yeah. Obviously, but as his master likes. Yes?
This is the second aim of democracy. Its issue is, ideally, freedom from any interference of government, and failing that, such freedom comes from the interchange of ruling and being ruled. It contributes in this way to a general system of liberty based on equality.
Yeah, let us stop here perhaps. Now let us see. Freedom is the claim of, is the aim of democracy. And a sign of freedom is the equality of all citizens, rule of the majority. Another sign, which is the work of freedom, everyone lives as he likes. Both are definitions of freedom. The question is one of them prior or not? That was a question which was discussed by Mr. Jones in his paper. Yeah? Now let us see.
Such being...
No, we must first... Oh no, we are not yet through. The first speech speaks, one can say, of equality rather than of freedom. And I think this distinction between equality and freedom comes a bit closer than the distinction between political and civic liberty. So since the first does not speak of freedom itself, let us start from the second. And there freedom is said to be to live as one likes. That's freedom. Which means that is crucial, because to live as one likes could be meant without any regard to political things, or that could be forgotten. To live as one likes means not to be subject to anyone, because if you are subject to anyone, you can't live as you like. You have to live as he who is your master likes. Yeah, but that is obviously impossible. And therefore you must make a compromise. You must be, you are subject to others. That can't be helped. Therefore, he to whom you are subject must also be subject to you. That's a maximum which you can expect as a reasonable man. And that means being ruler and being ruled in turn. And equality. So from this point of view, equality would be derivative from freedom. We want to live as we like. We don't want to have masters. Therefore, equality. Equality is not itself attractive. Yet, the starting point may also be equality. And Aristotle, in effect, starts with equality. And equality means that everyone is ruled and being ruled in turn. Hence, no one is simply subject to anyone else, because the other is also subject to you. Hence, everyone lives as one likes. In other words, whether you start from the equality angle, then you arrive at freedom. And if you start from the freedom angle, you arrive at equality. So you cannot strictly speak of priority. Nevertheless, it is important that the key word is freedom and not equality. That is important. Can we understand that? Why freedom is a preferred term and not equality?
You might call the equally deluded.
Huh?
You might call the equally deluded.
Yeah, I think we point in the right direction. But is it not remarkable that most books which are written on broad themes deal with freedom, liberty, rather than with equality? Yeah?
There's an element in equality side of this that indicates that ruled by everyone. And then freedom, taken from the side of freedom, it says overlooks this element.
Yeah, freedom seems to have an appeal which equality has only derivative. Yeah? Well, I mentioned on a former occasion that there is one very simple difference between classical thought and modern thought. For in classical thinking, and I mean not only in the philosophers, but in ordinary, popular thinking, all claims to rule were based on superiority, on a superiority. Freedom is a superiority. Not everyone is free. Whether everyone that everyone is not equal is clear, was never denied. But equality means rather everyone ought to be treated equally. You know, that is not a primary goal. Equality is a consequence, you can say, from justice. But the trouble with us is that we are less concerned with justice than with some amoral good, if I may say so, as freedom is. Therefore, freedom is a more attractive thing. You may say justice reminds us of our duties. Freedom reminds us of something which we naturally like. One would have to go into that much more deeply, but the fact is that the key word is not only here in Aristotle, but also in other references to classical democracy, is freedom, not equality. And so it is always understood that there is equality comes in, but it's not the guiding consideration. Mr. Kendrick?
Well, freedom here then implies the wherewithal to maintain it, the merit involved.
Yeah, it is understood that, although that is not said here, but it is understood not all men deserve to be free, because that is the only way in which you can defend the institution of slavery. Yeah? And slavery is somehow taken for granted here. Not everyone is a free man. To be a free man is a distinction. To be a human being without qualification is no distinction. Everyone is a human being. And if you make the distinction, all right, some are very incomplete human beings, say babies, well, they don't count politically anyway, and so we can disregard them. The more interesting case would be that of women. But that, unfortunately, earlier political people, not only the philosophers, took for granted that, Plato is one of the major exceptions, said, well, women don't count, I'm sorry to say, politically. So, was this an answer to your question, Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, I had mine, but it does seem that something different was implied in modern notion.
Yeah, sure.
That the ground of manliness, or whatever you call it, seems to be Latin, and he mentioned freedom.
No, extremely stated. You could perhaps say this. For modern men, it is not absurd to say that a defect may be the ground for a right. Yeah? For example, people who are suffering particularly, or for economic reasons, should, because they suffer, have political rights to redress the balance. That's a perfectly defensible statement in modern times, was frequently made. Yeah? But here it is a defect which is the base of rights. That was, one could say, unthinkable to the older people. Yeah? A right must be based on a virtue. Or in other words, a right is a privilege. A right is a privilege. Yeah? There are no rights simply. When we speak of rights of man, that are meant to be rights which belong to every man by virtue of the fact that he's a human being. That doesn't exist here. That doesn't exist here. And therefore one could say every right is a privilege, and therefore demands that you show cause why you should have the right. That may be very little, meaning that you are just a descendant from a citizen father and citizen mother, which is no particular merit, but still it is something which not all people have. Yeah? Now, as for the difference between the modern and the classical notion of freedom, that we take up later. I must add one point. Still, while freedom has somehow an edge here, it is equally clear that both freedom and equality are inseparable expressions of the same thing called democracy. Yet Aristotle adds here, and this will come out later more clearly, still, there is another element which is at least equally important apart from freedom and equality. And that is that democracy is rule of the poor, that you could not immediately deduce from freedom and equality without looking again at democracy. Yeah? Looking again means proceed empirically. You don't have here an a priori construction of what democracy is. Freedom and equality is freedom and equality of the poor. Of course, also of the rich. And that we come to that later. But practically, surely the preponderance of the poor. And this implies, in a way, Aristotle's criticism. Aristotle, and this criticism is alluded to at any rate here. When Aristotle speaks here of equality, he says numerical equality. They don't consider proportional equality. I.e., the equality of which the Democrats speak is not true equality. It's only a part of it. It's not entirely wrong. That's only half of the story. What about freedom? Democratic freedom. What would Aristotle say? We can infer that from the parallel of equality. Is the freedom of which the Democrats speak true freedom? In Aristotle's point of view?
No, obviously not, because it leaves the Democrat gives without a rudder and without any direction.
In other words, to live as one likes is not a reasonable aim. So Aristotle would have to say true freedom is not, and of which he speaks, is something different. And this true freedom would be what in Aristotle? To live as one likes?
No, to live a life oriented toward the attainment of the good life.
Yeah, to live virtuously. To live virtuously. Sure. That would be a simple objection as to that. Now let us consider that a bit more carefully, because I think that is worth our while. To live as one likes, to do as one likes, is of course literally impossible. I mean, try to do it literally and you will get hurt, i.e. you will get what you do not like. So, therefore we must understand it, to live as one likes, with a matter of course qualification. Namely, to live as one likes without hurting others. That's always understood. Oh, yeah, but that again is very vague. Because, as you doubtless know from the literature, if not from experience, there are people who are very easily hurt, and you cannot live with them without hurting them. So we must have a more precise definition of what hurting means. The vanity of others, where people are frequently hurt, is of course absolutely uninteresting, because that is bound to be hurt all the time. So without hurting others in their serious substantive interests. Now, which are they? Which are the substantive interests of which we have in mind when we speak to live as one likes with the necessary qualification without hurting others? Are not far-fetched. Mr. Dennis, you seem to have an idea.
I say life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, that is not bad. Yeah. Yeah, then I suggest a somewhat more old-fashioned enumeration: life and limb, property. Yeah? People are hurt if you steal or, and burglarize or something of this kind. Honor of women. Yeah? That was Machiavelli's enumeration, and he was in such matters of very great soundness and clarity. All right, then we know then what it means to live as one likes. Surely, but you must not interfere with other people's life, property, and honor of the will. But precisely from Machiavelli we learn that this can be obtained under a tyranny. There is no direct link, it seems, between these simple demands and politics. But what would one say against this proposition? You don't have them under any regime that's not characteristically democratic. Well, under a tyrant, you take the simplest case, you have them only precariously. If the tyrant happens to be a sensible man and does not happen to be under very great pressure to interfere with life and property. So this wholly non-political interest in itself, in living as one likes, necessarily turns into a political interest. If you think a bit about it, what you want with these very modest demands, you must become politically interested. So you demand, therefore, political rights, because you say without them you are not sufficiently sure that your life, liberty, and honor of your women is taken care of. It's a political rights. But what kind of political rights? Because there is also a variety there. Now here we must start from the simple fact, equally obvious to Aristotle as to Machiavelli, that we have in every society the basic distinction between the rich and the poor. And let us use these old-fashioned but clear expressions. Now, there are great differences. The rich and poor both want life, property, and honor of women. But still, it is not quite the same politically how the rich mean that and how the poor mean that. What do the poor want as poor? I mean, all want these three things. But what do the poor as poor want and the rich as rich want? That is decisive. Aristotle suggests this. We can perhaps... let us turn to a passage which we have not considered last time, 1300 A.B. towards the end. It's 1300 B 33 following. Yeah. This one must particularly watch in oligarchies. Yeah.
The masses are not so great. The many are not so greatly offended at being excluded from office. They may even be glad to be given the leisure for attending to their own business. What really annoys them is to think that those who have the enjoyment of office are embezzling public funds. That makes them feel a double annoyance and a double loss, a loss of profit as well as office. If an arrangement could be made to stop men from using office as a means of private gain, it would provide a way, the only possible way, for combining democracy with aristocracy. Both the notables and the masses could then get what they desire. The right to hold office would be open to all, as befits in democracy. The notables would actually be in office, as befits in aristocracy. Both results could be achieved simultaneously if the use of office as a means of profit were made impossible. The poor would no longer desire to hold office because they would derive no advantage from doing so, and they would prefer to attend to their own affairs. The rich would be able to afford to take office as they would need no subvention from public funds to meet its expenses. The poor would thus have the advantage of becoming wealthy by diligent attention to work. The notables would enjoy the consolation of not being governed by any chance comer.
Is this enough? Yeah. Thank you. So in other words, Aristotle distinguishes here in a way which is not radically different from Machiavelli later on, is the demands of the poor and the demands of the rich. To repeat, both want life, property, and honor. Yeah? I mean, honor of women not only that, they also don't want to be insulted naturally. That's also part of honor. Yeah, that's clear. But there is a difference. The poor must work very much, must attend to their work because they are poor. The rich do not have to attend to it to the same degree at any rate. And that switches, as you see in Aristotle's usage here, not always, but here, into the better people. The better people want to be recognized as the better people, i.e. they don't want to be ruled by the poor. And here you have a beautiful arrangement. The poor, you say, have the right to vote, so the equivalent of the right to vote. They are electors, but in fact eligible are only the better people. Everyone gets what he wants. That is a good step. Each section gets what he wants. No one is oppressed because everyone gets what he wants. There is, of course, a certain part of the populace which is suppressed, and these are the slaves. But that is somehow taken for granted. That's taken for granted. Xenophon puts it somewhere this way, that the citizens mutually protect one another, by arms, of course, against foreign enemies and against the slaves. That is part of the situation. That is not discussed here. All right, we have then a solution which seems to be perfectly workable. That's underlying the whole discussion of Aristotle. But we need something more. Is it sufficient if we have such an arrangement? Or rather, are there not certain implications which we have forgotten and which must be necessarily present if this is to work? Now, you remember the discussion of education last time. In every regime, there must be an education to the end of the regime. This free society, if we disregard the slaves, no one is oppressed, everyone gets what he wants, requires dedication to freedom. And this dedication to freedom does not merely come from enjoyment of freedom. Something has to be done for that. And that is the importance of education. And we need also something else. Apart from that dedication to freedom, we need something else. Vigilance, as you call it, because that vigilance is inspired by dedication. We need certain qualities, especially of the men in ruling offices. These men must not merely be rich, at least some of them must have some other qualities. Virtues. You remember that discussion last time. That would seem to be a perfectly satisfactory solution except for the slaves. But that is something which Aristotle has in a way taken care of in Book 1, but only very insufficiently, because these slaves there, as you may recall, would be no good. I mean, they would be much too dumb to be of any use. That is a major difficulty for Aristotle, which I think he simply accepted as inevitable. Then that he had to get some slaves who were not so dumb and therefore ought not to be slaves. That's one of the most massive difficulties of Aristotle's politics. So this we must never forget, but that is of course not the only point. Why is Aristotle not satisfied with that solution? Why? You have everything here, what a sensible man could expect. I mean, disregarding slavery. But everyone, almost everyone of Aristotle's political contemporary would have granted him that. And there are some individuals who thought of a society without slaves. Plato is the most famous man in the Republic. But that the political people took that for granted. Why is Aristotle not satisfied with that? A question which I have raised on a former occasion. Why is that not enough for him? Well, everything is all right, except how we understand virtue here. That's the only little thing which Aristotle is not satisfied. And why? Why is he not satisfied with such a setup as described? This question will return again. You see, the strange surprise that in Book 7 and 8, he will give us a polity, he will give us a regime, which is not democratic, which is not even a polity, you remember this distinction, but an aristocracy, is a consequence of it. Well, in a word, virtue here is understood in this scheme, as I stated it, as instrumental. Virtue is here understood only as a means for the end of preserving the city, and more particularly, the freedom of the city. Virtue is not understood as choice-worthy for its own sake. That's the only objection. I mean, up to this point, up to the point where we raise a question regarding virtue, there is perfect agreement between Aristotle and Machiavelli in his better mood, let me say. You know, there is Machiavelli develops such a scheme very clearly in his discourses on Julie. So there is, Machiavelli doubtless favored that. One could, of course, say, and although that's a very long question, that Aristotle would say this: once you begin to understand virtue as instrumental for preserving the freedom of the city, then you have to swallow the whole Machiavelli. Then morality as a whole is a means for a social end. And then society may require, you can't know that without some experience, may require very tough things. Yeah? Or seem to require. That's the point, and that's what Machiavelli said. And therefore, Machiavelli proves then very beautifully that just humanity is, for example, surely conducive to a free society. Yeah, but not in war. And not in a critical domestic situation. So you have to be very tough. Machiavelli, who doesn't mince words, says you have to be cruel. So in other words, we must not forget this crucial implication. Once we begin with this proclivity and understand morality as instrumental, we can't know where we will end. That is a difficulty here. Now let me state the problem of freedom as it appears from Aristotle's point of view, now as follows. Freedom is presented as the end of democracy. And there, of course, in this respect, nothing has changed. Freedom is still the key word of democracy. But Aristotle's view can be said as follows. Freedom cannot be the end. Because to use one's freedom, to exercise one's freedom, and freedom is always exercised for something. The end is that for which freedom is used. Now, for example, you could say, well, all right, let the end be abundance or wealth. Yeah? Everyone should be free so that he can lead a life of abundance, which requires some other things apart from political freedom, but all right. But the difficulty is the same, because abundance too can never be the end for a thoughtful human being. It's again only a means. Of course, modern democratic theory on the somewhat higher level knows that, and therefore they would not say, they would have a name for that end, which is neither freedom as hitherto understood, nor wealth and abundance. What is the most common answer given now for that end, for which freedom is needed, and which justifies, not to say sanctifies, freedom?
Development of individual capabilities.
Yeah, something. I believe it is now more popular to speak of self-realization. Yeah? Self-realization. All right, self-realization. For this reason, we may need some abundance, and we surely need political freedom. That's all right. But what does self-realization mean? Pardon? Do I not realize myself by any action, by any passion, anything? Sooner or later one is compelled to make a distinction between the true self and the apparent self. So Mr. X acts on some occasions in a way which is not a realization of himself, but only on some other occasions. And the simplest form to make this clear is to say, to make a distinction between the true self and the spiritual self. More expressed in a more old-fashioned way, the implication is to be good means to be oneself or to be self-determined. If I determine myself, i.e. if I'm not other-directed, if I do not follow opinions or keep up with the Joneses and this kind of thing, yeah? If I really determine myself, if I am myself, then I'm good. Aristotle would say, yes, that one can say, but it is a bit confusing. Why don't you speak of virtue? In other words, why do you not define, instead of defining virtue in terms of the self, why do you not define the self in terms of virtue? Virtue is, Aristotelian virtue can be said to be self-determination. You do the right thing because you see that it is right. You determine yourself in that. But Aristotle would say that it is very exacting and it's very unfair to expect this from everyone, that he be virtuous in this sense. Virtue is self-determination on the highest level. But a man can be an absolutely decent man without determining himself, by simply following a decent custom, for example. You remember the discussion of the good man and the good citizen in Book 3. The good man is identical with the good citizen in the best regime in the act of ruling. Those who do not rule cannot or do not have self-determination. They are virtuous in the act of obeying commands which they do not necessarily fully understand. But the question with which we are concerned is to get a better understanding of or more precise understanding of the difference between the Aristotelian notion of the ends or of freedom and the modern notion. That would lead us very far, because our present notion of freedom, according to which it means self-determination or self-realization, belongs to a very complicated development of modern thought. These notions emerge in connection with Rousseau and Kant, and that is a very complicated story. Let us return, and we cannot start from that. That's too complicated. Let us start from the simpler level. From the level, for example, represented by Locke. Because that means a constant incitement to manslaughter, naturally. And therefore there must be protection of honor too. So that Aristotle was familiar with that, with such a limited notion of the function of civil society. And we know Aristotle's objection to that. In order to understand the difference, we would have to consider the difference not between Aristotle and Locke, which would be easy to define, but the difference between Aristotle's contemporaries, who had a quasi-Lockean view, and say Locke, or Hobbes, or whatever else you might think. Is this clear? The problem is really a very simple one across which you come every time you think about these matters, but I may have stated it in an awkward way, and therefore I would be grateful if someone would save me from my own predicament. Do you see what I'm driving? Our question is to understand the difference between the classics, the classical view proper, say the Aristotelian view, and the modern view. It's clear. And that is taken as a representative of the classics Aristotle and the moderns Locke. A perfectly defensible procedure to limit oneself to these two men because of their unusually great influence. And that is clear. Virtue, property. Simple formula. The end of civil society is to make men good, virtuous, the end of civil society is to protect property, as easy as that. The first reading of Aristotle and Locke shows you that. Yes?
Is this still a discussion of what the final end of the democratic state is when you were saying that the state of man is virtue, but we have to go further? And the state of man is freedom, but we have to go further. Virtue.
Yeah, sure, but you are quite right. It is not, so let us make it quite clear. Ancient democracy, modern democracy. That's our beginning. And now in order to clarify that, we have to go in and proceed in this way that we understand first the difference between ancient and modern thought as such, before we apply to democracy. Is that all right? And then we start Aristotle Locke, simplest procedure. I need to get a commendation for whenever you want to go to that. So that's clear. In Locke, virtue comes in instrumentally. If you want to protect property, you must have civil society, you must be law-abiding, so always in place too. You must be virtuous in a restricted sense. You must be honest. Honesty is the best policy. That's all there is. For Aristotle, virtue means much more, human excellence. Now, good. And now one can rightly say, and one must say, but Aristotle, that was one school, the most, the genteel tradition, as some people call it, but they were more tough-minded fellows, who had the view very close to that of Locke. Aristotle refers to the sophist Lycophron. Lycophron in the third book, you must remember when he gives his sketch. Now, I omit Lycophron's historical. In order to recognize a very familiar problem, I only delete that. The sophists. And whatever that is a loose expression but sufficient for our present purpose. In other words, did not the sophists develop a Lockean doctrine? To some extent they did, and to that extent Aristotle was familiar with it. But still there is a subtle difference between the sophists and Locke, which is crucial if you want to understand modern thought in general and modern democracy in particular. Now, how is that? I mean, if he takes a crude formula which you find in the textbooks since about 100, 150 years, Well, there were no textbooks of this kind before. So what is, according to the sophists, the end of man? Surely not virtue. I take now the popular view of sophists. Surely not virtue, but what? There are some among you who have read the first book of Plato's Republic. Yeah?
One thing's basic sense.
Pardon?
Success.
Success. Yeah, but still, success in, then I must proceed Socratically. Success in tightrope dancing, success in passing the prelim examination, or what? Pardon?
Knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, according to this ordinary, I'm speaking now of the ordinary interpretation. So they wouldn't say knowledge. Yeah, power one can say, but let us break it down to make it quite simple. Wealth and honor. Wealth and honor. The Synogus wants to get money, you know, and he wants to get prestige. Protagoras and the others too. Surely. In other words, these people presuppose an end which is in no way subjective. All men, they, as it were, say, if they are only honest, or if they are not fooled by tradition or by laws, they want wealth and honor. And the more and the faster, the better. Naturally. Now, what does Locke say about that? In other words, if he takes this crude view for a moment of the sophists, then this people they say the end of man, the happiness of man consists in being rich and looked up to. And they believe they can do it in a way better than tyrants can. That is a special thesis of the sophists, you can say. And here is where knowledge comes in. You know? Because somehow people look up more to knowledge, paradoxical as it may sound, than to mere physical power of coercion. Now, where does Locke come in? Where does Locke come in? What does Locke say? Protection of property, that means, of course, more the protection of those who have property than of those who have no property. Yeah? That should be clear. And Locke means of the protection of the increase in property, not only of static property. If you read chapter 5 of the second treatise, you will see that. So, all right, there is perhaps less emphasis on prestige and such silly things in Locke, but on the tough thing, well, there is a very great emphasis. What's the difference?
It's not assuming that everyone is out to get it.
No, they are despicable people, you know. Who cares about that? Who cares about it? The real guys. You know? Sure, there are always some jerks, many jerks, and they are naturally rude and ought to be rude. That's simple for such people. Yes?
A change in wealth taking place is assumed to be
a change in wealth. What do you mean?
A change in the amount of wealth, or the distribution of wealth.
Sure, but did Locke really believe that it is a function of government to bring about a fairer distribution of property?
No.
So, that won't do. And if you say, I think that's not the point. Compared with these sophists, or rather with this modern image of the sophist, of course much more reflected. And he would absolutely agree with Plato and Aristotle, who would say, there are some people who are truly only concerned with amassing wealth. But these are very rare. Most of the people want to have wealth and conceive it as a means for an end. Yeah? So wealth is not the end. What's the end? The end, Locke calls, as everyone did, happiness. But what about happiness? Yes? Absolutely. Happiness, in other words, the end is subjective. And therefore you have to find out, you cannot build a political society on ends which differ from individual to individual. That's impossible. And how will you find then an end which can be made the end of civil society, given the subjectivity of the ultimate end? Conditions of happiness. And the conditions of happiness, they can be stated: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, however you please. You can also include property. Therefore, that is the great difference. Therefore, the doctrine of Locke is so much more a thought-out political doctrine than what we know of this so-called sophistic doctrine. Surely, and this doctrine, as developed classically by Locke, came into certain difficulties because he did not make sufficient provision for the proper distribution of wealth, if I may say so. Locke somehow assumed that the rich are those who deserve to be rich, and the poor are those who deserve to be poor. The rational people will become well off, and those who are ill off are the lazy and irrational part of mankind. Well, that would be a perfectly just order. Then later on, certain difficulties developed on that ground, difficulties with which you are all familiar, and which led to the rejection of Locke. Today he is only a historical figure for this reason. I'm not now concerned with this. This notion that you can find the end of civil society in objective means for these subjective ends, that has broken down today. And why? Is this not a perfectly plausible and sensible assertion? The ends may differ as much as they please, but you surely need life, liberty, and property to pursue any ends. And therefore, that's the function of civil society. How does it appear from today, from present-day social science point of view?
The end law is not objective. The end, the meaning law is not seen as objective.
I don't get you.
As I understand it, Locke's notion is that civil society provides the objective means for subjective ends.
Oh, that is relatively unimportant. Positive law doesn't have to be so objective. But the main point is that you get an objective foundation for the subjectivity of the law, if I may say so. You know what I mean? That you show the necessity of law, and then that's of positive law. And whether the law is particularly influenced by digestive disturbances of some Supreme Court justice or whatever it may be, that is a secondary consideration from a broader point of view. No. The point is this. If happiness, I try to state the objection of present-day social science to Locke. If happiness is truly subjective and radically subjective, if no holes are bound, then you have to admit the possibility that someone understands by happiness otherworldly bliss. Yeah? Now, for otherworldly bliss, life, liberty, and property are not required so obviously as they are required for this worldly bliss. That's it. In other words, what I'm driving at is only this. The older doctrine was fundamentally a secularistic doctrine. Whatever Locke privately might have thought about it is uninteresting as far as his doctrine goes. But this kind of paradoxical as it may sound, the actual progress of secularism in the 19th, 20th century has been accompanied by a doubt, a theoretical doubt of that secularism. And that makes the whole secularism doubtful, theoretically. If you think that I exaggerate, I ask you only to read Max Weber, and where you will see the decisive argument is always based on this. There is a this-worldly morality and another worldly morality, and this controversy cannot be settled by human reason. Here we are. Social science cannot be objective. And Max Weber did not use these silly things that they say, the vulgar relativist who says, that's my value and that's your value, that is about whether you like blondes or brunettes better. That is, of course, a wholly stupid form of civility. But that is, I think, a part of the problem. Yeah, all right, but we have not gone deep enough into that issue. Now, let me start, therefore, from a somewhat different angle. The doctrine is the basic stratum of modern political thought, for which I use Locke as the most convenient representative, is distinguished from the so-called sophists by one simple fact. Everyone who has ever heard of Locke, you don't even have to read for that, knows that Locke talks a lot about natural law, about natural right. Now, what did the sophists, the so-called sophists, say about natural law, natural right? I mean, I take again this vulgar, simplistic version of what the sophists say. What do they say? They reject natural. They reject it. Natural law comes much more from, although it is not strictly speaking Aristotle, but it's much closer to Aristotle than it is to the sophists. So from this point of view, the modern thought appears to be somewhere in between Aristotle and the sophists. But that is all still very vague. Now, let me try to dig a little bit deeper. And here I have to refer to this more subtle point which was made by this young man. Yeah, I forgot your name. It really won't do to reduce the sophists to that crude level, honor and wealth as a motivation. The very name indicates that they were very much concerned with wisdom. Sophisticide has something to do with Sophia, wisdom. I mean, that may have been entirely spurious wisdom, that's not the point, but they had a high regard for wisdom, for cleverness, for wisdom for its own sake. That evidently is the reason why Socrates always gets the better of them in this particular way. You see, they cannot say, for example, Thrasymachus wants money, but he also wants to be a man who possesses an art, i.e. knowledge. And therefore, that is ultimately the reason why Socrates gets the better of him. You see, because he must protect the integrity of his art as an art. And there is a conflict between that and his simple self-interest, vulgar self-interest. Good. But there is something more to that. And that is something which shines through this vulgar, tyrannical teaching of people like Thrasymachus as presented by Plato. And that is this, the interest of the individual. The individual is individual. Be it wealth and prestige or be it knowledge, that does not make a difference here, is not simply in harmony with the social interest. The case can be made, the trivial case, that whatever you want, you are likely to get it in society rather than if you live in a desert. Yeah? That's easy. But that does not mean that you get it best by transforming yourself completely into a citizen. In other words, you can, by being a member of civil society, regard civil society as a means for your end. Now, that is exactly what the tyrant does. You can't be a tyrant in a desert. The tyrant must believe in civil society. Yeah, but he regards civil society as something to exploit for his purposes. Now, not only tyrants can do that, very humble people can do that. The question is therefore, and that comes out in all the famous immoralities of the sophists, is not a merely external compliance with civil society sufficient? Is it not so that ultimately there is a disharmony between the individual and society? On the highest level, and the only level of ultimate interest, is the relation of the interest of the man of knowledge, the philosopher, and civil society. I.e., is there a fundamental harmony between philosophy and the polis? And here we can say the ancient thinkers, high or relatively low, all believe that there is no such harmony. The modern thinkers, with a slight exaggeration, for example Locke, believe in such a harmony. That, I think, is the clearest difference which we will find. And therefore, a man like Locke can believe that his political scheme can be simply satisfactory. The individual is in every respect better off by being a member of civil society. The difficulty came out only after Locke. For one moment, so to speak, in Rousseau. Rousseau reasserted the old thesis that there is a conflict, a tension between the individual and society, an insoluble tension. And therefore Rousseau is at the same time the originator of something which you could call totalitarianism of society, not what we have now, totalitarianism of government, but totalitarianism of society. End of anarchism. This famous and notorious fact is no accident, follows from the tension in Rousseau's own teaching itself. Rousseau is in this respect a kind of anachronism, you can say. That, I believe, has very much to do with that. For the following reason. Because if there is a disproportion between philosophy and the polis, this is a fundamentally non-democratic assertion. The highest activity of man, thinking, transcends the polis. But if there is a fundamental harmony between philosophy and the polis, that can only be achieved if philosophy is radically in the service of the ends of the polis. And that is a modern view. For example, if the end of philosophy or science is the relief of man's estate, as Bacon said, and Locke, of course, repeats, there is perfect harmony between the interests of society and between philosophy itself. But if the end of philosophy should not be a social and in itself social end, then the difficulty arises. I think that would ultimately come out. But of course I have to disregard quite a few very important points. And if you would like me to clear up, if I can, one of these many points which I had, as it were, to swallow, I shall be glad to do so. Mr. Rankin?
You said something about coming back to find out the politics, or having perhaps the ability.
Huh?
You said something about possibly returning to the real difficulty of the politics.
Yeah, that would not be immediately relevant to that, except in this way. I think that Aristotle's Politics can only be understood if one understands this problem of the complicated relation between philosophy and the polis. From a purely political point of view, the democracy, the better kind of democracy, or the best kind of democracy, or the polity would be perfectly satisfactory. You remember perhaps the discussion in Book 3, when he described a reasonable democracy. It's perfectly satisfactory, for everyone. And then he brings in this strange king, the Superman, who doesn't need laws and who is in a way a whole and doesn't need a policy. Remember that? If one would analyze that through, one would discern behind that king the philosopher. One could also show it in another way. What is that non-instrumental virtue which is not provided for by the political scheme I have sketched before? What is that? ultimately what would come out, and that is even relatively simple to do in Aristotle's case, that this non-instrumental virtue is contemplation. Moral virtue does not, as Aristotle understands it, somehow points to contemplation as to its completion. But there is a passage in which, to which we will turn very shortly, in which this problem comes up. Now, I suggest that we turn now to where we left off in 1317, B17.
Such being the idea of democracy and the root from which it develops, we can now proceed to study its attributes or institutions. There is the election of officers by all and from all. There is the system of all ruling over each, and each in his turn over all. There is the method of appointment by lot to all offices, or at any rate to all which do not require some practical experience and professional skill. There is the rule that there should be no property qualification for office, or at any rate the lowest possible. There is the rule that...
But if I may make a remark on this last point, it's interesting, a very small property qualification would not make a regime non-democratic, according to Aristotle. And that, I think, has a certain consequence for the understanding of the American polity, because the only change, politically in the narrow sense, which has taken place, was the abolition of the small property qualifications in some states which existed at the beginning. That is not of a basic importance. In other words, must one not start from the premise in understanding American phenomena that this country was from the very beginning not only a republic, no one denies, the democracy, and that would show the difference from Britain from the very beginning as very, very powerful. You remember, some people try to show that nothing changed except that the king was replaced by an elected first magistrate, yeah, or this kind of thing. But I think it will doubtless contribute to greater clarity if one starts from the fact that this country was from the very beginning a democratic country, and not as Britain surely was for a very long time throughout the 19th century, even an oligarchic country. I mean, how one has to understand such things as what Jackson did, or especially as the New Deal, but this would probably be only quantitative and not qualitative differences. But the crucial point, of course, is, and here is Aristotle also very helpful, the change from an agrarian demos to an urban demos, industrial demos. That would be indeed of the utmost importance. Yeah, we can leave it at these points. In a little bit later, towards the end of 1317b, he speaks, he enumerates here 9 different points, and then he says, since oligarchy is defined by birth, wealth, and culture, I suppose he translates, as the democratic things are thought to be the opposites of these: low birth, poverty, and lack of culture. Yeah, you have that. That belongs also as much, but you see the important, Aristotle uses here a qualifier, is thought to be. He does not simply identify himself with it because he does not accept the basic premise of the oligarchs that the rich are the better people. So Aristotle sometimes uses that equation, and sometimes he does not. But in strict language, he always distinguishes, of course. Now let us go on a little bit later, maybe in 1318a, where he says common features of the democracies are these. Yeah?
These are the attributes common to democracy generally. But if we look at the form of democracy and the sort of populace which is generally held to be specially typical, we have to connect it with a conception of justice which is the recognized democratic conception, that of equality of rights for all on an arithmetical basis. Equality here might be taken to mean that the poorer class should exercise no greater authority than the rich.
The opposite, that the rich should not rule, that is the text is here, the manuscript is one of it, that the rich should not rule to a higher degree than the poor, yeah? Nor should the rich alone be authoritative.
Or in other words, the sovereignty should not be exercised only by it, but equally vested in all the citizens on a numerical basis.
Yeah, in this, next sentence.
If that were the interpretation followed, the opponents of democracy could afford to believe that equality and liberty was really achieved by the
And not the opponents of the, that is a wrong addition of Bach, in my opinion. Now, what is the meaning of this and the somewhat complicated discussion which follows? If someone would say today, democracy is rich of rule of the poor, he would be laughed out of court. And what authority does he have for that? A democracy is rule of all. Yeah, it's clear. That is a point which Aristotle has here in mind. The Democrats do not say rights only for the poor. That happens only in very extreme risings. The Democrats, the established democracy, never says that. They say equal rights for all, hence also for the rich. They know somehow that there must be rich people. And the reason is easy to understand. They don't want to close to themselves the avenue to wealth, or not to their children. But if they want to, what Aristotle turns this against democracy. If you want to really have equality for all, i.e., if you want to preserve the rich, then you must modify democracy correspondingly. In other words, you must make it possible that the rich can survive with legal security. And the only way is to give them a higher voting power. And that he describes in the sequel in a very complicated discussion. Let us say this, if the rich would have a much higher vote, say 4 times the voting power, each rich man as a poor, you must not forget the rich were not millionaires and the poor were not paupers. I mean, the difference, the spread was not as large. If you say if the rich are 1/4 of the population, of the political population, yeah, of the electors, then if you give a rich man 4 times the voting power of a poor man, then you have equality for the rich. That's roughly what Aristotle suggests. But this is only suggested here, and that is one of the difficulties of the book, the many suggestions not followed up. Aristotle turns then to the democracies. And the democracy is, of course, not a regime which gives different voting powers to different people. It gives the same voting power to all. It must have other means for protecting the rich in their wealth. Now let us begin there in 1318b as a beginning, B6. When it speaks, there being 4 forms of, yeah.
Of the 4 varieties of democracy, the best, as has already been noted in the previous section of our inquiry, is the one that comes first in the order of classification. It is also the oldest of all the varieties.
Let us stop here for one moment. The best democracy is the oldest. Now, this leads to a very great difficulty. Namely, for Aristotle writing at a late date, that's no longer possible. And he has to find a way of solution of the problem on the basis of the latest, i.e. the worst kind of democracy, that he will do later. But I mention here only one point. The politically best democracy is the oldest. The simply best regime, the divine regime, the kingship, is still older than the oldest democracy. And you have then this situation that what is politically best is early. What is intellectually best, wisdom, is late. That is what I call the disproportion between science and society. You cannot have the best society at the same time at which you have the highest development of the intellect. That, I think, is also the basic notion of Thucydides' history. Sparta is superior to Athens politically, from Thucydides' point of view. But Athens is obviously superior to Sparta intellectually. Thucydides doesn't say anything about that, but he shows it by deed. You only have to, at the beginning he says, Thucydides from Athens. So the man who understood the political things was not a Spartan, but came from a very less satisfactory political society from his own point of view, and from Athens. That, I think, is generally true on the highest level of classical thought. Now, then Aristotle develops in the sequel the characteristics of the best democracy, and that is a peasant's democracy. The peasants. Farmers is so misleading, because there is a different, you have farmers in this country too, but you don't have peasants. And I think even in Britain they deny that they have peasants, they have farmers. Peasants you have on the European continent and of course in Asia and in other places. The peasantry is, now why is the peasantry so good? Why is a peasant democracy the best? Well, they are all small property owners, therefore they have an interest in the preservation of property, yes?
Is there a certain emphasis on the value of the ownership of tangible property, particularly land, throughout Aristotle?
You mean as distinguished from what? A house is also tangible?
Distinguished, say, from the ownership of skill.
I see. You know, Aristotle reflects on that. Why does he prefer the peasant to the house?
Well, I think the peasants, the artisans just don't have the excellences which the peasants have. Now, one of the reasons for this is that the peasants are in the city.
Artisans.
Artisans are in the city.
But of course, that was the general argument developed at greater length by Xenophon in his Economicus, that the soldiers, best soldiers are the peasants. And that was, as far as I know, the universal opinion until the First World War. There it became doubtful for the first time. And that is, of course, a very important military consideration. You must give political power to those who fight. That was one point. Other points, which he mentions, why they are politically useful. They can't aggregate as easily as the urban people can. You know, they live in some isolation, even if they live in villages. And that is also a stabilizing factor. Yes?
My point was that doesn't the fact that they have something that can be taken away from them make them more moderating or conservative influence political?
Yeah, but then you can take in other considerations which Aristotle does not make, but which has been made more than once since, the dependence of the peasants on the elements is much greater than that of urban artisans. Therefore, they are more aware of the limitations of human power, whereas art easily engenders a pride of competence, and that also would contribute to make them better subjects, and so on and so on. Sure. No, that is clear, and in an indirect way, it would be very interesting to compare Aristotle's analysis of the peasantry with Marx's, because, as you know, for Marx it was the greatest problem. So how could the bourgeoisie or other oppressing classes oppress the very numerous proletariat? Answer, because there was a much more numerous peasantry. And that is the point which Marx elaborates regarding, for example, Napoleon. Both the first and the third, it was a victory of the peasantry over the urban workers. And the question was, and they never succeeded in that, to win over the peasants. And only in Russia they had for one moment the golden opportunity of getting the peasants, because the peasants were tired of the war. And after that they were caught. And that is a kind of indirect comment on Aristotle. Now I have, what is the time? That is, oh no, then we have to finish. 20 minutes? Yeah, no, then, Tom? Then we have to, I'm sorry if I didn't get it. So I ask again Mr. Grant, he's still not here. Simple. People are elected to office, supposedly, according to the stated principle, on the basis of merit alone. But since this worked, since no one who was a poor man would have the time for that, it meant, of course, the relatively wealthy people were elected on the basis of merit alone. Whereas in an oligarchy proper, the property qualification as such was made explicit in the regime. In other words, it was said, he who owns less than that amount of property cannot be eligible. That's one. Now then Aristotle changes the distinction, the meaning of aristocracy, by saying, all right, aristocracy means rule on the basis of merit, it means rule of the virtuous man. And that leads to his strict notion of aristocracy as sketched at the end of Book 3 and elaborated in Book 7 and 8. In given cases, one may doubt, does he speak of aristocracy severely understood, or does he mean what commonly is called aristocracy? But that is not an insoluble problem, because it becomes clear usually from the context. And I would say in these sections with which we are dealing now, the aristocracy meant is always what is commonly meant by an aristocracy. Now, connected with this is the fact that in certain discussions, we had an example last time, Aristotle switches, without drawing our attention explicitly to it, from the notables or respectable men to the rich. Now here again, that's not the fault of Aristotle. That's the fault of political life. The better people happen to be the wealthier people. That is so up to the present day, and I imagine even in this country, in a democratic country. But still, nevertheless, this vagueness, connected even with a certain amount of hypocrisy, of course, is not entirely meaningless. It has at its bottom a very real distinction. For example, if you speak of the rich as strictly speaking, there is no possible exclusion of non-convicted gangsters, to take a simple example. Gangsters may be very rich people, as you will know from the same sources from which I know that. And that is clear. But still, while everyone would count some gangsters amongst the rich people, no one would count them amongst the respectable people. That is clear. So the distinction is perfectly meaningful, and we apply it reasonably in everyday life. And Aristotle must not be prevented from doing in his political teaching what we do in ordinary political life. But in a more sophisticated way, since the gangsters, one could rightly say, are more a matter for penal jurisdiction than for politics, it comes up within politics in the following way. What kind of wealth? Wealth how acquired? And there's the old distinction between the landed interest and the moneyed interest comes in. So therefore an oligarchy, in the strict sense, does not make any distinction as to the source of wealth. The aristocracy does make such a distinction in favor of the landed interest. And you can, if you want to be very, quote, cynical, unquote, you can simply say, well, this is a landed interest. But it is, however, strange that the landed interest and their representatives are still called in some more old-fashioned countries the gentlemen. And that is what Aristotle repeats. Now, what Aristotle does not, however, slavishly reproduce the vulgar distinctions, behind this is a certain thought that these common political notions are justified to some extent. Agriculture, farming, is a more human and more humane activity than trade and commerce. And of course, then one would have to go into that issue. The fact that Aristotle holds his opinion doesn't prove it is true, but it's thought out by him. Yes?
In the American day, wouldn't the essence of the Aristotelian distinction, since farming is a relatively unimportant part of our economy, be between people who make their money and people who inherit it? I mean, I think you can make a case for inherited wealth producing more humane people. I mean, take the Rockefellers, for example.
Yeah. Well, it is a very proper day after the death of the father of Donald Rockefeller yesterday. Yeah, sure, that is connected with it. But let me try to state it differently. Old wealth and new wealth. Now, that is a frequent experience that people who have acquired their wealth right away have less nice manners than when there is old wealth. Well, you remember perhaps the beginning of the Republic where that is discussed. Old Cephalus, who comes from a wealthy family, he says, and to Sugaris, and Sugaris doesn't contradict that this is generally speaking true. You know, the new wine goes more to the head than old wine. And you can even elaborate that and say, well, what does old wealth mean? It means, it may mean that the family tradition is much more powerful than in other families. Yeah? Think of the practical basis of family traditions. Letters, pictures, we speak of today, they must be preserved. If people have become very poor, they cannot preserve these heirlooms. Now, the presence of these reminders of the past of the family are very important for the formation of the young generation, obviously. They get a sense of dignity, these children, which they would not get without the physical presence of these things. Now, if these families, in addition, played a certain role in the government of the polis in the past, the family tradition insensibly switches into a very pronounced political tradition. These are important facts and which have to be considered. And Aristotle is, of course, mindful of that. Yes?
What is there in this situation which says that the inheritance will not be arrogance rather than dignity?
A rather common experience. But of course, there is also such a thing which is called patrician insolence. Yeah? And that can be very bad, surely that can be. But still, do we not, even today, apart from all changed views and without making use of any hypocritical notions which Aristotle does not always dispel, do we not speak in a derogatory way of the parvenu?
In the sense, yes, of lack of manners. But lack of manners does not necessarily mean that he is not a good man, even in the Aristotelian sense.
Sure, no, you can only replace parvenu by the self-made man, and and say what's wrong with self-made man. Surely, then we come back very good. Then we have to go into a somewhat deeper strain. That means the whole question of stability versus mobility. Is not stability a more basic need of civil society than mobility? And in this respect, I think we can say that at least the political thinkers in the past were generally of the opinion that stability is a more important consideration than mobility. I say the political thinkers because the individual man, the individual Athenian, who wanted to become rich, of course was in favor of mobility. That's clear. But one could say the consideration of an interested party is not the decisive consideration. The decisive consideration is the community as a whole, and there the whole case was loaded by broad political consideration in favor of stability rather than of mobility. And the question rightly put at me would be this: on the basis of what factor or factors unknown to Aristotle are modern men more willing to take chances than earlier men? But this problem is of course well known, but usually it is discussed on the basis of a dogmatic premise assumption that the modern point of view is of course right. You know, when you read, for example, there are distinctions made between progressive societies and stationary societies. Yeah? Now, Athens surely was a relatively progressive society, in this sense. Yeah? But compared with any modern society, it was amazingly stationary.
Can you give another example of society other than Athens?
But Sparta was infinitely more.
No, I mean out of the ancient period.
Well,
that was static and had this class.
I believe, I have not been I do not know much too little about China and India to say anything with any authority on that subject. I can only refer to what I have read and what is always presented this way. All these societies are compared with the modern Western world in themselves static, especially in China. You know where the tradition is very, very long, and even in India, and to say nothing of the so-called primitive people.
But were they progressive when they were post at their post?
Yeah, no, what must have happened is this huge distinction, that there was a period of very great change, and let us call it progress. For example, the period where Confucius emerged in China. But then that was stabilized. There was an enormous change in the Near East, in the emergence of Islam. Imagine the destruction of polytheism in the Arabian Peninsula and the severe Islamic monotheism. Yeah? And conquering them, as you know, this enormous part of the Mediterranean area. Yeah, but what happened then? The principle was there is a divine law that will come down through Muhammad, and this must be preserved. And the application to new situations, that is simply deduction from the principles laid out from Muhammad. No change of the framework, that is impossible. And similar things, of course, existed also in the Western world, as you know. But the first societies, which as a whole were, quote, progressive, consciously, deliberately, were the modern Western society. In other words, there was progress, but unavowed progress. Have you ever read Sumner Main's Ancient Law, which is a very, very useful study? This is it. Well, where he tries to show the difference between ancient law and, of course, modern. Now, the basic principle is ancient law conceives of itself as unchangeable. Modern law is understood as a matter of course changing. Ancient law in fact changed, but it changed unavowedly. One means was, for example, legal fiction. The law is completely changed, but a fiction is made which makes it appear as if it was under this kind of thing. And others, and allegorical interpretations, you say this sacred text doesn't mean that in particular, as in Islam, I remember an example, wine drinking is forbidden. And then commentators in Persia, where they like to drink wine, say that means only wine from grapes and not other wine. In a modern society, that's absolutely unnecessary, and therefore this doctrine of sovereignty, which emerged in the 16th, 17th century, is of such a crucial importance because it implies this principle of change. What is unchangeable is the location of the lawmaker, not the law. The lawmaker is the sovereign. There must be one man or body of men who are still sovereign. And the laws regarding lawmaking must be stable. But the laws can be changed as you please. And another, which belongs to the same context, the distinction between fundamental laws and non-fundamental laws. Non-fundamental laws, no problem. The fundamental laws are sacred. For example, in the French doctrine, the royal domain, yeah, that's fundamental law. Or only married heirs, that is a law solid. That's fundamental. Also, maybe there must be a registration of the laws by the parliament. Yeah? Fundamental. Everything else. So, in our modern notion of the constitution, this distinction survives. Only we have provided for amendments of the constitution in order to indicate that change legitimately affects the constitution itself. But for one thing, there is no provision. The changer of the constitution is the people, and that the people should be sovereign is unchanged. Yeah? In other words, we still make this distinction between the unchangeable and the changeable, but we reduce the sphere of the unchangeable to the bare minimum. Older men tried to make it all comprehensive. They never succeeded in that. As little as we succeed in reducing the unchangeable to the bare minimum. But it is therefore a question of emphasis. But that is an all-important question. Now, a few more points. When Aristotle speaks of stronger, you didn't know what he means, number or property. I would say that depends. There may be situations in which the number is irrelevant. For example, if you have a military organization in which a very small part of the population can control the rest, this small part is stronger than the others. That depends, stronger is a proper translation of that word. That depends on all kinds of consideration who is strong or not. Numbers ordinarily do play a role, of course.
He wasn't talking about military though at all there. He seems to be talking about those who would have constitutional rights.
Yeah, but the rule which Aristotle gives is this, that those who adhere to the regime must be stronger than those who do not like the regime. In what that strength consists, it may not, for example, people who don't have rights may believe in the divine right of their ruler, and therefore the ruler doesn't need many weapons. Yeah? However, that strength that can come from n different reasons. You gave us a report about what Aristotle has to say on the law enforcing officers. You did not emphasize the fact that this remark about the law enforcing officers is unusually extensive. It devotes many more lines to this particular kind of office than to the others. It's not remarkable? I mean, the problem seems to have disappeared. How do you explain that? I mean, why is Aristotle so much concerned with the law enforcing officers, whereas we would not ascribe to it an important role? Yeah?
Well, this is an agency of stability, in that if you've got no enforcement of the law...
Yeah, that everyone would admit. But still, why do we not regard the question of the law enforcing officers as a major political problem? Very simple. Replace the United States of America as an old-fashioned New England town, where fellow citizens have to be the law enforcers and get the oath. That's it. Yeah? That's the reason. We do not have this simple, direct democracy, or whatever you might call it, which Aristotle presupposes. And therefore, this particular difficulty is connected with this question. But you had another point, or someone else. Did you want to say? No. And now the last point regarding your paper. You said the end of book 6 was particularly confusing. Why? I mean, there are many confusing things in this section without any question. But why did you find the end particularly?
It could have been the way I read it. The lack of my knowledge in reading.
Yeah, let's try to find out.
I really didn't understand what states he was talking about, or if he meant states in general, or applying it to oligarchies. Barker says it, but Aristotle doesn't. Barker says he's speaking of states in general in the summary above, but Aristotle didn't say what he was talking about.
Yeah, I I think
I didn't really know if I should take Barker's word for it.
yeah, that is very good. You should not take anyone's word for it. But I will take it up. I would say that the difficulty of this last section, I think, is this. That one would expect Aristotle to speak of the different executive offices in terms of the different regimes, i.e. which are good for democracy, good for oligarchy, and so on. And he says very little about it. The emphasis is simply on which kind of executive offices are required in any city. But there are a few remarks, nevertheless, about the distinctively democratic and distinctively oligarchic offices at the end. Yeah. But the observation is correct, and that is very difficult regarding this whole end, which I will take up later. There is only one point which I mentioned already, which was brought up by Mr. Snyder in his paper. Where is Mr. Snyder? Yeah. So, any benefit which he could derive from writing his paper, he loses, because he can't read my handwriting. Now here he says in a paper regarding our last week's assignment, in this type of democracy, all should have the right to elect to office, and property qualifications should be made for holding office. With the more important the office, the greater should be the qualification. And this brings him into certain difficulties. Now, what do you say to this assertion in itself? I mean, disregarding the Aristotelian text. All should have the right to elect to office and property qualification for holding office. Is this a democracy? You say it is. On the basis of what? I mean, if the moment you make property qualification, and especially considerable property qualification based on office, then it's oligarchy by this very fact. And you can say it is a mixture of democracy and oligarchy, because everyone can elect, but not everyone is eligible, but you cannot say democracy. Now, if you would look up the passage, 1319a, 29 to 32. Do you have it?
I think so. On the one hand, all the citizens will enjoy the free rights of electing magistrates, calling to account and sitting in the law courts.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the more important offices will be filled by election and confined to those who satisfy property qualifications. The greater the importance of an office, the greater might be the property qualification. Alternatively, no property qualifications might be required for any office.
So, only in the latter case will it remain a democracy. Yeah. That has one point, or the other point?
Well, you're saying before, this is a system of balance. Employ first, and get in the best variety of democracy.
Yeah, we come to that. That is a great question, which was also raised by someone else. No, by Mr. Snyder, at the end of his paper. The aim of democracy is liberty, one form of which consists in the interchange between ruling and ruled. It means, of course, one sign of which consists in the fact that everyone rules and is being ruled in turn. Is a system that restricts this right, such as Aristotle's agricultural democracy, actually a democracy? Is it not some new form of constitution lying between democracy and oligarchy? That's a good question. And I think that question was also in your mind. So he isn't here, so I can't help him. Now, perhaps we consider again this passage regarding democracy. That is, after all, a subject to which we all have the easiest access by virtue of our being living in a democracy. 1317b-17, after he has given the general definition of democracy. After we have made this premise, and this being the initiating principle, namely of democracy, the following things are democratic. Yeah. Yes?
We can now proceed to study its attributes of institutions.
Yeah, but not enough. Apparently not clearly enough. That all choose the ruling officers from all. That's essential to the democracy proper. All are electors and all are eligible. If not, the democracy is qualified. But here now, let us apply this to the rural or agricultural democracy. In what sense is it a democracy? Because everyone is eligible to office. Everyone is eligible to office, according to law. Let us go on to the next point.
There is the system of all ruling over each, and each in his turn over all.
Now that is, I think, that is not identical with the first condition. Namely, this brings out the fact that every individual citizen is eligible. That's an implication of this. If all, then each. But it is important that each has a prospect of being elected and not merely eligible. How can you get that? And that is said in the next item.
There is the method of appointing by lot to all offices, or at any rate to all which do not require some practical experience and professional skill.
You see, now take our rural democracy, everyone can be elected. And every hillbilly has as much a chance of being elected as the oldest Athenian patrician, because lot. Unfortunately, we must make here a qualification. In certain cases where experience and skill is needed, you have to consider that. If I take the case of a general, it's a simple example. And someone who has never been in a war because he was bodily unfit or particularly averse to such dangers, for the life of soldiers is fraught with dangers. And therefore, you have to look at the individual. And therefore, you have to make an election, but not election by lot. And then the chances of our simple citizens, the simple citizen decrease. Or there can also be other cases. For example, health officers. You have to see, is this man capable? Does he have medical training? And so on and so on. Yes? The next part.
There is the rule that apart from the military offices, no office should ever be held twice by the same...
No, first, no property qualification or very small one. That is also perfectly compatible with the agricultural democracy, where if you say a very small property qualification, then the owner of a very small plot of land may very well have the property qualification. Now the next point.
Next one, there is the rule that apart from the military offices, no office should ever be held twice by the same person, or at any rate only on few occasions, and those relating only to a few offices.
Why that? Why is this necessary for a perfect democracy? To give to everyone the chance that everyone will come to the top, increase with a decrease of the tenure. Think of a man has, say, roughly an opportunity of 30 years where he can be politically active, and say the highest offices are 10, 300. Only 300 of their generation can ever get it. Now, if people can be re-elected all the time, the chances for the individual decrease. It is strictly logical. Next point.
Again, that there is finally the rule that the tenure of every office, or at any rate of as many as possible, should be brief.
This is clear. Yeah. In other words, if you reduce the tenure from 1 year to half a year, you immediately increase the chance for everyone by 2. And so on. Yes?
There is the system of popular courts, composed of all the citizens, or a person selected from all, and competent to decide all cases, or at any rate, most of them, and those the greatest and most important, such as the audit of official accounts, constitutional issues, and matters of contract.
you see, as much as possible, everyone has a chance to act in a judicial capacity. And that's another point. As much as possible. There are limits, sure. Yes?
There is the rule that the popular assembly should be sovereign in all matters, or at any rate in the most important, and conversely that the executive magistracies should be sovereign in none, or at any rate in as few as possible.
Let us stop here. Does it not also follow? Because everyone can be actually a member of the assembly. Everyone does not have, in fact, the certainty that he will become an executive officer. The consequence, vest as much power as possible in that part of this body politic to which everyone actually belongs, makes the assembly more powerful than any executive officer. It is absolutely clear. That's democracy. And the question would then be, is this compatible with a rural democracy? You remember, that was the question raised. Is a rural democracy not a concealed polity or aristocracy? I would say no. It is a true democracy in this sense, because all these conditions can be met by a rural democracy. Well, you have to make some concessions. If you have an assembly every 2 weeks and no railways and helicopters around, then of course you can have only rare assemblies. But let us say you have in winter and after harvest and before sowing time, they have 3 assemblies and they must do business for the whole year. And all important business is to be made there to the extent to which it is possible. If there should be suddenly a war scare before harvest time, then of course you have to do something else. You must have a man or body of men who can act on behalf of the assembly, and that is clear. But otherwise you can, I would say the first democracy, the agricultural democracy, is still a genuine democracy. Although by virtue of the necessities that these people do not want to be elected because they can't afford to stay away from their farm for a year, or for a shorter time even, will bring it about that people in whom they have trust, i.e. respectable squires or respectable patricians, will in fact have the most important offices. Now, the example in Athens, the most well-known example is of course that of Pericles, his legal basis of his position was that he was elected and re-elected for many years as general. The generals had to be elected lot by lot. And he succeeded in being trusted by the majority of his fellow citizens, and therefore he could do it. He could do it, not without troubles, as you may remember from history, but still, on the whole, he succeeded. Now, there was one point regarding the democratic section here, which we have not discussed, and which is of special importance. In 1318b, the beginning. Right at the beginning of 1318b.
Define theoretically where truth resides in these matters of equality and justice is a very difficult task. Difficult as it may be, it is an easier task than that of persuading men to act justly if they have power enough to secure their own selfish interests. The weaker are always anxious for equality and justice. The strong may know not heed equality.
Yeah. Now, of course, theoretical is not in the text, and it's also in Aristotle, and it is wholly superfluous. To find the truth about the just is rather difficult, but infinitely easier than to make it accepted. Because people, as Hobbes put it, whenever reason is against the man will be against reason. And for this is clear. Now, why I thought we should read it, it will appear when we turn to the end of 1318b, the the liberty to do what one wills. Yeah?
But the power of acting at will leaves men with no defense against the evil impulses present in all of us.
Well, Aristotle says in every one of the human beings, that is not all of us, because in the Greek word human beings is sometimes used in contradistinction to man. Man, and then we don't know what Aristotle thought about the man. Then let me explain this terminology. Human being. In Greek, anthropos. In French, anthropos. That means any human being, sure. But it is also used in contradistinction to people who are not merely human beings, but real guys, hombres. That is in Spanish the same thing. In Latin too, and the Latin word is man, meaning a male man, but not every male human being, because not every male human being is a hombre. And that is in Greek amer, in Latin vir, in Spanish hombre. In German you also have a distinction Mensch, human being, and man. So Aristotle, God knows whether he didn't wish to exclude the real man. Yeah? And one must be careful. I wouldn't say either, but I would also preserve the ambiguity in the translation. Yeah?
So where there is responsibility, the result must always be an advantage of the first order in any constitution. Government will be conducted by men of quality, and they will be saved from misconduct, while the masses will have their just rights.
Yeah. The student who read the paper last time rightly referred to the Federalist Papers. Yeah? You know that no one, it's a famous thing, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, you know? Tends to corrupt. Is this what Lord Acton precisely said? So that's good, because otherwise it would be, No, tends is good, absolutely true, and therefore one must, but still, very commonly, in the Federalist paper, it goes beyond that. As there was a literal formulation I do not remember at the moment. Now, for Aristotle, of course, it is not true. Power also can bring out the best in a man. Yeah, that's clear. But here, in this crude political consideration, he thinks let's be on the safe side and have some guarantees. Yeah. Good. Now we turn to the subject of today. Is there a point that you would like to raise? Yes?
Well, I have a question on what you said last time, and I wasn't quite sure. You said that the end of man, the Sabbath, I believe you said this, would be wealth and honor.
May I say, I want to take that up later. I would like to take up the example of last time again, because that was surely incomplete.
Okay.
Now let us first say a few words about the end of Book 6. Now at 1320b, 18, he begins with a discussion of oligarchy. And the meaning here also is how to establish or to construct an oligarchy. There is also here a terminological difficulty. As you will see, if you would read at the beginning, there, where he begins. Yes?
We have now explained how democracies should be constructed, and in doing so, we have virtually shown how oligarchies ought to be constituted. Each variety of oligarchy should be framed in the principle of opposites. That is to say, the structure of each should be calculated by that of the corresponding variety of democracy. The first and best balanced of oligarchies is closely akin to the constitution which goes by the name of polity.
You see, it's closely akin. It is not identical. Aristotle calls it well blended. And that, of course, would apply also to the best democracy, that is well blended. But not by being not a democracy, but by coming close in its actual working to something better than a democracy, as a rural democracy. Yes, and why is it not identical? Let us read the sequel.
In an oligarchy of this type, there should be two separate assessment roles, the higher and the lower. Entry in the lower role should qualify men for appointment to the lowest offices that have to be filled, but entry in the higher should be required for appointment to the more important. On the other hand, any person who acquires sufficient property to be put on an assessment roll should be given constitutional rights. And by this means, a sufficient number of the people at large will be admitted to make those who enjoy rights in the state a stronger body than those who do not. The persons newly admitted to rights should always be drawn from the better sections of the people.
Yeah, let us stop here. You see, it is an oligarchy because of the open preponderance of wealth as wealth. That the wealth is not very great, which is required for being a full citizen member, for being a member of the citizen body, doesn't do away with the principle of wealth. Now, a little bit later, he speaks of the problem of oligarchy in general, and uses two images for describing the function of the statesman. One is the body, and the other is a vessel. And these are famous images, the body politic and the vessel of state. Both are apt because there is something, in a way the policy is natural, like the body. But in other ways also artificial. Yeah? And therefore it can be compared to an artifact. And why he chooses the vessel, the ship, is clear because of the particular storms. Which it would be foolish to compare a city to a shoe, for example, which is one. And that also implies that in the case of the body, there is strictly speaking no separation of ruler and ruled, whereas in the case of the vessel, you have first the state and then the pilot. You know, this distinction is also, both things are true. In a way, it is a unity without an extraneous ruler. And yet in another way, the polis is a unity with an extraneous ruler, even in a popular regime, because the government is distinguished from the governed. Yes?
In this particular passage, it strikes me that the very close identification which Aristotle makes of the wealthy with oligarchy, or the few, is too limited, really, for a general approach to oligarchy, especially when he talks about having two different roles here, it seems. Because if we would look around at sort of modern oligarchies, we find that wealth isn't the only sort of basis or even the main basis for many modern oligarchies. And the association should be much broader, I think. For example, on this case of two roles, an interesting example, I think, would be the case in Central Africa, where the whites have tried in various instances to have separate roles for the blacks and the whites. And they put this in terms of education, that is, civilized men. Civilized men will vote on one row, and the uncivilized on the other, to a certain extent. See? So really you have many elements connected with an oligarchy besides wealth. You have education, you have white skins, and other things. So to be perfectly general about oligarchy, I think the association with wealth makes it too narrow.
Yeah, but the point is this: Aristotle would say, now without going into the merits of the matter, merely taking the claims literally, i.e. uncritically, which to some extent you must do. To the extent to which the claim is based on education, it would be an aristocratic regime and not an oligarchic, he would say. He is provided for that. Now the question of, for example, that a new difficulty arises, which is not discussed very much by Aristotle because apparently he did not regard it as very important. We will see later why. And that would be a racially heterogeneous society. Now that is, of course, you can say, a great flaw that he has not provided for that, or at least that he has not discussed it. But what would Aristotle excuse me if he would accuse him of having disregarded certain important considerations.
Leave it apart.
Apartheid, yeah.
Some great cities, Persians and Persians.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but fundamentally, yeah, still, but apartheid means, of course, the denial of real citizen rights. Whereas what Mr. Dennis spoke about was a city, a community which consists of racially heterogeneous elements.
But Aristotle disapproves of that because it makes for instability.
Yeah, in other words, we don't get a discussion by Aristotle of this issue. But we get it in a later thinker who to some extent tried to restore Aristotle against Hobbes and Locke. And that was Rousseau. Rousseau in his social contract, which to some extent is a new plea for the city, as distinct from the modern state. This goes into that question. And he makes it clear that the democracy or republic, which he regards as the only legitimate regime, is possible only if the citizen body is of reasonable homogeneity. The chapters on the people in the social contract, book 2 or 3, I forgot now, are crucial. In other words, it is not only racial, what do we mean by race? Say ethnic, yeah? Because it is the question arises not only in the case of different pigmentation, it can also arise in the case of different ethnic, religious, and economic, a reasonable homogeneity in the three things, in these three politically important things, is a prerequisite for a viable democracy or republic according to Rousseau. And of course, in the moment, it becomes necessary for a variety of reasons to visualize heterogeneous societies of this kind. Very new devices will be needed. And that is true. Aristotle did not discuss that. He would simply say, I would not wish to be in charge of such a society.
No, I think you can extend this. I don't think it has to be just in terms of race. I probably shouldn't have mentioned education because I think it's more dubious about education. But certainly, we have lots of societies where not only racial heterogeneity undermines this kind of stability, but also things like religion, heterogeneity, things like language. We have an enormous range of things, it seems, which Aristotle really doesn't take into account in discussing power.
Let me put it this way. He takes them very well into account. By the way, language that they do every day, because that is one of the most divisive things. People can't talk to one another. It's in a way the most divisive thing among human beings. Aristotle knew that very well, and his contemporaries too, and that was one of the objections to these big empires, like the Persian Empire, where people who couldn't talk to one another were supposed to be fellow subjects. But no, Aristotle knows this very well, but he would say these are such obvious incompatibility with the indispensable unity of the polis. That is, I think, his implicit reason. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, some societies have shown that it is possible to have, linguistic and racial diversity. Yeah?
Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland. Yeah, but also many other states have done that. But the question is, under what conditions what is possible? For example, is the difference between the Germans and French in Switzerland sufficiently fundamental as to what was the alternative for these people? The alternative for these people was to be members of the German Empire on the one hand and the French monarchy on the other, and apparently they felt it is better to live with these barbarians in our state. Barbarians mean people whom you don't understand on the other side of this mountain. Then to be subject to the French king or the German.
Yeah, but isn't this putting, are we getting now what I think really the difficulty, and that is that once Aristotle states the need for homogeneity, he really say anything about the manner in which this can be built, developed? I mean, the absorption of heterogeneous elements, let's say.
No, because he doesn't do for the very reason which I stated. If this is such an enormous burden in itself, then try to avoid it in the first place. That is an extreme case where he would say that the people with experience on the spot are in the best position to solve. That does not belong to the theoretical question. The question probably would be this. Since these are admittedly divisive things, under what condition is their divisive character politically irrelevant? Under what conditions? One could be that the only alternative given there would be worse for everyone concerned. And then, in other words, one would have to study this in Switzerland. The situation is very different in different countries. It is not without difficulties in Switzerland either. Yeah?
No, I mean, if you use what he uses in applying to Carthage as mark of a fairly good regime.
But Carthage was homogeneous. They had a heterogeneous mercenary army. But that is easy provided you have a very brutal discipline, as you know. Okay? Like the former legion in France. That's a simple problem which men have always been able to solve. And at the same time, the common interest, the booty. Yeah? The army becomes, as it were, the fatherland of the mercenary soldiers. Now that is, surely I don't want, that in some countries, I believe this country could also be counted among them, these questions are of the utmost practical importance and only a great fool could deny them. But one way in which they can be minimized and which is underlying our whole approach today is, of course, the view that from the most fundamental point of view, these differences are secondary. The theoretical expression of that is the doctrine of the rights of man. And the modern doctrine, I mean, that is not applicable to Switzerland because that goes back beyond that time, but in present-day discussion that, of course, always prevails. The difficulty never comes back in spite of the fundamental admission of human rights. That's the trouble. And how to handle them, these difficulties depends entirely on the situation, in a given situation. No general statement is possible. But that it creates an unusual difficulty, an additional difficulty to the difficulty inherent in any political organization is manifest. And therefore, from the point of view of common sense, you could say, well, if you can have it without that complication, the better. Yeah? I mean, it's easier to, this problem exists to an infinitely smaller extent in the British metropolis than this regarding the Commonwealth, that it's now called, and than in this country, for example. It's clear. Yes.
Would it be fair to say from Aristotle's discussion of the best form of oligarchy that a very carefully restricted amount of mobility adds to stability?
Under certain conditions, yeah, sure. I mean, Aristotle did not exclude that. He refers frequently to the fact that these, for example, the peasants should have the possibility of becoming wealthy. And he speaks later on, and you will be quite shocked to read that, I mean, shocked from the point of view of logic, not of morality, that Aristotle says it is necessary to hold out the prospect of emancipation to the slaves. So you gradually get a population who are not citizens, they are freedmen, yeah, which also adds a problem.
It seems to me that it's really very close to describing British history.
Yeah, in some extent, yeah, what he means in this particular point, you mean an oligarchy which doesn't form a caste, yeah, but is open. Sure, yeah, but still, as long as this kind of mobility is absolutely under control. Absolutely under control. So they pick from time to time someone worthy to ascend. in other words, he must give them a guarantee that he will not upset the apple cart. But if you have mobility simply, you have no guarantee against the mobility upsetting the apple cart. Now, let us turn then to the more detailed discussion of oligarchy. Yeah, he refers first to the military. This is the beginning, 1321A5. There are chiefly four parts of the multitude. Yeah.
Just as there are four divisions in the mass of the population, farmers, mechanics, shopkeepers, and day laborers, so there are also four kinds of military forces: cavalry, heavy infantry, light armed troops, and the navy. I think it's reasonable that they correspond.
Yeah, this is but there is unfortunately no such simple correspondence. Yes. Yeah.
Farmers would
Yeah, but still, no, farmers are not the knights. Yeah.
Where a territory is suitable for the use of cavalry, there is a favorable ground for the construction of a strong form of oligarchy.
So that is important, yeah, and that in a way settles the issue. Wherever you do not have the preponderance of cavalry, or one should even say of the knights, an oligarchy is very difficult to establish. Because here the superiority of the rulers is not only in wealth, but also in military power. But that is unfortunately not, or fortunately not always possible, and therefore oligarchy is much more difficult to establish than a democracy, as will appear from the sequel. Now, since we can't read the sequel, you can, of course, also make the heavy armed soldiers a very important element in the oligarchy, but then you have to have the first kind of oligarchy, where the property qualification is not high. The question is, under certain conditions of civil war, you must not forget what is characteristic of Aristotle's politics, we can say, is the eternal presence of the danger of civil war. This is not simply edifying, it's attackful. And so, and therefore, let us go into the details. Now, Aristotle doesn't give us too much facts, but you know the importance of these matters for political things. The famous significance of the barricades up to a certain point, you know, and therefore taken care of by Haussmann, the French town planner, who rebuilt Paris, so that the barricades could no longer be of military importance, discussed with great interest by Marx and Engels, this kind of thing. You know, they were also practical men. And Aristotle, from a different point of view, has the same practical thing. As says this: there are situations in which the light infantry, not heavily armed infantry, has great military advantage. Let's think in American history. These fellows, you know, who did not move in heavy columns like the redcoats, but was just shooting from behind a tree, had great military advantage under certain conditions. Aristotle says, let us try to find an equivalent for that, if you can, if you want to have an oligarchy. And that would mean let your younger boys, who are not, you say, between 17 and 19 or so, let them learn to fight as light infantry, and then they can help you a bit if you are in such a situation. That's all. You know, that's all. He says, he replies to a military problem in military terms, which is the only way to solve a military problem, isn't it? I mean, that is strictly limited here. Now, we come to a more political discussion in the sequel, 1321A14. This is the first recipe, indeed. The oligarchy must beat the demos at its own game, otherwise it can't last. That's the first recipe. Then he gives the second recipe. There must be the possibility of ascent, not a closed caste. That was a point which impressed you. We can read that. That is in 826 to 31. Yeah?
Is to compile a list of all who were worthy of office, whether or no they have at the time a place in the city.
In other words, weeding out of the unworthy from time to time, not to have a kind of impossible burden on the ruling class. That's true. Yes, and the last point.
The most important offices, which must necessarily be held by full citizens, should involve the duty of performing unpaid public services. This will have the effect of making the people willing to acquiesce in their own exclusion from such offices, and it will make them ready to tolerate officials who pay so heavy a price for the privilege. These higher officials may also be properly expected to offer magnificent sacrifices at their entry into their office, and to erect some public building during its course. The people sharing in these entertainments and seeing their city decorated with votive ornaments and edifices will readily tolerate the survival of oligarchy, and the notables will have their reward in visible memorials of their own outlay.
Then we'll stop here. So that's the third recipe, making ruling officers undesirable by putting special burdens on them. Now this is all Aristotle has to say about oligarchies, and he says nothing whatever here about the extreme forms of oligarchies. You know, he takes only the mildest form, because it is very easy by analogy to find out. It's infinitely more difficult to maintain them, only under very unusual conditions and so on. We can figure that out for ourselves. Now, then there begins the last section of Book 6, and this is a survey of the offices, of the ruling offices, and without any emphasis on how these various offices are related to the different regimes. And that's very strange, because Aristotle had discussed already the question of the different executive offices in Book 4, much more in 1299A to 1300B, much more extensively here. And this is a great question for the understanding of the politics as a whole. Why does he bring this here, this seemingly unnecessary repetition? That is a very difficult question which we can barely answer. Maybe let us look at it a bit more closely. Now, Aristotle states first two general principles. First, the distinction between two kinds of ruling offices. The ones which he calls necessary, and those which are required for good order. Now, that must be well understood. The author's letter are also necessary from another point of view. Necessary means, in Aristotle, frequently, merely necessary, without any inherent dignity. For example, garbage bin collecting is obviously necessary given certain conditions, but no one would regard this as something to look up to. Judges are also necessary, but judges are respected. So Aristotle always distinguishes between, not always, frequently distinguishes between the necessary and the noble, where the meaning is the necessary is something which is merely a means and cannot be understood as an end. The noble can be understood as something trustworthy for its own sake. And the second general principle is that there is a difference regarding ruling offices between small and large cities. Small cities can't have as many offices, a great variety of offices as small ones. Therefore, you have to wonder which offices can be combined with which and which are not combinable. That are the two general principles. Now, then first he speaks of the necessary offices and mentions 6 of them. Supervision of the markets, supervision of streets and buildings, supervision of buildings and so on and rivers and so on in the countryside, revenue collectors, etc., recorders, secretaries, and finally the penal executive officers. This last form is discussed by Aristotle with unusual length, because that seems to create a special difficulties, and it surely does if you have a polis, a small society, where the men responsible for your execution and so on are your fellow citizens. You know, there are all kinds of pressures which your family can bring on the family of the other, You must know that, and therefore that is a particularly difficult thing. But it is not one of the jobs desirable for their own sake, and that are really holiness. And then he turns to the most respectable ruling offices in 1322-8 following. Now, the first are military offices. Surely generals are looked up to, that's clear. The second, the highest financial officers, the auditors. And the third, that we must read, 1322b12, where we come to a special importance.
Besides the various offices already mentioned, there is another which controls more than any other office the whole range of public affairs.
In other words, we come now to the highest executive office, which clearly cannot be the generals, for the simple reason that the highest offices must be civilian and not military, except accidentally. And what is that?
The office?
Yeah. Yeah.
The office in question is one which, in a large number of states, possesses the double power of introducing matters and bringing them to completion. Short of that, and where the people itself is in control, it presides over the assembly. But there must be a body to act as convener to the controlling authority of the Constitution. The holders of this office are in some states called the prokuroi, or the preliminary council, because they initiate deliberation. But where there is a popular assembly, they are also called the boule.
Let's stop here. In other words, in a democratic regime, the power of these men who prepare bills is much smaller than in an oligarchic and so that's clear. But even there, even in a democracy, that is the highest executive office from his point of view. And the more is the highest because, however sovereign the assembled people may be as to what they want to do, the timing and the preparation of the bills, the formal report is, as you all have learned in many classes in political science, of the utmost importance. And I suppose you can bring some American examples of committees, Senate committees especially, which enormous power they wield in spite of the fact that this is a democracy. That is what Aristotle means. That is the most important office, that which prepares the business of the assemblies. That is the highest. Because what we would call the executive, where is that? What we would call the executive, where is that here? The commander-in-chief, that's military. That is as such subject to civilian control. There is no single chief executive, as you have in the American Constitution, nor a prime minister. In the British sense, that is not provided for. It is a collegium, a body, a small body of men who has the highest executive power in society, even in a democracy. Now, then we come to the last point, because these 9 are the political offices proper. Now we come to the next.
But there is also another province of affairs which is concerned with the cult of the civic deities. And this requires...
of course, Aristotle simply says with the gods. Barker should not bring in his distinction here with the gods, yeah?
And this requires officers such as priests and custodians of temples, custodians charged with the maintenance and repair of fabrics and the management of any other property assigned to the service of the gods. Occasionally, for example in small states, the whole of this province is assigned to a single office. In other states, it may be divided among a number of offices, and apart from priests, there may also be the superintendents of sacrifices, the guardians of shrines, and the stewards of religious property. Closely related to these...
Of the sacred things. There is no Greek word for religion. The sacred things.
Oh, so those might be the ritual objects rather than...
All kinds of things. Any vessel or what have you could be. Yes?
Closely related to these various offices, there may also be a separate office charged with the management of all public sacrifices, which have the distinction of being celebrated in the city's common park, and as such are not legally assigned to the priests. The holders of this office are in some states called arca, in others king, and in others bacchantes.
Yeah. Do you know where they were called kings?
No.
Huh? Athens in particular. The Athenians elected 10 rulers, archontes, every year. And one had the title, the additional title, the ruler king. And he was in charge of the state things, therefore also in charge of Socrates' trial, because the Socrates trial fell within this domain. Now then afterward, Aristotle repeats this enumeration in a different way and gives as a first item that the offices which have to do with the demonic things, i.e. the gods, and war. For some strange reason, he takes them together. And ends again in this enumeration with the council. The council, as the whole enumeration ends here with the council. Now, there is a certain difficulty here. You see, the council was the highest we have seen before, and here the list ends with that. What about, and that of course is a very dubious inference, but one must try it at any rate, would not be the first then the lowest, the things which have to do with the gods? In this case, we find an easy solution straight from the horse's mouth, meaning Aristotle, because he takes up that question again in Book 7, and there we will read that next time. He gives a solution in this formula. He gives another enumeration of the offices in order of importance. 1, 2, 3, so. And then when he comes to number 5, he says, the fifth and first. What has to do with the gods? In one sense, it does not belong to the important ones. Yeah? Only number 5. The judicial system and the executive offices and legislative is much more important. But in another sense, by its inner claim, because gods are so much superior to men, it must be the first. That is a problem of very great importance, for Aristotle much more important than appears from the number of lines devoted to this problem. That has also to do then with a great question raised before. One of the heterogeneities you mentioned are religious heterogeneities. Now, but if you have a civic religion, that means there is no religious heterogeneity. This can be very, quote, liberal, unquote, in practice. If you fall in love with a certain Egyptian goddess, no one may prevent you from worshipping her there at home, and all these kind of things. But in principle, of course, it is not liberal at all. You have to comply with public health. Yeah? And Aristotle never for a moment suggests any liberalism in this respect. He would suggest a liberal handling, an easygoing handling, as gentlemen would naturally, but there are no legal leg. And that is one important difference between the modern democracy and the ancient democracy. The ancient democracy was not secular. That has been confused very much because in the 18th century, especially in France and other countries, England too, when they fought against the established churches, they always looked back to classical antiquity, beautiful liberalism, men like Voltaire and others. Yeah, but surely Athens was much more liberal, say, than the Spain of Torquemada. I have no doubt about that. But it was, of course, not liberal in the strict sense because it was only an easygoing practice. There was no right involved here. That people have rights, not full civic rights, regardless of whether they belong to the established religion or in the more clearer case, there is no established religion. I think how long it took until the nonconformist Christians in England acquired. Nonconformist Protestant Christian acquired full civil rights. But still, the modern society, from its very beginning, tended to be a purely secular society. And one cannot really find that very clearly in Hobbes, right at the beginning. And that is a major difference. And that it still plays a certain role, much, even in the Western democracies, and the passionate interest, which politically interested people had in that race in Virginia, is a simple contemporary proof of that, if we needed proof, yes.
Well, even though it seems that Aristotle is assuming a fairly simple set of conditions, that is, that you have homogeneity for all these things, religion, ethnicity, all the things that one could list. Nevertheless, when he takes the one factor which varies, that is, wealth, rich and poor, and discusses the principles, see, on how this is distributed within the polity of our democracy, I think we have extended this to cover these other cases in our particular democracies and polities. That is, we have done such things as balanced tickets for these particular factors. So even though he doesn't discuss this, there is a sense in which you can say the principle is still the same.
Very good. That is, I would go with you up to this point, but I have to add some qualification. Now, first, only an additional remark. That is in a way what I meant all the time. The very simplicity of the scheme of Aristotle, compared to the enormously complexity of modern is so eminently helpful in clarifying how more complex that is. Simply that the polis, as analyzed by Aristotle, is as it were a natural model for analyzing more complex societies. That is what was always in my mind throughout. But there is something else. The question is whether the other heterogeneity, other than the so-called economic one, rich and poor, are simply of the same character as rich and poor. In other words, whether you do not have to take into consideration the substance of these heterogeneities. Yeah? Rich, poor, they are not, for example, a very simple thing. The transition from poverty to wealth, or vice versa, has in itself nothing to do with the change of convictions. The man may have the same, only accidentally. The man may have exactly the same conviction prior and after his bankruptcy, for example. Only accidentally, but that is not essential to that. But in the case of religion, conviction would be, And similar in the case of languages, as languages, one could say there is in itself nothing particular that is even in a way politically more superficial, you can say, than rich and poor, but practically of the very greatest importance, because what people think about the difference of languages makes it a very divisive force. That would have to be taken into consideration. Yes. Now, the last point I want to make regarding Book 6 concerns the end, that is 1322b37. It's really, it must be the last sentence in 1322b. Now, there are peculiar offices for those cities which have greater leisure and are more wealthy, more better off, yes, and furthermore for those which are concerned, yes.
In addition, there are offices peculiar to certain states which have a more leisured character and a greater degree of prosperity, and concern themselves with the discipline. Offices for the supervision of women, for enforcing obedience of law, for the supervision of children, and for the control of physical training. We may also include the office for the superintendent of athletic contests and dramatic competitions, and all other similar spectacles. Some of these offices, those with the supervision of women and children, for example, are clearly out of place in a democracy. The poor man, not having slaves, is compelled to use his wife and children as followers and dependents.
Yeah, let us stop here. Now here that's only a specimen of how offices are affected by the difference of regime. They obviously need all a deliberative tradition, priests and so on and so on. But here's the difference. Let's take a modern example. An institution like censorship is an undemocratic institution, I believe most people would say today. Yeah? An undemocratic institution. It interferes with that freedom to live as you like, which is the principle of democracy. And now Aristotle gives these examples which correspond, that are censors who watch the manners of women and of children. That is an undemocratic institution, as Aristotle does hesitate to say. Because, why is it undemocratic? Because the democracy is the interests and the tastes of the many, i.e. of the poor decide. Now the poor cannot keep their women at home. That was at least the Athenian understanding of female propriety, that they are not out in the streets and this kind of thing. The poor are unfortunately forced to send out their women for doing all kind of work on the marketplace and whatever have you. Therefore, it doesn't work. So I think the principle is perfectly clear, however arrogant the examples given by Aristotle to us. And now, this is all I simply special to say now about Book 6, and I have raised a question which had very much to do with the broader question we discussed last time. I also would like to bring up another question, but what's the time now? Fine. And now, Mr. Brown, will you come to me after class? Because you brought up a question a short time ago, which I would like to bring up, and I don't know the context in which it came up. Will you come to me after class? Good. Now, what was your question, Ms. Claiborne?
I believe last time you said that the end of rant is the sophist is wealth and honor. Is that correct?
To begin with, yeah.
And I believe, I'm not sure, I might have misunderstood you, but I thought you said that this was different from Locke's because it was not subjective, whereas Locke's was subjective. However, it seems, this is what you said, it seems to me that wealth and honor would lead to the same thing that Locke's did. In other words, happiness, which would be subjective.
Yeah, that is true. That is a real difficulty. Now, I remind you of the problem. Ancient democracy, modern democracy. Aristotle gives a definition of democracy. You remember, the overall definition in which we recognize crucial elements of modern democracy. Freedom in the sense of doing what one likes to the extent to which it is at all possible. Yeah? To do what one prefers is a formula which I have read in a present-day theories. And the second, ruler and being ruled in turn, which is of course considerably modified by representative democracy, but in some ways, at least legally, everyone is an elector and everyone is eligible, is preserved. Only the eligibility, no care is taken that the eligibility of everyone becomes a fact. That cannot be done and is not even desirable under the modern condition. What are the differences then? Now, I would first say the differences are due to the fact that Aristotle thinks of democracy in the polis, in a small society where representative government is out of place and unnecessary, and secondly, the institution of slavery. That's always there. And that, of course, accounts for certain differences. But still, once we realize this, we realize also that we cannot start in understanding the difference between Aristotle's democracy, or the ancient democracy, modern democracy, by looking only at the different democracies. But we have to look at the difference between modern society and ancient society as a whole. Because ancient society, regardless of whether it was democratic or not, was a polis, and modern society, regardless of whether it is democratic or not, is not a polis. And similarly, the same applies to slavery. the presence of slavery in the old scheme, the absence of slavery in the modern scheme. We have then to contrast ancient society with modern society. But this is not possible in a clear way except if we consider ancient thought, ancient political thought, in its difference from modern political thought. And why this switch from society to thought? I would explain this as follows. When we speak of societies, we think in the first place of the peculiar social institutions characteristic of a society. But these institutions are all meant to be means for an end, whether that end is clearly understood or not. Institutions are never an end in themselves. Therefore, we have to consider the ends as intended by the institutions in classical times and the institutions in modern times. But these ends become clear, become visible only in thought and not as mere facts. Therefore, the emphasis on thought as distinguished from the mere institutions is due to the primacy of end as distinguished from the means. Now, what are the different ends of society as a whole, according to Aristotle and according to the modern doctrine? I discussed that last time in a very limited way, naturally, taking Locke as a good representative of modern thought and Aristotle of classical thought. And then we see clearly, for Aristotle the end is virtue. For Locke, it's protection of property. We can reduce this to a more fundamental principle by using some other terms which are not identical but which are implied in them. By saying in Aristotle the emphasis is on duties. In the modern doctrine the emphasis is on rights. Both admit implicitly or explicitly duties or rights, naturally, because they are in a way inseparable. But it's a question of the emphasis, whether the rights are in the service of duties or the duties in the service of rights. And in this respect, the distinction is very clear. I cannot now develop to show that this orientation by rights is underlying the more recent orientation by such things as self-realization. I give you only one link between right and self-realization, and that is creativity. The individual, the bearer of the rights is the individual, and this individual is conceived of then on the basis of a deeper reflection as the originator of all values, creator. Self-realization is the sense of realizing those ends which he fundamentally creates, but that only possible. The real difficulty in such an analysis stems from this. Aristotle is a very outstanding man, naturally, but there were other classical thinkers who thoroughly disagreed with him. And these other thinkers are popularly known by the name the Sophists. And therefore, since the Sophists are much closer to Locke than Aristotle is, the real difference between ancient and modern thought will appear from a comparison not between Aristotle and Locke, but between the Sophists and Locke. Now, the first difference which strikes one immediately is this, that the Sophists, I use this word really only for the sake of gross convenience. But I cannot go into that question now. The sophistic thesis can be stated as follows. There is nothing which is just by nature. Justice is altogether a matter of convention. And here you see the difference from Locke very clearly. Locke speaks all the time of natural rights and a natural law. Yeah, but what does this mean? The sophistic teaching implies that there is no harmony, no fundamental harmony, between self-interest and the common interest. there is no harmony. I mean, of course, if people are fooled, they may believe in such a harmony, and that's very desirable, as they say. But the really bright guys, the tyrants, know that there is no such harmony. Yeah? Thrasymachus, first book of the Republic, Polos and the Gorgias, and so on. The Locke, on the other hand, takes it for granted that there is a harmony between self-interest and the common interest. What does this mean, however? And that is a very nice doctrine, and we are, as decent people, all in favor of such harmony, but that is misleading. What does it mean? If the self-interest becomes concentrated in property, and only as such is it politically interesting, and the property means, of course, not just to preserve your property, but implies also acquisition. Federalist number 10. Then it means that this acquisitiveness is in harmony. So in principle, unlimited acquisitiveness is in harmony with the public interest. And if we want to understand this in a non-hypocritical way, we have to go back to the man who formulated that principle in the most brutal manner. And that was this unspeakable fellow, Mendel, who wrote a book, Private Vice, Public Benefit. Private vice. Now, here you have the difference very clear. The ancient sophists said private vice is of course not public benefit. And in modern times we find this in various forms. We could even find it in a different way in Machiavelli. I can't go into that. That there is no harmony between, in the modern times there is a harmony between private rights and public benefits. Now, from here, we can by one further step reach an overriding formula which applies to the sophists and Aristotle as well, and therefore is really the crucial difference. The word for profit, which the classics use, or gain, is a Greek word called kairos. Yeah. Now, what is gain? What is profit? Well, ordinarily we know what every businessman understands by it, whether it's honest or dishonest. But then there is a dialogue which is now regarded as spurious by Plato, called the Hipparchius, which deals where Socrates himself raised the question, what is gain? And then, of course, he shows very well that wealth is not solid gain, because that is, as you know, can easily be taken away from you and so on. And so, what is then the true gain? The highest good. And the highest good, according to Strauss, consists in knowledge. That is the highest private benefit. Private good, is wisdom, philosophy, science, whatever you call it. And here again we find the thesis. There is no pre-established harmony between the private good and the public good. So in other words, what you find on the lowest level of mere acquisitiveness, you find, in the vulgar sense, you find again on the highest level. And therefore we can say the real difference, with the qualification I bring immediately, between the classics and the moderns is this: a fundamental harmony between the individual and society in modern thought, the questioning of that harmony in pre-modern thought. Now, there is one crucial qualification. In a way, of course, the classics admit such an harmony. But how is this harmony? Where do we find that harmony? Where do we find it? In Aristotle, we have read it all the time. The polis. There is a harmony between the polis and the individual. That's the meaning. The polis is natural. I as a human being cannot be truly a human being except by being fully a citizen. The harmony between private interest and public interest is brought about by moral virtue. not by philosophy as philosophy, nor by self-seeking as self-seeking. If you replace moral virtue by justice, you are in a way more precise, in a way less clear. But they are in this context practically synonymous. In other words, the perfection of the individual is identical with the perfection of the citizen. The perfection of man is identical with the perfection of the citizen, because the perfection of man is moral virtue. That is indeed the Aristotelian solution. But the difficulty here, and you can say that is a solution which all decent men at all times believed in. It is, however, exposed to certain theoretical difficulties. It is a good formula, which is so good also because it conceals the deeper difficulties. Aristotle, being a theoretical man, does not conceal difficulties, and therefore he sets them forth. Now, where does the difficulty appear in Aristotle in what we have read? Good man and good citizen. They do not, even if you don't go into any deeper reflection, the good man and the good citizen do not always coincide. You remember? The good man and the good citizen coincide only if the city is of a certain kind. Then it's the best city. But this best city, unfortunately, is rarely, if ever, possible. One difficulty. But even in the best city, it requires only the citizen as a ruling man is the good man, not as long as he is ruled only. But ultimately, of course, one has to go much beyond that. In other words, but how is the problem solved on this level in modern thought? We can say this. Moral virtue proper has no place in that basic modern scheme, the scheme of Hobbes and Locke. What you need as virtue is instrumental virtue. I.e. not virtue choice for its own sake, but only in a utilitarian sense. And that means also that the content and the range of virtue is enormously limited, as is indicated by the phrase, honesty is the best policy, honesty is much narrower than human excellence as it was understood by the classics. Strictly speaking, moral virtue is not needed. Two things are sufficient. Enlightenment, which means also enlightened self-interest, but it means much more. And secondly, positive law. Enlightenment and positive law together establish the harmony between private interest and public interest. Now, if we apply this to our question, I disregard completely and deliberately the enormous complication which arose from the fact that the unsatisfactory character of the Lockean scheme led to that great and justly famous moralistic reaction started by Rousseau and in a way completed by Kant, which tried to restore morality to the position which it had in the Aristotelian scheme. That would not fundamentally affect what I say, although it is of course very important, but I cannot explain now why it does not fundamentally affect it. Those who happen to be in the Marx seminar will remember the few remarks I made last time about this process, a historical process establishing the rational order, which is as Machiavellian in Kant as it was in a different way in Adam Smith, to say nothing of Machiavelli himself. I limit myself now to this point. I'm trying to understand modern democracy in its contradistinction to ancient democracy. We cannot possibly overestimate the importance of that phenomenon once called the Enlightenment. And not as a historical fact of the 18th century, but as a fact present, co-present with the modern democracy in all its stages. When Aristotle says democracy is the rule of the uneducated, modern democracy denies that by virtue of its notion of popular education, connected with all this is what I mentioned before, the secular character of modern democracy, which is only another expression of that, the liberal character. There are certain fundamental rights of the individual, one of which being the right of religious freedom, which has no parallel in ancient thought. And this, furthermore, enlightenment means also the essential harmony between science and society. And this harmony finds its expression in the phenomenon of a science serving society, in one word, technology, which is of course wholly absent in any strict sense from classical democracy. And this in itself leads, of course, in itself to the absolute impossibility of small states in the way of the ancient polis, because I don't have to labor that point. Another point which is also implied in everything I said, and I can here only enumerate it, is the distinction between state and society, which is implied in everything I said and which is wholly absent from a classical notion. And with this interesting difficulty that it is impossible clearly to decide which of the two is higher, state or society. You may remember that from a former discussion. The aims of the individual, the ultimate end is happiness. Happiness is that for which men live. And happiness is subjective. Whereas the conditions of happiness, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are objective. They apply equally to all. Therefore, the state is higher because it stands for the only thing in these matters objective. But this objective, unfortunately, is not the end. That, I think, is a minimum, I must say, about the modern distinction between state and society. One could say, to live as one likes, this formula of ancient democracy is given by Aristotle, is in modern times elaborated infinitely beyond the ancients, and becomes in that elaborated form the distinction between state and society. In ancient times, and that may be an answer to your question, happiness was always understood, if we use these modern terms, as objective. And the very simple reason is this: if you start from the lowest level and do not go into these refined analyses and better analysis, what does happiness mean? So surely a state of contentedness, that's clear. If someone is always dissatisfied, he's clearly not happy. But a man can be content, for example, because he is a moronic individual, or an idiot of some kind, and that is not what you wouldn't call that a man a happy man. Now, makes this implication clear? Happiness is a state of enviable contentedness. And this element of enviable contains the objectivity. That is not something which is a peculiarity of this fellow, but something which everyone somehow wishes for himself. And taking it again on the crudest level, to be reasonably healthy and to have a pleasant life, lots of fun. And that is so. That is what most men desire and like, and that is happiness in the vulgar sense. Somehow connected with that, but that is again mere enumeration of analysis. I don't have the time now with this. That in the classical notion, I believe it is clearer than in the modern notion of democracy, that freedom itself is an end. Is the end not only of democracy, but of the individuals. Freedom as an end. Of course, that is said all the time that in modern democracy that's the case, but it is not so clear. It is very far from being clear whether it is so. Why is it an end so clearly in the classics? Because of the presence of slavery. Therefore, freedom itself is constantly experienced as a good. We do not, in the sense, by virtue of the non-existence of slavery proper, we cannot sense that daily, constantly. It's a good. Now, what?
Did I answer your question? Did I not?
I think so.
But maybe that's a class.
I'm not quite exactly. No, you repeat my question?
Yeah.
You did give an answer. That's exactly the point. I asked you the last time you stated that the end of man's solace, wealth and honor, the 276 was in no way subjective, which differed from Locke's end of man,
Yeah, sure.
property, which equals happiness, which would be subjective. But I'm just saying here that wealth and honor also equals happiness, makes man happy, so it would be a subjective thing. But
From Locke's point of view, let me say it this way. Locke and Hobbes say explicitly that happiness, they don't use the word subject, but apart from the word, they say in effect, happiness is subject. In all these ancient discussions, it is taken for granted that there is a difference of opinion as to what constitutes happiness. But that is surely not by a particularly high degree of caution. And if this is of any help to you, and that is a very good quality. But sometimes caution is also prevents one from a necessary daring, And therefore, I will come to that. You made many very good remarks. What I regard as a defect of your paper is this. You discussed very clearly the Aristotelian discussion of imperialism of the polis versus self-preservation or defensive posture. You did not make clear the relation of this problem of imperialism to the question of the good life of the individual. That you showed some awareness of it, but you did not draw the conclusion. I mean, what is, if I present it in the form of a report, let us call it imperialism, all right? Imperialism to defensive posture. Yeah. Let's in the policy. What is the equivalent of that for the individual?
Well, there are a number of distinctions. One is simply between the life of political activity and involvement in it, and the life of contemplation. But there is a more extreme version of the political life, which would be being a tyrannical ruler, which would, in a sense, be...
So, all right. Tyranny to what?
To be an active citizen.
Say, a Republican citizen. All right. That's true. But there is also the other thing that is alluded.
Which is the life of contemplation, which could
say the practical life, proper, yes, the political life, to the theoretical life. That is the lack of courage which it shows, because then it is very strange that the practical political man corresponds on the level of the individual life to the imperialistic polis, and the theoretical man corresponds to the self-contained polis. Okay? But we must discuss it later. Now, there are a few other points. When regarding the worship of the gods, first in order of merit is Barker's addition.
Oh, this is not...
No. Fifth and first is what I said. That we come to that later. Now, then you made a remark which I did not quite understand about that all things have been discovered hitherto, only they must be brought together. And you referred wisely to the parallel in the second book. Did you say anything about the difference between the two statements? That did not become clear to me.
I didn't really. I think there was more emphasis in the earlier statement that most things really had already been discovered. And a relative looseness in Book 7, that discovery proper should be limited to what had not been discovered, but also an implication that much could be gained from using things which already have been and not losing things.
What I'm concerned with now is only this. The statement in Book 7 is not an identical repetition. of what he said in book 2. And I think we can say that's the general rule. There are no identical repetitions. There's always something, a new twist to a thought in repetition. Then I did not quite understand what you said about the question of the good citizen in book 7 as distinct from book 3.
Well, the main point would be that the good citizen would also necessarily be a good man, and he would be relative to the regime, but he would be relative to the best regime.
So therefore it's not relative.
Well, to be relative to the best would be, in a sense, absolute.
That's absolute, yeah. So I see. That was a difficulty which I had. Now, the last point regarding slavery, there I think you seemed rather obviously to lack daring. Now, let us read that passage in 1330A, 25. We may begin with that. 1330A, 25, or towards the end of 1330A.
Article 13 in page 3.
No, when he speaks about the
class which farms ideally, and if we can, this is right, the class which farms it, the territory, should ideally, and if we can choose it will, be slaves.
You know, this is what he says ideally. It means in Greek, according to, if it could be done according to wish. You remember that also use this much simpler and clearer expression. What an ideal is very hard to say, but what a wish is, we all know. We must only understand that the wish is not an arbitrary wish, but a wish of sensible people. You understand, yeah? Good. Yes?
But slaves not from a single stock, or from stocks of a spirited temperament. This will at once secure the advantage of a good supply of labor and eliminate any danger of revolutionary designs. Failing slaves, the next best class will be one of serfs who are not of Greek origin and whose character is like what has just been described. The foreign hands employed in private estate belong to the owners of those estates. Those who are employed in public property should belong to the public. How the slaves who till the soil should be treated, and why it is wise to offer all slaves the eventual reward of emancipation is a matter which we'll discuss later.
Yeah, but surely we don't, that has not been come down to us, if Aristotle is in it. But one thing he makes clear, it is better to offer all slaves as a reward, freedom, emancipation. That is, what do you say to that in the light of Book 1? Of what we learned about slavery in Book 1?
Well, this is why I brought up this question of natural slavery.
Yes, it's absolutely necessary, but you should have stopped so early. What was a natural slave?
The natural slave was supposedly not capable of learning his own mind. Hence, it would certainly, Aristotle would not recommend that they should just be turned loose because it wouldn't be doing them a favor and it wouldn't be doing anyone else a
Very
favor.
well. Now, what follows?
If he makes any reference to emancipating slaves, it seemed to me that, in a way, he's in a difficult position because for one point I wanted to bring up, which I ran out of time on, is that in his best regime, he really has built a system which needs leisure for citizens, which means somebody has to do the menial duties, and this would be the slaves. On the other hand, if he speaks of offering emancipation, whether it's because it's wiser to do that so that they won't rebel, or because it's the only justifiable thing to do, there seems to be a problem.
Yeah, but that is an understatement.
Well, this isn't a question. Where Barker translates wise to offer all slaves, is it a word that's very prudent?
It's better.
Better. Oh, well, for wisdom, I was saying.
No, that is
the good master terms the naturals, educates the natural slave. And when he's through with him, he's not a slave.
What do you say to that, Mr.
That can't be done.
Why not?
Because they're natural slaves.
He's too dumb for being a slave. No, what I'm driving at is that it's a manifest contradiction to Book 1. The slaves which Aristotle needs for his so-called ideal state are not natural slaves. That common sense could have told you that these fellows who are very so dumb that they can't count, say, beyond 5, yeah? You see, are useless, except for, you would have needed more supervisors than you had slaves. And so that, in other words, what Aristotle says implicitly, you have to have slaves who are not by nature slaves. And you can even, we should bust the case wide open and say that the polis is then based on a certain kind of injustice. It makes people slaves who ought not to be slaves. And that a real understanding of the politics would have to face that issue. And that is very important for the whole question of natural justice, natural rights. If the polis as such must transgress somewhere natural right, then natural right must be qualified, to put it mildly, in order to be politically relevant. That's a very great point. That is probably one of the, people have said a lot about Machiavelli and Aristotle, in the section on tyranny in the 5th book, that this foreshadows Machiavelli. That is not true, but this is much closer to what Machiavelli says. Still there are fundamental differences, but in this respect, the difference is not as radical as it might seem. Of course, one can try to get around it and say, the way in which Thomas Aquinas interprets the first book, the doctrine on slavery, then it appears that, according to that interpretation, which is, I think, not correct, that the conventional slaves are not unjustly slaves. Meaning this, a conventional slave is a man who has been made a prisoner in war. And this is a benefit, because alternative would be killing. That was the Roman law tradition of this kind. That Thomas didn't figure that out. But I don't think that is what Aristotle means. Yeah? And in addition, it would raise a great question, the more fundamental question, with what right can you kill people who have laid down arms? Yeah? That's Locke's question. In the moment a man ceases to be a warrior by laying down his arms, do you still have a right to kill him? Yeah.
It's just a formulation of might makes right in this situation.
Yeah, but you can say that, but it is more specific here, because the specific legal principle appealed to is this, that slavery is a benefit of, let us say, international law, by virtue of which a defeated enemy is protected against annihilation. That is not Aristotle's thesis, I would say. Aristotle regards the slave who is not by nature a slave as a man who has been unjustly made a slave. Therefore, the situation is very clear in Aristotle. Yes, Ms. Dillon?
Yeah, he doesn't say that they are going to give them the reward of emancipation.
No, ma'am, no.
It's going to be offered.
Yeah, but, sure. But you see, then that can be what does Aristotle say about lives?
But to a natural slave, wouldn't it be okay to lie? Would somebody be very
wouldn't have needed to a natural slave, and when he's let loose and has to take care of himself, as now he's very protected, even if he's locked up. Yeah, and so. No, and that's not, yes, neither both.
On the other hand, the offer may not necessarily be a lie, but it's just that the slave fails to live to an old enough age to become emancipated.
Yeah, but still, no. You see, Aristotle has a very simple rule that obvious lies, which are discovered very soon, are extremely stupid and self-defeating. And you may have heard something about this subject in the last weeks or something. Yeah, but we are dealing here strictly with Aristotle. You want to say something? No, if I may only repeat that. This question of slavery has a very great bearing on the fundamental question of natural right. And that is a point where one can dig much deeper then one can do. Plato, who is generally speaking much more outspoken than Aristotle is, much less Jane Austinian than Aristotle. Plato says in perfect frankness in the fourth book of the Republic, when he indicates his 7 titles to rule which exist. Yeah? For example, father over son, all the other things, he mentions as one the right of the stronger, by which Plato means in all political rule which we find, this element of mere force enters. It is not the only thing, yeah, but it enters. But of course, Aristotle too admits that when he says the people in favor of the regime must be stronger than those who are not in favor. Stronger does not necessarily mean numerically stronger, because that depends, as we know, on military techniques and other kinds of consideration what constitutes strength. That is so. I mean, one cannot disregard that. Yeah? I mean, unarmed justice is politically not necessarily effective, to put it mildly. Yeah? You know? After all, there is a use of force, of legitimate force, which everyone admits, but it is force, all right. And therefore there must be force around. And force enters the thing. Plato indicates it, by the way, most simply at the beginning of the Republic. There is a brief scene where Socrates is kept in the Piraeus, first by force, yeah? And then persuasion comes. It's better for you to stay there because there will be a beautiful spectacle tonight. Now, both elements, force and persuasion, combined are the secret of politics. And we call a free regime one in which the persuasion element is stronger than the force element, and a tyrannical regime where the proportion is different. So that cannot be spelled out easily in numerical terms, in quantitative terms, but I think the idea itself, the thought itself, is easily intelligible. Now, you want to say something, Mr. Faulkner?
Wouldn't there be a problem if you freed the slaves? Wouldn't that detract from the homogeneity of the policy of the model?
Yeah, it would create a problem. But then, in order to answer that question, one would have to understand the obvious secret of Aristotle's best regime. Only then will your observation acquire its proper force. I'm perfectly willing to state that. There is no harm done in stating a secret which is obvious. But you want to say something? No. All right, what is that secret? You remember in book 3, where the fundamental expectation is given, we had an argument in favor of democracy. Well, not as a universal solution, but if the demos has a certain character, is tolerably civilized, then a democracy this kind, where also the best men form part of the assembly, to say nothing of the ruling offices, and can make themselves heard. One could very well say that in such a society, the collective wisdom of the citizen body, which includes the wisdom of the best members, could be said to be superior to the wisdom of any individual. You remember that argument. Now that was elaborated and everything seemed to be fine. We had our democracy, except it is not representative. And then Aristotle, apparently without any reason, begins to bring in the kingship, you remember. And then it works up to a point where the absolute king, wisdom incarnate, appears to be as the highest, as the divine, most divine regime. You remember that? And we were confronted with an absolute riddle. Why did he not leave it as this wonderful democracy he had painted? And something must be different from Aristotle's point of view. And by studying the politics as a whole, one can find it. Every democracy, however good, requires the subordination of those who are by nature best to those who are not by nature best. That's clear. The decisions are made by the citizen body. That is against nature. I mean, it is also possible to state this in more practical terms, but I leave it now as this simple theoretical formula. Yeah, it is according to nature. Those who are by nature better should rule those who are by nature inferior to them. In other words, a city must be a hierarchic structure, and that is not sufficiently recognized in a democracy, in any democracy. So, but still, this kingship, on the other hand, we learn very soon, admirable as it may be, belongs somehow to the past. It is impossible once you have these large cities which you had in Aristotle's time. Then, in Book 4, we received a somewhat different suggestion, which was in between the democracy and kingship. And that was the polity. The rule of the middle class, you can also say. Yeah? This is in between. And that also seemed to be perfectly satisfactory, politically speaking. But still, this question always remains. Those who are by nature best. And from this point of view, here you can say, here you have the rule of the demos. Here you have no demos. All are subjects. No one is citizen. In the polity you had something which was a qualified demos. Qualified with property qualification and so on. And now in Books 7 and 8, Aristotle gives his account of the best regime. This is neither the democracy, nor kingship, nor polity. It is an aristocracy. An aristocracy. In other words, that is in between democracy and kingship, but closer to the kingship than the polity was. But of course not the kingship. What is the secret of that aristocracy? It's absolutely unique. You remember throughout the work, the discussion, the demos, it's a great problem. The mass of the multitude of free citizens who are poor and are therefore unable to acquire the necessary education, and yet on the other hand, being free men, demand rights. Let's see political problem for Aristotle. How does he solve that problem in the best regime, Book 7?
You mean through education?
Yeah, now what does he do? What does he do with the demon?
Well, he starts off with a very superior group of people who are good men.
All right. What about the others, the craftsmen, farmers, etc.?
They are not citizens.
That's it. But what does it mean in political terms?
They rule.
Yeah, but more clearly, there is no demos. Aristotle solves the problem of the demos by abolishing it. Beautiful. Whether he meant it quite seriously or not, might be a long question. But that is the open secret of Aristotle's politics. He comes as close as possible to the best regime simply, the kingship, by this solution. So, well, we will turn to that later. In other words, Aristotle's politics is as, quote, utopian, unquote, as Plato's work, in a way even more, because in Plato's laws, the only political work of Plato, the Republic is not a political work, properly speaking. You have a demos. You do not have it here. That's very strange. But let us now... And in other words, you have no demos, but you have slaves who do not deserve to be slaves. In other words, you replace one inconvenience by another. It's generally stated, politics is a realm of inconveniences. Yeah? And you cannot get any political order which is free from inconveniences, which is not an unimportant lesson. Not an unimportant lesson. And by utopianism proper, I think we understand today a political order which is free from inconveniences. Yeah? I mean, when people say he's a utopist, they mean that. That's impossible, really. Now, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I say that
with this class of slaves replaces, which as you say, replaces the demos, still be motivated by the same goals that the demos is, or that Aristotle claims the demos to profit.
I'm sorry, I have to read it up now. That should be my answer to Mr. Faulkner's question. What you say amounts to the same thing. By emancipating the slaves, Aristotle seems to generate a demos. That is a great danger, sure. Either you perpetuate the injustice of having made people slaves who should not be slaves. That's one way to say. Or you try to be just. You bring in a demos. You gradually generate a demos which can be fed. But of course that is not so simple. You remember that, for example, a city like Venice was a rather restricted aristocracy or oligarchy for many, many centuries, because if people know all this and are constantly reminded of the fact that there are freedmen or descendants from freedmen, and the others are sufficiently strong, they can last for some time. We must not forget that. But nevertheless, it creates a problem of having people around who are not slaves, who are not slaves, and indeed not legally citizens, but who by their very bulk would make themselves fair. That problem exists. You were the one here.
Yeah, I'd like to know what actually happens. You said it depends upon chance. This was regarding the planning of the central city.
Yes.
You said, and this is why you didn't go into further detail. I want to know why this would mean that the planning of the city isn't so important if everything depends on chance. I didn't quite understand the.
What is your question?
Well, you mentioned all these different factors that were involved in the planning of the central city, like sense, wealth, beauty, and so forth.
You realize that Aristotle says this. This is not my.
Yeah, but that is perfectly simple. I believe you didn't understand.
But then you said that
easy.
That you didn't go into further description of this because everything depended on chance.
Not everything, but look at this. There is a certain terrain, most conducive to the beauty and order of the city. But whether surely, when you know what you will do under these conditions, but whether you will get these conditions or not, does not depend on your planning.
This is the point I made in my last paragraph.
We come to a parallel passage very soon. Let us postpone it. And now turn to a coherent discussion of the first part of Book 7. Now, we must remember the context. The question is to construct the best regime. And not only to analyze it or to describe it, but how to establish it. And the theme is the best regime. And the best regime is that which is most conducive to the best life, to the most choice-worthy life. Let us see at the beginning, near the beginning in 1723a, the beginning. The third sentence from the beginning of the book. For it is proper that, do you have that?
We must therefore first of all have some agreed conception of the way of life which is most desirable.
No, the sentence before.
As long as that is obscure, the nature of the ideal constitution must also remain obscure, and we may thus expect that unless something unexpected happens, the best way of life will go along with the best constitution possible in the circumstances of the case.
Yeah. In other words, here is already a reference to chance. If nothing unexpected or strange happens, someone can live well and lead the most choice-worthy life in a very imperfect regime. That can happen. Socrates is the most famous example. That can happen. But that is not rational. it is better if the whole order of society is so as to further the best life of the individuals. Now, therefore, we have then to raise two questions. First, what is the best life? And second, is the same life, the way of life, the best for the individual and for the polis? We don't know that by the investigation. And then first the question, what is the best life? This is Aristotle's settling of the famous problem of value judgments. He does this in a few lines. Let us read them a little bit later, where you left off, or beginning.
The nature of the best life is a thing which has already been treated by us in works intended for the general public. Much of what has been said there may be considered adequate, and we must use it here. There is one classification of the constituent elements of the best life which it is certain that no one will challenge. This is the classification of these elements into external goods, goods of the body and goods of the soul. It will also be generally agreed that all of these different goods should belong to the happy man. No one would call a man happy who had no particle of fortitude, temperance, justice, or wisdom, who feared the flies buzzing about his head, who abstained from none of the extremest forms of extravagance whenever he felt hungry or thirsty, who would ruin his dearest friends for the sake of a farthing, whose mind was as senseless and as much astray as that of a child or a madman. These are all propositions which would be accepted by nearly everybody as soon as they were stated.
Now let us stop here. There is no value problem. What a good life is, everyone knows that. Well, you have to be reasonably well off in the first place. If you are starving or freezing to death, Bobo would call such a man happy. Also health and a reasonable condition of the body. Yeah? And also goods of the soul. Clear? Is there anyone who doubts that? That a man who has all these three things is a happy man? Elementary. Yeah. Yes?
What about potential debate on what is the good of the soul?
Oh, here? Is it not true that a man who is really frightened of everything, who is completely deprived of courage, must be absolutely miserable because there are so many occasions of being frightened every minute? Yeah? And we cannot even be sure that this house will not collapse. To say nothing of someone taking a pot shot here. And the same applies to temperance and other things too.
Then how about potential debate on what is happiness, on which all of these rest?
No question. Really no question. We forget this simple, we are in a false sense sophisticated. We forget that simple stratum underlying all the sophisticated questions. I am aware of the fact that there are certain difficulties, but practically, politically speaking, as we ought to do when we speak on political matters, the problem in this way is not that difficult. I would advise you to read in the first book of Aristotle's Rhetoric, the chapter on the good things. And since the sum of the good things is happiness, he gives an enumeration of that. And see whether there is anything in it to which you would not fully subscribe. Although you are a 20th century American and Aristotle was a 4th century Greek. For example, to have many friends is a part of happiness. To have good friends, naturally, part of happiness. To have children, happiness. So there are certain people who don't want it, we know that. But then we say that this is a special case, or in some cases we would even say something wrong. And so, that is simple. That this is, you see, you must not forget, there is a sophisticated level where all these things are in need of a more detailed investigation. But in political matters, as long as you want to understand the citizen as citizen, this sophistication is out of place.
It seems to me that it is exactly in political matters where certain choices are presented to a statesman that this problem will become greater than anything else.
Yeah, but on the basis of that, generally speaking, man have this notion of happiness. And that they say we don't get enough happiness if we... Well, think of a policy, guns versus butter. Yeah. What is the issue? The issue is that some people say we want to have the happiness of butter, regardless of what might happen to the happiness of our children. Yeah? And other people say the other way around. That is, of course, I mean, that, I have no doubt that, but all these questions arise on the basis of things agreed upon. That's the point. The questions arise even earlier, as Aristotle will say immediately. But here we have had only one point. Happiness consists of three elements: external goods, goods of the body, and goods of the soul. What else do you want? Anything you can think of will fall under that. That is now the question, but this gives rise to a very important question immediately, which Aristotle takes up naturally immediately. But you had a point. Do you want to make a point?
Well, it seems to me, since Aristotle's obviously right here, that this may be strange, but modern liberals basically accept this as an implicit premise.
Unfortunately, only as an implicit premise. It is the sake of science not to make implicit premises. Yeah.
No,
especially if they are important. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think it's unfortunate it's only implicit, but I think it's miraculous that a lot of the difficulties of modern liberalism can be resolved.
Yeah, then, all right. Now let us see whether Aristotle has again our universal agreement when he goes on. Let us read the next sentence.
But differences begin to arise when we ask, how much of each good should man have? And what is the relative superiority of one good over another? Any modicum of goodness is regarded as adequate.
Of virtue. I mean, virtue. All right.
But wealth, property, and power, and all such reputation, and all such things are coveted to an excess which knows no bounds or limits.
You see, that is the immediate problem. Everyone admits that. But may I state to you the problem in the most simple manner? It's slightly different. This is the same formula from Aristotle's Ethics. Happiness. What is happiness? Aristotle says virtue plus equipment. Equipment, nice word. You must have some wherewithals in order to be virtuous. Yeah? Good. And now there arises this interesting question. You begin, you start. You are not yet a man. And the question arises, what has priority? And there are people who say, first let me get the equipment by hook and by crook, and then I will be virtuous. That's one way. That is a question which Aristotle means. Only some people take such a long time in acquiring the equipment that they can never come to think of the other part. So that's the question, what's the proportion? If you think of the famous formula of Harold Laswell, what are the unholy trinity of a political man? You remember that? Safety, income, deference. Safety, income, deference. So Aristotle speaks of income, he speaks of wealth, but income is only the modern equivalent of wealth, and so on. That is it. He doesn't even mention virtue, which I think is imprudent because think of someone running for office and the only thing we know about him is that he's concerned with safety, income, deference, and we would not elect him. So he would have at least have to add that probably an implication of deference is deference to virtue, and therefore virtue would come in. So, all right, but still, that is the question. Some people say, yes, sure, you must be a decent man. But that is relatively minor. The main point is to be rich and powerful. Good. That is then a difficulty immediately. Yeah? And now, therefore, we have to get the true answer to this question. Which is the most important of these three elements? Or let us say two elements. Virtue and the things which are not in themselves virtue. What does he say?
There is an answer which can be given to men who act in this way. The facts themselves make it easy for you to assure yourselves of these issues. You can see for yourselves that the goods of the soul are not gained or maintained by external goods. It is the other way around. You can see for yourselves...
Wait, do you see that? Do you remember, does this remind you of something? Yeah?
Well, the apology.
Absolutely. It's a utilitarian argument for virtue. You want to be riches, all right. But if you lack virtue completely, you would not be able to keep the wealth for a single day. Because wealth, in order to be kept, must be judiciously administered. But just judgment is virtue. And so on. And even acquiring requires some virtue. So that is a simple point which I think must also be admitted. Now let us first read this whole argument of Aristotle. This is based on the deeds, as he says, on the acts, and things which we see. Everyone can see that. Now the next point.
You can see for yourselves that felicity, no matter whether men find it in pleasure or goodness, or both of the two, belongs more to those who have cultivated their character and mind to the uttermost, and kept acquisition of external goods within moderate limits, than it does to those who have managed to acquire more external goods than they can possibly use and are lacking in the goods of the soul.
In other words, even if you assume what Aristotle regards as strong, that bliss, felicity, happiness consists in pleasure as distinguished from virtue. Now Aristotle leaves that question open here. Even in that case, you will see that people who have a sensible temper are happier men than those who do not have a sensible temper. And therefore, virtue, is a sensible temper, is the most important element of happiness. Yes?
But the problem can also be easily solved if we consider it theoretically.
Yeah, no, theoretically means that is, if we consider it according to the logos, according to the reason, as distinguished from observation of the facts or deeds. If we go back from the facts, which are always consequences of something, to the reasons, to the basic things, and that he does in the sequel.
External goods, like all other instruments, have necessarily limited size.
In other words, now we begin to think. We do not speak anymore about riches and how wonderful it is to have Nico's and Rolls Royce and whatever it may be, but now we begin to think, what are external things? They are means for life. And means as means are necessarily in the service of something else. They cannot give us, and as such they are limited. Yeah? Yes?
Indeed, all things of utility are of this character, and any excessive amount of such things must either cause its possessor some injury, or at any rate bring him no benefit. The greater the amount of each of the goods of the soul, the greater is its utility, if indeed it is proper to predicate utility at all here, and we ought not simply to predicate value.
The noble. Huh? In other words, what is merely means can never be strictly speaking noble. Yeah, I mean, one can loosely say as something noble, the Greeks the same word as beautiful, but it is not strictly speaking that. Yes?
In general terms, we are clearly entitled to lay down this proposition. The best state of thing alpha is to the best state of thing beta, as the thing alpha itself is the thing beta. If, therefore, the soul is a thing more precious, intrinsically as well as in relation to us, then either our property or our body, the best state of the soul, must necessarily bear the same relation to the best state of either our property or our body.
In other words, the hierarchy of goods follows, is consequent upon the hierarchy of beings, so that if the soul is higher in dignity than possessions, then the good of the soul, virtue, must be higher in dignity than wealth. Yeah. That's clear. Or let us take another example. If man is a higher being than a louse, the goodness of man is higher than the goodness of the louse. That's clear. And the question of, let us first, if you don't mind, finish that argument. We are soon through. The next sentence on it. Yeah?
That it is for the sake of the soul that these other things are desirable, and should accordingly be desired by every man of good sense, not the soul for the sake of that.
Yeah. Now, furthermore, he says in this sentence, those things are by nature choiceworthy for the sake of the soul. And therefore, I add, all well-thinking men must choose in accordance with it. Wise choice, practical wisdom, follows the natural order of things. Yeah? Follows the natural order of things. Practical wisdom is, of course, other considerations enter in the subordinate level. But primarily, prudence consists in choosing the good things according to the natural order of the good things. This is the argument of Aristotle by which he settles roughly the fundamental question. The good life consists in the good activity of the soul. And the other things, the good activities of the body and property and other external goods are only secondary and are valuable only to the extent to which they contribute to the good activity of the soul. That is the view of Aristotle, naturally, but one can say that has been the view of thinking men throughout the ages. I mean, there are questions arise where things become complicated, but that is a kind of natural stratum of human orientation throughout the ages, even today, although modern thinking does no longer allow of a theoretical expression of this view in these terms anymore. The natural hierarchy has gone and any other things too. Now, but Mr. Bartholomew, please express your dissatisfaction.
Well, perhaps I think that there's a large section of the modern view that would accept this statement.
But
would simply say this, that they would be the first to agree that the structuring of these goods, as Aristotle has set it forth, is the correct structure.
Yes.
Yet they would say that while I agree with this, and I see it this way, let us say, forgive the nasty word, but if I want to understand the behavior of a certain man in a certain situation, it is quite possible that he's operating in terms of a construct which is totally alien to this thing. Therefore, this would falsify my looking at it.
No, this can easily be replied. The answer. That there are people who do not act on this true order, no one knew better than Aristotle. Yeah? I mean, everyone knows that, and Aristotle do know it. But now we want to study the man who prefers wealth to all other considerations. Yeah? Aristotle says you can't understand that man if you do not start from the true order of things. If you do not see the fundamental perversion in the mere wealth seeker, you do not give a true analysis of the wealth seeker. Surely we must have an analysis of the wealth seeker, of the seeker of prestige, of the various subdivisions like names dropping, and so we must have that. By all means, Aristotle himself gave some sketches of it in his rhetoric, and we should have it in the most detailed form. It's absolutely necessary. But this knowledge, so-called knowledge, is blind if you do not see simultaneously the particular vice inherent in that. For example, let us take the names dropper, a relatively mild form of vice. Yeah? But you know these kind of people, yeah? What names dropper is. When you speak in ordinary language, names dropper is a derogatory term. Yeah? Derogatory term. As a social scientist, in the strict sense, you must not use derogatory terms. So you get a sterilized term, yeah, and call it perhaps type 4A alpha. Yeah. All right, 4A alpha behaves in this way. No value judgment. But you must admit that you fooled yourselves. Because if you want to understand, you tacitly translate 4A alpha into an name-stopper. Then you understand. That's the point. There is no question that the empirical understanding of all kinds of human behavior is absolutely necessary and desirable if one has sufficient time for that. But the question is only how to approach behavior. Can you approach behavior intelligently without having a proper notion of the place of that behavior in the whole of possible human behaviors? It's one rather bad way of putting it. But that is a question. I mean, I'll take a more interesting subject after all, because name-stoppers are not such a political problem or a social problem, but for example, prostitution. Can you really analyze that without thinking about what prostitution does to the relation of the two sexes and the function of men's bisexuality? Can you do that? I mean, can you disregard that?
Yeah, but talking relations between sexes, there's, at least in one very real aspect, this isn't a value problem. It doesn't seem to be. I mean,
sure, but why do people generally regard prostitution as a social evil? Which I think almost every social scientist who works on that starts on that premise. Unless they assume so. Whenever you speak of such a thing, you can even take something as neutral morally as the eye's sight. You can't help distinguishing between people of normal sight, good sight, defective sight. There you have it, and you have it more importantly and more massively in the things which are dependent on the human will, and the way in which the eyes are not dependent simply on the human will. That is a question. I mean, no sensible man, and least of all sensible man, Aristotle, had any objection to empirical studies. The question concerns only the premises of the empirical studies, because there is no empirical study without premises. Yeah, I think that is today generally admitted, you know. And the question is, what are the right premises? And can a neutrality as to good and bad, in the widest sense of the word, is this compatible with any understanding of social phenomena? I do not deny that there may be some very limited studies from time to time where you merely count, for example. Yeah? And where no good or bad enters anyway. But this can be done only in a very limited way. Any interesting study, tolerably self-sufficient study of social phenomena always implies that. But as I say, a scientific study must not keep important premises in a state of implicitness. It must set them forth, clearly must make them explicit in order to enable everyone, the researcher as well as his victims, to form a judgment as to the truth of these premises. That alone is the question. And even if it were true that the people who don't care for virtue, but care only for safety, income, deference, are the 99% majority, which I don't believe, but let us assume that. It would still be important, of course, for any reasonable judgment to know that 99% of men are vulgar. Would still be important, even if it cannot be helped, if it cannot be changed. It has terrific consequences for our overall orientation. Because it would lead to the consequence that important matters, we would not pay any attention whatever to what 99% of people say, for example. That is an infinite question, but it is truly a question. It is not, as it is presented by the reigning positivistic superstition, a foregone conclusion. Yes, Mr. Flammer?
Isn't it a very different thing, though, to say that a certain order of goods is preferable to people like me who have studied philosophy or who have certain tastes than to say such and such is a true order of good. It seems to me the word true implies that there's a certain relation between a statement and a state of affairs. And a word like, when you speak about the order of good, you're speaking more about preferences. And it seems to me that preferable to people who think like me and have a similar attitude toward the world is
that means simply that's only a restatement of the positivistic view. There are no, if I may use the lingo, there are no objective principles of preferences. All principles of preference are subjective. That I know, of course, they would say that everyone has a value system. Or his group of people, but there are any such value systems, and it is impossible to say which is reasonable and which is not. That's the point. The question only returns. What Aristotle says, of course, it is not merely a preference of certain individuals, but it is a preference of reasonable individuals. And this preference of reasonable individuals must have a title, and the title is the nature of things. Yeah?
Well, it would seem to me that very intelligent, educated, and such people down to the ages have disagreed very fundamentally about such things, and it would seem that we've got...
Excuse me, it's not true. Which sensible man ever said, wealth is a higher standard? I don't know anyone.
Well, then, a sensible or reasonable man comes forth to agree with those people who have written books.
No. That's impossible for a thinking man, as you would see immediately if you would try to build your own life, including your evaluations on the premise that wealth is the highest good. Only thoughtless people can do that.
Well, a lot of people have built very lives that would say satisfy them on the principle that, well, everyone agrees, most people agree that wealth is instrumental, but not as many people would agree that pleasure is instrumental.
No, Aristotle admits that is a more difficult question. And this discussion here is neutral to the issue between hedonism and the people who regard virtue as distinct from pleasure as choice of pleasure. Do you remember that? Because these hedonists must then come around with saying, well, the most pleasant thing is virtue. All right, but that is, I think is theoretically still a great problem. But for most practical purposes, it amounts to the same thing as if you would say virtue is the most trustworthy thing.
It's been pointed out by Mr. Lipson that, and I think you know it, that Marx and de Tocqueville had very different evaluations of, admittedly very complex phenomena, but still, very different evaluations of the social effect of organized religion and a strong legal tradition.
Yeah, but that is already, oh God, now you come to, surely that is an immensely difficult question, the question of religion. That is not decided here. We are speaking here only of virtue in a very simple sense. But if you take Tocqueville and Marx as a whole, surely you cannot, they had absolutely opposed views. And the question is, but both, that we must say in fairness to each of them, thought about their principles and they stated why. Marx's ultimate notion is that goodness consists in the development, in the full development of the faculties of each. Yeah? Which as such is not possible except in a society in which each, every member, has his opportunity. All right? That is in a modified way what Aristotle says, because the full development is something like virtue. But with this great difference, that for Marx, the element of moral effort, which is implied in the notion of virtue, isn't there. Then we have to turn to this question. Is it possible to understand the perfection of man by assuming that under certain conditions this perfection will be forthcoming as it were automatically? Then we have to go into that, sure. Or in Tocqueville, Tocqueville would substantially agree in these matters with Aristotle, therefore there is no problem.
Well, the only point I hope you might comment on was that although they disagreed about the goodness and the positive contribution of the law in a religion or a good society or a good regime, they did agree on what the effects were. And it seems to me the point is that in this case you have social philosophers or social thinkers disagreeing on the value or the goodness of something and yet agreeing with what happens, which seems to me to indicate that there is some kind of social investigation which is independent of what you think it is.
Not quite. I mean, surely the question is this, and the ancients had the great merit of stating these questions in the simplest and most honest way. Somehow it is presupposed that this thing called virtue, or as Barker translates, goodness, or excellence, is being the most important good, supplies you all the goods. And now there is plenty of experience that people who were virtuous perished by virtue of their virtue. In other words, a clever coward has under certain conditions greater opportunities to survive than an unclever brave man. Yeah? And maybe even than a clever brave man. In other words, the recommendation you find so frequently that it pays to be a brave soldier because the chances of being hacked to pieces on flight are greater than your survival if you fight on. That is surely ambiguous. But do you think there was ever any sensible man who didn't see that ambiguity and still thought it is necessary when you train soldiers, yeah? And you have to reckon with the fact that someone will get cold feet, yeah? And a very obvious possibility that you have to make certain comforting speeches, stressing the survival value of courage, yeah? That is a very easy problem. Sure, but the question is then, would then come down that the whole problem which you have in mind is really implied in this very simple equation. To some extent, the equipment is a condition of virtue. Yeah? And therefore, it becomes, in a way, prior. In a way. That leads to the great difficulty, surely. But that doesn't do away with the fact that you cannot suppress the most important element in the equation. Because, the experiment is very simple. Take a society of men who has the most perfect technique of survival. In fact, an attempt to load the dice in favor of the equipment people who don't care for virtue. And as a merely numerical device, you know, the larger the number of people who vote for something, yeah, decides the issue, of course works in the same direction. I don't want to hand down you a doctrine. I wish I could. But my intention is only to prevent a certain terrible narrowing of our theoretical horizon, which is a consequence of positivism. I mean, how can you possibly handle the question of the so-called underdeveloped people if you do not have a horizon larger than that of a mid-20th century Western man, as particular American man? You must understand more human possibilities than are developed and fostered in our society. And one way of that is, of course, to study earlier Western thought, which did not yet have the peculiar narrownesses of our thought. It may have had its narrownesses, I don't deny that, but it surely doesn't have our narrownesses. So it is not by no means a purely theoretical question, but has very much to do with all intelligent practice. And it is not sufficient to talk to the westernized members of, say, Asiatic societies to understand Asiatic societies. Yeah? Because these westernized people may be the least able to tell us what the true basis of old China, old India, and so on was. And first of all, we must get rid of the blindness and be open that the categories we use now are not necessarily the natural categories. And the study, for example, of Aristotle is helpful for that, because these were different categories, and that alone is a help. But I think they have also the additional advantage that they are really elementary categories. You know, they are not in a full sense sophisticated as so many of our categories are. Forgive me this relapse into the lingo, words like categories and so, but after all, we cannot always be very strict. That would make life unbearable. Yes?
Well, in reference to your point about difficult countries, I think Mr. Lipson would say that it's important to know that, for instance, experience with the English system of law will probably be a very positive benefit.
No one would question it.
That we know this, in part because people with very different opinions on the value of the English system of law have the same opinion on the results and the effects upon people.
I don't quite understand the problem and its relevance for our discussion.
Well, the point was, it seems to me, that Marx and Tocqueville disagree violently, at least presumably, on the value of the law and what it does to society in terms of values, and yet agree on its specific behavioral effects.
You mean now the English law as it exists in the 19th century, or what?
Well, the Tocqueville, it's modified by America, but by the American experience in the 19th century. Tocqueville said it had certain kinds of conservative effects and
which Marx never denied, of course. Conservative effect.
The point that Mr. Lipson makes, that Marx asserts this, although he says this is bad. And what I'm saying is that...
Yeah, but that Marx didn't say it because he liked blondes in preference to brunettes or so. But Marx said this because he believed it is possible to have a classless society on the highest level, human level, higher than any human individual had ever reached in the past. On the basis of that alone does Marx's criticism make sense. So we have first to investigate whether Marx's notion of the communist society is a rational criterion of criticism or a fancy. Before we know that, we cannot pronounce on Marx's criticism of anything, not even of his criticism of women working in mines, because it's connected with it, his specific criticism.
I agree. I would say that Marx was wrong. The interesting thing, as wrong as he was, he agreed with the Tocqueville on these specific facts.
All right, because Marx really was not completely deprived of common sense, for example, and therefore that wouldn't help us. But we were speaking of a difference of opinion, a difference of value judgment. Yes?
I was going to say that the major point is that starting from two totally different, they both approach the problem, the same problem, with a set of values, let us say, with an idea of what was the good and what was the bad. Can we simply say that then?
Okay. That would even not be clear. One would have to say they start from different opinions about the whole. But behind these, because it was not merely a question of values, it was also a question of the structure of the universe, as important. And one can even go further and say one can discern behind Tocqueville and Marx certain common premises, a problem regarding the terms of which they would have agreed, and then understand the bifurcation and the reason why they deviated. This talk about values only leads to a neglect of analysis, to nothing else. You say simply that's the value of Mr. X and that's the value of Mr. Y and that's that. That's not enough. You have to go, why? Why does he have this preference? And these preferences lead then back always to theoretical premises. And the theoretical premises have to be investigated. And if they are sound, then the conclusions, of course, also must be taken. If they are unsound or even unfounded, then the value of the criticism based on it decreases proportionately.
But irrespective, you had English law as modified in the 90s. You had a set of social circumstances.
Yeah.
Those are two things. Both Marx and Tocqueville looked at English law and
let's say that was A, and they said that from A followed B. They were saying something quite meaningful, it seems to me, about the understanding of these societies. Yet the point comes that apparently, and this is where I think you've introduced something new into the analysis, apparently they started with totally different ideas which govern their criticism of this situation. Their criticism of and evaluation of it was different, but they totally agreed on the actual relation.
Yeah, but I'm sure that the same differences would also show in the analysis of so-called factual things. As if people did not agree regarding facts as much physically as they disagree regarding values. That is only the hope that men would eventually, or at least all scientific men would agree eventually regarding facts. Yeah? But there's a hope. There's of course disagreement regarding facts in every science. Wherever you look, that is the distinction between facts and value is, it seems to me, only confusing. And the interesting problem regarding it is only how did it come to possess the tremendous power it now possesses. And that question has never been properly answered by anyone, including myself, of course. I have now the impression that economics had more to do with that than anything else. That is the impression I gradually get. But that has, of course, its prehistory, because in the original scheme of economics, say in Adam Smith, there is a balance of the morally undesirable effects of capitalist society with other considerations. But here the value judgments, the so-called value judgments, belong to the problem. Yeah? They are not something which are arbitrarily introduced into the problem, they are there. I don't know whether you have read Mr. Kropp's study on Adam Smith, where he brings this out very well, I think. Mr. Faulkner?
If the theoretical foundation of the natural order is now weak, or rather challenged by modern thought,
yeah, sure.
Are we reduced then to the first of Aristotle's two arguments? That is the argument from sight and observation for a...
Yeah, but that is a simple way of stating the problem. In other words, return to common sense and disregard the Aristotelian cosmology, you can say, or the Platonic cosmology. And that will not quite do. And I believe the problem is this. Still in practical terms, you have, well, let me state it as follows, and I take again my thing. That is a question we discussed at the very first meeting. And to some extent it is true to say that Aristotle's moral teaching is based on his cosmology. Yes, on his cosmology. And since this cosmology has been destroyed, and that you hear everywhere from your age here on, therefore this whole thing breaks down. Yeah? That's it. And ultimately that is of course what is underlying the fact value. That is real value. Because physics, as we understand, has no place for good and bad, for complete or defective, whatever you call it. And therefore, if all the other sciences are relative, there cannot be any place for such a distinction in science. Yes. Now let us look at the other side of the picture. There is one theoretical science which is indeed a part of cosmology. Cosmology I use now for natural science. There is one science, a part of cosmology, which is an immediate link between cosmology and moral political science. And that science is called psychology. The characteristic of Plato's and Aristotle's cosmology is that they start in their cosmology, their account of the whole, from the soul and the mind. The characteristic of modern cosmology is that it starts from the inanimate piece and tries to ascend from there to the soul and the mind. Therefore, the problem is concentrated in psychology. is a psychology which is the alleged or real basis of the social sciences scientific. It does not become scientific by the fact that it is experimental and so on. That's the question. Is it possible to understand that the life of man, the soul, the life of the soul of man, according to methods and on the basis of premises, which are stem from the study of inanimate beings and in addition of unintelligent beings, plants and other fruits? That's the question. That's the question. But it is really a question, and no one has the right to say that is settled by definition in favor of present-day scientific psychology, whether in the form of Watson and how's the name of the Russian? Pavlov, yeah, and other schools, including the psychology. No, that is a question. That it is a very difficult problem, and for people like me, absolutely insoluble problem, I admit. But there is a great difference between very great difficulties and absurdities. The absurdity has no reason to stand upon. However, it may be recommended by certain prejudices. Something very difficult should not surprise us. What gives us the right to assume that there are simple clues to the fundamental question? There's only another way of putting the same thing. But we have, we must think, of course, of the seventh book of the Politics, although that has very much to do with it.
Well, you can say, if a lot of people several centuries ago hadn't made all kinds of seemingly absurd assumptions about the universe, which didn't quite fit into a pretty scheme that seemed to account for a lot of things, the kind of physics which is described in Aristotle would never have arisen. And seemingly, you could argue from analogy that unless people make this kind of assumption about human behavior, if it's possible, it'll never...
Yeah, but the trouble is that it is absolutely impossible to show another to the great physical theories developed in modern times, within the field of psychology or the scientific professor. There are no such.
Some people would say that our knowledge of the physiology of the nervous system is very undeveloped.
Whatever, we know there is a blank check, which is a new promise renewed every time without anyone having knowledge whether there are any funds on the bank. So that's no. But I'm afraid, or I'm happy, or whatever you might say, that we must now return to the text. So Aristotle, the conclusion is this, that the best life, the most healthy life, is essentially one which a man has through himself, in the way in which he is not responsible for and cannot be responsible for the goodness of his body and his possessions. Now, after having reached this conclusion, Aristotle begins to discuss whether happiness of the individual is the same as that of the polis. That was a no question. First, we have a very general notion, the common sense notion. Even the wealth seekers will admit from time to time that wealth is only a means, And when speaking about other people, they will surely refer to that. They will only not act upon it. So after having restated it, so we know in a rough way, or rather we are reminded of what we all know, Aristotle raises the second question. What about the felicity of the polis? Is this not something entirely different than the felicity of the individual? Aristotle says, 1324a, that everyone will admit that they are the same. What do you say to that? And when Aristotle says this, we can be certain that this was so, that no one questions it. Is it not a bit strange for us today? Or would you say, wherever you find your happiness in, you necessarily will find the happiness of your society? Would you say that? Or is it still me in heaven? Would not a really religious man wish to have a religious society? Would not sensuous man wish to have a sensuous society? So is it not true? Or is there a difficulty for us? Have you never, let me say this, have you never heard the proposition that the morality of the individual differs from the morality of society or the state? Have you never heard that? Aristotle seems to deny that. I give you a formula which I remember from Spinoza. The end or aim of the individual is liberty. The end of the state is security. Security. Different ends. So I think that has something to do with that problem I discussed on a former occasion, whether the function is the relation of happiness and the conditions of happiness. You remember which leads then, if developed, to the distinction between state and society. That creates here for us to some extent a difficulty, but still, we still can understand directly. Just in whatever you find your own bliss for yourself, you would also find the bliss of your society in that. Yeah, that's Aristotle's assertion. But what is the controversy? In answer, the controversy is the political life or the unpolitical life the best? That is first the question for the individual. Is it practical or the life of contemplation the best? And secondly, Aristotle says, assuming that the political life is best for all or most men, which is the best regime? Now let us turn to 1324a, 19.
It remains to discuss whether the felicity of the state is the same as that of the individual or different. The answer is clear. All persons are agreed that they are the same. The men who believe that the well-being of the individual consists in his wealth will also believe that the state as a whole is happy when it is wealthy. The men who rank the life of the tyrant higher than any other will also rank the state which possesses the largest empire as being the happiest state. The man who grades individuals by their goodness, virtue, will also regard the felicity of states as proportionate to their virtue. Two questions arise at this point which will need consideration. The first is, which way of life is the more desirable? To join with other citizens and share in the state's activity, or to live in it like an alien, absolved from the ties of political society? The second is, which is the best constitution and the best disposition of the state, no matter whether we assume that a share in its activity is desirable for all, or regarded as desirable for the majority only?
Yes?
This second question, unlike the first, which raises the issue of what is good for the individual, is a matter for political thought and political speculation. And as we are now engaged in a discussion which belongs to that field, we may regard it as falling within the scope of our present inquiry, as the other question can hardly be said to do. There is one thing clear about the best constitution. It must be a political organization which will enable all sorts of men to be at their best and live happily. But if that is clear, there is another point on which opinions diverge. Even those who agree in holding that the good life is most desirable are divided upon the issue, which way of life is the more desirable? The way of politics and action, or the way of detachment from all external things, the way, let us say, of contemplation, which some regard as the only way that is worthy of a philosopher. Here, we may say, are the two ways of life, the political and the philosophic, that are evidently chosen by those who have been most eager to win a reputation for goodness.
Now let us stop here for 1 second, just regarding the question which we started. Here you can say there is, you see, the specific premises or the prejudices of Aristotle. The value problem, if I may use this term, for Aristotle is limited to this. People who do not care for human excellence just are despicable human beings, and we don't pay any attention to them. But among the people who care for human excellence, there is a controversy. Yeah? That alone is a value question. Well, and here, what is that? And Aristotle says either the political life of the statesman, as highest form, or the life of the thinker. That is the question. Which has priority? Now, today people would say there are n more such possibilities among men caring for human excellence. Yeah? All right, and one would have, that is a sensible objection to Aristotle. Whether he has not narrowed the problem, where are the poets, for example? Yeah? But what would you answer to that question about the poets? Where are they?
Sensitive.
No, the poets are, in this general statement of the problem, included among the philosophers. That becomes then a question, whether the philosophers proper or the poets have the higher rank. That becomes then a question. But there are other things which he has omitted, as you obviously see. So Aristotle, in other words, returns from the question as whether the political life was the best regime, is he returns to the question of is the political life or the philosophic life the best? How does he reply? Now in the sequel, we have really no longer the time to read. I will summarize it therefore, and I think that we must stop. Aristotle states now this question of the political or the theoretical life in its political form. The political or practical life in its political form is, quote, imperialism. Imperialism. The political form of the theoretical life is non-imperialism. The case against imperialism is therefore by implication the case for contemplation. Now what is the relation? Imperialism, how do we call the alternative to imperialism we should call autarky. The autarky. Imperialism to autarky, that's the political form of it. The political life to the theoretical. The theoretical life is the form of the autarkic life of the individual. The political autarky is the political form of the contemplative life. It may sound very strange to us, but that is crucial for Aristotle as well as for Plato. Yeah, but there is one great indication. Moral virtue and the field of moral virtue is practically identical with the field of moral and of practical or political life. There is a temperance, justice, courage, and so on. Strictly speaking, have no place in the theoretical life. And we speak of intellectual courage, but that is not courage proper. We have to add intellectual. We speak of intellectual temperance, caution, but that is not ordinary caution. We speak of intellectual honesty, but that's not ordinary honesty. So the field of morality and the field of the practical life coincide. But if this is so, there must be, if this equation is correct, imperialism here and here morality. There must be a, quote, imperialistic element in morality. This is not strange. That we must accept. Now, morality is of course not a Greek word, and that is use virtue, or more simply, the most interesting of all virtues, namely justice. Of justice, Aristotle teaches in the Ethics that it is the only virtue which has not two vices corresponding to it. As courage, for example, has overboldness and cowardice, and temperance has intemperance or insensitivity to pleasure. Justice is the only virtue which has only one opposite vice, called injustice. Now let us think about that. What is an unjust man? A man who wants to have more than he deserves or than belongs to him. A man who desires to have more than is his or ought to be his. And what is the just man then? The man who is satisfied with what is his or ought to be his. But what about the fellow who is perfectly satisfied with less than he has, or less than he ought to possess? What about him? It's not a vice. Whereas the insensitivity to pleasures is from Aristotle's point of view a vice, although not a punishable vice, but it is a man who has no ears to hear music or no eyes to see beautiful sights is a defective human being. But a man who does not desire to have what is his, that's not a vice. It's not strength. A man who does not stand up for his rights, you can say. The unjust man stands up for things which do not belong to him. The just man is a man who defends what belongs to him. But the man who does not stand up for his rights as his rights is not a vicious man. It's not defect, it's not strange. The implication of this is that in moral virtue is moral virtue. The element of self-assertion, of sensible self-assertion, is included as a matter of course. Whereas the theoretical man, is free from that. That is the point. And you can say that's a fantastic notion, but you can also say that the theoretical man in the Aristotelian sense is something like the saint in the religious tradition, however you may try to explain it to yourself, but here we are. And therefore, the lack of self-assertion against others is not a vice. Therefore, there is an element of self-assertion, of toughness in the simple sense, which belongs to moral, political, practical man as a matter of course. It is not unimportant to consider that, I believe. In other words, the virtuous city, which is not aggressive, but which to take away from others that belong to them, is only a reflection of the man of contemplation. Because being a city consisting of gentlemen, it has built in, of course, the element of self-assertion in them. Yeah? It is diluted. So, if I may use the word saintliness, the gentleman virtue it can only be a diluted form of saintliness, if I may, which in this form stated is trivial. The problem consists in understanding the relation of Aristotle's theoretical life to saintliness, and they are surely not identical. One more point. In 1324b, shortly after the beginning, do you have that, Mr. Reichen? With some people, this is the line drawn. Yeah.
Some of the advocates of the practical and political life are willing to stop at this point. Others go further and argue that the despotic and tyrannical form of constitution is the only one which gives felicity. And indeed, there are states where the exercise of despotic authority over neighboring states is made the standard to which both constitution and laws must conform. It is true that in most states, most of the laws are only a promiscuous heap of legislation.
In other words, they are not directed towards one highest end. Yeah? They just make laws as occasions arise, and there is no end or overall end of the legislation. Those who have such an overall end, what do they do?
We have to confess that where they are directed in any degree to a single object, that object is always conquest. Do you look at the examples?
Yeah, that's short, yeah. Like Sparta and Crete, yeah. Go on.
In Sparta, for instance, and in Crete, the system of education and most of the laws are framed with the general view to war. Similarly, all the uncivilized peoples, which is strong
and so on. Yeah, now, what do we learn here? There is not a single polis known to Aristotle, which is directed toward human excellence as such. Either it has no direction, has no overall end, or if they have an end, it is that low grade end called power, superiority. Is this not a very great difficulty for Aristotle? The polis is according to nature, and according to nature it is directed towards human excellence. And not a single polis exists which is in fact directed towards human excellence. In other words, is the whole thing not absolutely utopian? That was the starting point of Machiavelli. This simple observation, and that has a certain force. And what is wrong with Machiavelli's beginning, it does not appear immediately. One has to think through the consequences. But here that's the strong point of Machiavelli at first glance. If there is not a single polis directed toward virtue, then the whole doctrine of Aristotle is wrong. There are imaginary kingdoms, imaginary republics, which they have described. That's what Machiavelli said. And that is not, we have not so much time, let us not fool ourselves with pipe dreams, and let us begin not with what cities ought to pursue, but with what they in fact pursue. Then we will get a realistic political science, which will be useful. That was Machiavelli's point. And you see the ultimate consequence of Machiavellian present-day social science, of course. Comes from there, they know. At least someone more educated than who know. So how do we proceed then? Well, what is the end which they all pursue? Well, let us say survival. And if being, just mere being. And if possible, aggrandizement. Yeah? That's so. All right. Virtue doesn't play any role. It does come in, however, because they all talk of virtue all the time, and that is not entirely meaningless talk. But virtue cannot be understood as the end of the polis. Virtue must be understood as a means for the end of the polis. Yeah? A polis or a state cannot exist except if the majority of the citizens develop certain habits which we call virtues. Yeah. But if these virtues are justified only by the polis itself is not subject to that. Is not clear? If the virtues are only means for the polis is above them. And all the horrors for which Machiavelli is so famous, that the end justifies any means, follows from that simple principle. If virtue is not above the polis, if you might say so, but the polis is above virtue, or in our language, if virtue is a means of society, morality is a means of society, values, since the society is of course above the values. And the society can do with these values what it sees fit. If needs change and these values prove to be cumbersome, throw them out and get other ones. No holds are barred, except the good-heartedness, those supplied by the good-heartedness of some social scientists, from which we must of course abstract in any theoretical consideration. And everything else follows from that. You can still get some very powerful and interesting and also historically very powerful doctrines. All typically modern doctrines, I venture to say, are based on this little thing. On this little change effected by Machiavelli. More or less complicated in different cases, but fundamentally that is so. That is the crucial point. And the starting point of Machiavelli is very impressive. As I think it appears here, to repeat, if the polis is by nature, and is by nature directed toward virtue, and there is not a single polis which in fact directs all its efforts ultimately toward virtue, what shall you do? One must try that, and I think that it affected all social thought since Machiavelli in the most different forms. but you still can recognize it. And when it has disappeared from the overall picture of the good society, so that you have a good society which looks like the Platonic Aristotelian good society is only more democratic, otherwise it's the same form of structure, and a shining end. Then the question arises how to get it. How to get it. And if the Machiavellianism doesn't enter the picture of the perfect society, it necessarily enters the thought people have of the way in which it's established. The highfalutin name for that reflection is philosophy of history. The philosophy of history shows you the way towards, at least in the original version, towards the best society, and in the philosophy of history teaches you that crime, stupidity, and everything wicked and mean fulfills the function of bringing about that beautiful final society. So that is only the locus of the Machiavellianism is, as it were, put in the way to the end, as distinguished from the end, but fundamentally the same notion. And such extreme moralists like Kant, who try to restore the integrity of virtue to the greatest possible splendor, Kant is the one who teaches that. The way to get the right society is passion, that is, and crime, and this kind of thing. There is no other way. The justification for Aristotle's seemingly fantastic suggestion, including his city without a demons in Book 7, is only that you think through the alternative, the modern type of doctrines, and see whether Aristotle has not got a point which is more important and which has been lost fundamentally in modern times. Namely, the question that there is something higher than the polis, and what Aristotle seriously meant by that is, of course, the life of the mind, what we call philosophy. That the polis ultimately derives its dignity from the life of the mind which is possible within it, and yet there is no possibly clear institutional expression of that. The rule of philosophers is a simple formula which is wholly unworkable, as Plato himself knows. And so there is no institutional expression of it. So modern solution is you don't need an institutional expression of that. You give perfect freedom to the life of the mind, and that's all there is to it. That was not acceptable to Aristotle for reasons which we may see next time. That is clear. The mind cannot be institutionalized. That is obvious. But the question is this identical with unqualified freedom of the mind or of whatever calls itself mind? Because the law is so crude as law that it cannot make a legally clear distinction between the mind or pseudo-mind. And you know what these people did to try to do? They said books larger than 500 pages are scientific books and are not subject to censorship. You must admit that this quantitative distinction is not a very intelligent solution to that problem. So next time we will take this up here. Thank you again, Ms. Bowman.